Hey, everybody. Hola. I see we got some people out in the audience here. My stupid self learning how to use StreamYard, I guess, is a little bit. Okay, hold on. Looks like we have Dead Horse backstage. Howdy, howdy.
Hey there.
What are you doing?
Just getting ready for Mother's Day festivities.
Ah,
And I
got
had a minute that
there's
I'd hop in to make sure you got everything started okay. Looks like you did.
yeah. Um, just trying to figure everything out.
Yeah, it's the first couple times. Once you do it a couple times, you'll get the hang of it.
Hey, hey, Uncle Jim. Andy79Z28, Broke Loader, Jer Bear Tactical. I know I saw Jamie586 out there, and I believe Squibload was out there earlier, but I was messed up on the on going live. I went into the studio, I put myself into the thing, and I didn't hit the go live button because I'm not used to using StreamYard. So you're getting ready to go do the festivities with the wife today, and are you guys planning on doing a dinner together and with the kids, or?
Like a an early dinner, I guess, or a late lunch, however
Oh,
you want
okay.
to put it. Like probably like around 2 p.m. or so, we're gonna go out and get something to eat. Maybe Chinese food or something. I don't know. Like she'll get a pick, where whatever she wants to eat.
Right, right.
So, but yeah, that's and then we'll come back and then give her presents, and and then she'll can sit back and just hang out all day. Not have to do nothing.
That sounds like fun. My wife got up early and had me shoveling rocks in the backyard. I was like, oh, so today's no different from any other day. But we've almost got all the river rock out of my backyard, and now I'm getting ready to sod the entire backyard, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun, let me tell you. I spent my entire childhood as a kid remodeling houses. My mother loved to remodel. It was like her hobby: yard, landscaping, and remodeling houses. And my dad was a contractor. So my entire youth of a childhood, I never really got to hang out with the kids all that much on the weekends. They would come over and hang out with me and kind of learn how to, like, there a couple of my friends ended up being like professional electricians, drywall guys, and stuff like that, just from actually coming over and hanging out with my dad and learning how to do everything. And basically that's how I got friends, is they would want to kind of, I think, more hang out with my dad than hang out with me. And I found out at an early age, knowing how to do things kind of makes you a person of wanting people to hang out with. So I always strive to learn things, and even the ridiculous down to the little numbers, and like now in reloading, it's like I reload, you're like, well, what's the trim size to that 308 brass? And I'm like, well, that's 2.005. I'm like, just off the top of my head, you just remember stuff like that. Back when cars and stuff like that, I would be like, well, okay, what needle jets are we putting in the Holly 750s for this weekend? You would look to see what the barometric pressure is going to be, the humidity, and the temperature, and then whether or not it's going to rain, and then you would see how rich you were going to set your carburetors, or how lean. But let's see here, out here. Here, let's see. Echo, we're here, brother.
You did you remember how I showed you how to pin your link or whatever? If you wanted to pin your link out there in the comments, or did you send out emails? Or...
No, I did not. I sent it to you.
Oh, okay.
I
You
can
can,
put it out in there.
yeah, yeah. You can put that
Let
link
me
if you want
see.
other people to join, and then just
Anybody
pin it.
wants to come in and hang out, and what I'm going to do here, I just posted the link in the chat, I think. Did I? Yeah, it looks like I did. No,
There you go. Yeah. Now those three dots and pin it.
I can't see the three dots. Oh,
Barely to the
there they
right
are.
side.
And then what does it say? Put user. No. What is that? That's not that. We're echo. Blind as hell. Hey, Dead Horse.
Yeah.
Did it pin?
Um. Let me see here. I don't see it.
I don't see the three dots.
It's like just to the right side of your comment. Like on the screen, it's like an eighth of an inch to the right of your comment. Three little dots
All
pop
right,
up.
I see those. I pop that. And then it says put user in timeout, block user.
I think you're on the wrong comment.
Yeah, it must be. So I go over away from that and I go over to
It'll be
here.
straight up or down from that one, like on where you're, right next to your actual comment. You're gonna end up putting someone in timeout.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Nah, I'm not doing any of that. And is it a right click on those? Or left click, rather?
Yeah, I think it's just a left click, and then it should have something that pops up there that says like pin comment.
It says show. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see what I did there. That's just for there. Now, this lights up, and when I click on it,
All right, try mine. I posted the same comment down below. It's the newest one. It's the link. Try to pin that on mine.
okay, I don't see yours yet. There we go. Right, there's yours. Bam. Now, what does it say? Pull, block, user, show. It's not letting me pin.
Try that show button and then maybe try it. I don't know.
Show just
I don't know. Usually when I've done it, it just is. It says something like pin comment or.
show. It just does this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then when I go to the
Oh
button,
wait. Like you're okay. You're doing the show thing like inside Streamyard or are you on YouTube? You're on the
I'm
YouTube
I'm
side, right?
I'm in StreamYard.
Yeah.
I'm
No. You gotta pin. Yeah, you gotta pin it on YouTube. So you gotta be on the YouTube side where the comments are. Okay, and then click on that link you posted. There's three dots to the right of it, and then you pin it because you're pinning it to YouTube. So you got to do that on the YouTube side.
okay. So you just confused the heck out of me.
Yeah, so go to YouTube, right, where your chat is on YouTube and your show is on YouTube, right? and you see all the comments of everything, like either pick mine or yours with that link. Click on the three dots to the right, and then it'll say like pin this comment, and then that link will just stay up at the top of the chat box.
Okay, I think I did it.
All right, let's see. Yeah, you did. Good. See, perfect. There you go. Now anyone that wants to join, that link will stay up there. You don't got to keep, like, you can just like kind of keep going back to the YouTube side and posting it over and over again, right? But when you pin it like that, it's just gonna stay up there. Be easy for people to find.
Okay, what's this about Rock River? What's going on with Rock River, Uncle Jim? Did I miss something here? So, anyways, I'm guessing I spent my childhood as a child. So, anyways, gentlemen, anybody going to be doing any shooting this week? Anybody going to have some time to do any shooting, any reloading, or are we working all this week? Jim, what are you going to do this week? You got some projects to do around the house, or are you going to be doing some videos? I was talking about Rock River. Was I? Dead horse.
I don't know. I came in late. I don't know if I don't even know if Rock River is still a thing anymore. I can't even remember the last time I saw an advertisement or something of anyone even selling one of their things since that whole Chicago thing went down. So like
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's still a like even really a company like my like if I was those guys, I would have like got a new FFL, changed my name, right? Got a new FFL and then
And
started
moved.
and started selling under a different name, you know. And that's what I'm
Yeah.
guessing. That's what I kind of thought happened because I haven't heard anything about Rock River since the Chicago thing really. Like they've just disappeared off the face of the map to me. Like I don't know, they still might be pumping out stuff, but I don't hear about them like I used to, not at all. Like I can't even remember the last time I saw someone selling one of their uppers, like Primary Arms or Midway or anyone. I haven't seen anything from them.
Oh, yeah, the River Rock. That's yeah. That I was doing a little. The wife had me out in the yard dumping river rock. I'm cleaning out the whole side of my house. Was all done in white river rock that are all round and smooth. Dude, you fill up half a 55-gallon barrel full of those things. Dude, it's like 700-800 pounds of rock. It's ridiculous. And
How big are they? Like an inch big?
maybe 2 inches.
Oh, so they're pretty good size.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're a chunk. You know, they got some weight to them. I mean, if you threw and hit a kid in the head with it, you'd crack his head.
And I was gonna say if they were small, like under an inch, you just go out there with a slingshot and get
Yeah,
rid of them
and
that
just
way.
shoot them
Yeah,
all.
just
Yeah.
shoot them up somewhere and keep your property values low. It's-
When jokes go bad. My wife just came home from shopping.
I think you should just lay a whole bunch of that rock down and then just like spray paint it green and then it look like a lawn. You never have to boom. You never have to mow it. Just a bunch of green painted rock in your yard.
That would look absolutely hideous, dude. Yeah, no thank you. I told her
Yeah,
we
tear
should
up the
spray
spray
paint
paint.
them gold, and that way we tell everybody we've got a what are they like from the Wizard of Oz, a
Yellow brick road.
yellow brick road. I start doing videos with just a bunch of gold rocks around my neck.
So how's the weather in Florida?
The weather in Florida is actually really nice right now. We are sunny with a little bit of clouds, and we are a warm 82 degrees Fahrenheit. And so basically, I'm thinking today is a good day as long as you don't stay out too long. It's warming up to about 85, 86 degrees, I'm sure. Yep, that's what it says,
Isn't it
85, 86.
isn't it just the time that the hurricane season starts, your storms and all that, or is that later in the summer? When does that start?
I don't know when it starts, Dead Horse. I know that it's like September, November, I think, is when it ends.
Oh, okay, so maybe it doesn't start for a ways then.
Yeah, basically, it's just like when all those storms come off of Africa, and they come out off the west coast of Florida, and they come into the Bahamas, Grand Cayman Islands, and stuff like that. They start coming around, and then we get them up into the Gulf of Mexico, and that's where the United States has a problem. If they go left, they hit Texas. If they go up, they hit Mississippi, Louisiana, like that one did that hit real hard, a Category 5. And if they go any way right, they hit Florida, and it's usually they come up the inside of the coast on the west side and walk right into my backyard. And if they come up and they hook around and go up the east coast of Florida, then they hit, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and all that. And if they miss that, then they hit Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach. But usually every year, during Bike Week, it's in the end there in November. It's always they always get a real good hurricane like right before Bike Week or right during Bike Week. Get a lot of rain because every year I'd go, we our tents would flood. The only thing that stayed dry were our bikes because we had a choice of putting our tent where it would be underwater or where our bikes would be in the water, and we would always put the bikes up on the higher ground and sleep down in the mud because most of the time we'd be in chairs sitting out just being rained on because once your leather got wet you were soaking wet anyway, so it didn't matter. You'd be wet the entire, even when it was 95, 96 degrees the next day, you'd just be steaming all that moisture out of your leather from the night before it raining. So I hear that you've been doing a little bit of work in your kitchen.
Yeah, making cookies.
Have you been making cookies, really?
Yep.
Or are you going to do the holiday giveaway cookie thing? Making cookies way early?
Hell no.
You know, I like those nutty cookies you make with the peanuts and popcorn. What are they, popcorn cookies?
Yep. Yeah. No, just that white chocolate chip and macadamia nut.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
talking pricey cookies now. Now you're talking import type cookies.
Oh, my wife makes all sorts of good stuff like that, good cookies and stuff.
Later, Jer Bear. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
But I should be running. I still gotta hop in the shower and I still gotta get dressed and start my day. I don't
All
know how
right.
long you're gonna go for, but I'll try and stop back by.
Yeah.
But good. No, I'm glad you got this live and everything. You're good to go. I'll be trying to listen on stuff when I can.
Well, don't aggravate your wife.
No, I'm not. I can. I'll just listen to you when you're in the shower, so just don't say anything creepy.
All right, dude.
All
Later.
right, man. I'll catch you later.
Peace.
Oh, and don't forget to check on StreamYard to make sure other people don't join and are sitting there waiting backstage because you got to add them. So remember that.
Oh, yeah.
So keep it. So keep checking StreamYard.
I think Squib's in the back right now. Thanks for letting me know.
All right, man.
Later. Squib, what's up, brother? Are you in here? You're on mute. Squib, I think you're on mute, brother. I got you in. Hey, honey. Huh. I got Squib in, but I don't know if I can. If I've. Hey, a tiny tip on his video, on his vid. Tiny tip. Vid. Slam into New Orleans, right? Yeah, I'm not sure, man, what I'm doing here. Add to stream. Okay, I added to stream. I'm not sure. Can you hear me, Squib? It shows me that you're muted, and I try to go to unmute you. It says unmute mic, and I tap on it. Nothing happens. So you must be muted on your end.
Oh no, I stepped away to.
Oh, Okay.
get a prop for a video. I was backstage, and I don't have a camera on my monitor, so unless I'm waving to the camera, you may not necessarily know that I'm backstage. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was getting some stuff set up to do a video. I'm not even sure if I'm going to shoot it. The neighbors are making too much noise across the street. You know how the mic will pick up
Yep.
something on the other side of the house, even though you're 6 inches away from the mic. So, yeah, I was doing some research on government contract holsters, and I had an older holster that I thought I might be able to use in the video for demonstration purposes.
Yeah. What are you covering on government holsters?
Yeah, I'm doing another M12 video. I did
Oh, okay.
I did one before where I was comparing the Italian one to the American issue one, and in doing that, I kind of went down the old Milsurp rabbit hole and learned a little bit more about the holsters, and I made a few acquisitions, and then I had to research those, and that just leads to more and more and more. So I got some notes here, a little half-ass script, and I've got a piece of history here, and I don't know if I'm going to use it in the video or not. We're supposed to get bad weather today, so I did as much outside stuff as I could yesterday, and I figure maybe once it starts raining, my neighbors will go inside and stop making noise. Then the only noise I got to worry about is my kid on his video games.
Yeah, as you know, when you were younger and you used to, your parents would, "Guy, can you keep it down in there? You're being a little loud." And you'd be like, "Man, the first thing I do when I get to be bigger person and have my own house is I'm going to be as loud as I want." And it's like the older you get, you remember the same, you hear those things that you said when you were a small boy, and you're like, "Hey man, am I turning more like my dad?" It's like everything is making a full circle, and I'm like at that right where I'm just about to turn 50, so I'm like, everything's making these complete reappearances for me. I'm like, wow, I can remember my dad saying that to me when I'm saying it. God, what I wish these neighbors would be a little quieter. And I can remember having a hot rod and working on it under the hood and revving the motor and never thinking, maybe my neighbors are trying to relax next door, watch a TV, or shoot a video for the grandkids or something. Here I am over here revving this motor. I mean, I wasn't being a complete jerk, but I mean, I'm sure you could hear it,
Oh yeah. Well, I got neighbors. It seems like every one of my neighbors has a riding lawnmower, and not all of them have a yard big enough for a riding lawnmower. And the people that live closest to me, the guy there has this thing for power tools, right? He's got a couple riding lawnmowers, a couple push mowers. He's got a couple snow blowers. He's got a something that he just pushes that blows the leaves out of his yard. It's not a leaf blower like what you would think. It's on wheels, and it's a big round, squirrel cage with a gas engine on it. And he just loves his power tools. And it seems like on the few nights that I am home, because I work nights, when I get a night at home and the wife and I just want to sit on the love seat and watch some TV, and it's a nice day out, so we have the windows open, that's when he's out there running power tools. Or if I'm trying to shoot a video, especially if I'm trying to do something outside on the back deck, that's when he wants to come out and run power tools. Any other time, he's in the house watching sports, right? And it's like, really, dude? Or it seems like everybody takes turns. The people across the street will run something, chainsaw, riding lawnmower, something. When they're done, then the people next door go, "Hey, I think I'm going to mow the yard for the third time this week." And then the people kitty corner across, "Hey, I think you." And then and it's like, dude, why can't you all just do it at the same time? I mean, I know last night I was running a lawnmower late, And I was just like, screw them. They're always interrupting me. It was the only time I had to run the lawnmower. So that's what I did it. But, and maybe that's them too. It's like, all right, I've got an extra 2 hours or free 2 hours suddenly. I'll just go ahead and do my yard work now. But it just seems like all damn day long. And I talked to Travis P11 about this. I go, why do these people mow their yard 3 times a week? I can mow my yard once a week, once every 2 weeks. I'm good to go. And he goes, it's all about pride in there. They want the way I'm like, are you sure they just don't want an excuse to drive around on their riding lawnmower and get away from their wife and drink beer? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, because I live in Florida. Okay, the grass grows here year round. We don't get where the grass stops growing because of the winter. It's green year round here. So basically, you got to cut the grass once a week. And I mean, you're considerably cutting a few inches off of it. Like I get my grass cut and I get it cut on Monday. And basically, it's good till about Saturday, but Sunday it needs to be cut again because it's 3 or 4 inches grown up. But if you're cutting that many times, you maybe you got a little OCD, or you spent more money on a riding lawnmower than you should. You have to, show your wife that, hey, this was needed. This was a needed purchase. I'm using this bad boy 3 times a week.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense. I guess.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, if you got one of the biggest, baddest riding lawnmowers, for something, 3-4 acres of grass, when you've got about a half acre property total, house included. The same things here. You see the guys down on the street and they've got these fancy dancy riding lawnmowers, and then they all meet up, and they're and they've all got it's almost like, what's that show that was on TV, and they're all lived in Texas, King of the Hill. Was that it?
It's a cartoon.
Yeah. And they're all riding their lawnmowers and stuff. I find that hilarious. But if you had a fancy lawnmower, you want to get out there and cut some grass with it.
I mean, I guess, but it's just like, all right, you know what I noticed is the people with the riding lawnmowers are all fat asses. And it's like, dude, you might want to get a push mower just for the exercise. Just saying.
He got the 22 horsepower model. That'll haul him at 400 pounds and his wife on there. They got a love seat on there. You can throw her on the side. Ride around the yard while you're drinking a cold beer. I don't know. I've never wanted to spend that much time out on the grass. I've run tractors before, but it was never, I was always trying to get the job done as quick as possible. Oh, Tin Man's here, and so is Patriot in the Dark. I wanted to holler out to you guys. I saw Patriot on there, and I was running my fat mouth and didn't shut up long enough to say hello to him. Let's see. AR guns. 1776. Howdy. What's Tin Man? Mowing often is the best thing you can do to keep healthy grass. The more you mow, the better it grows.
Yeah, whatever.
Tin Man, he's like, I've got an addiction. He's got a little OCD like I do. I try to do it twice a week during growing season, I'm guessing. They've got a season for growing. Uncle Jim. It's here in Florida, it's just opened the door. Everything's still growing. Shoot the engine block. Quiet a lawnmower.
Yeah. I mean, if we had like the Purge, yeah, I mean, maybe I don't go after them. I just go after all their power tools, but that's fantasy land. I mean, the thing is, I know I'm not all right. I talk loud. I've always talked loud. So if I'm on the front deck having a phone conversation, I'm sure they can hear it across the street. Okay, I've always been loud. It's not just here on YouTube. That's just the way I am. And then you get me a little agitated or caffeinated, especially caffeinated. Oh yeah, I'm good to go. As a matter of fact, where's that coffee at? Yeah, so I know that we're not always the quietest neighbors. So I'm not saying there's like some sort of grudge. I think that we piss each other off equally. You know, I mean, they'll be over there. They'll have the street filled up with cars, and they'll have tents in their yard and a big bonfire going. And I'm not the least bit like, oh no, hey man, do it, have it. You know, they're pretty respectful then, but the rest of the time, man, it's just. And I don't know what their deal is, but they have to slam every door on their vehicle. Like they've got a 4-door pickup truck. One person will get out, open all 4 doors, and slam all 4. I think sometimes they slam the tailgate. Like when they got the minivan. Holy shit, dude. It's like, I think there was like a hidden 6th door on the thing. And it's like, only one of you got out of the vehicle. Why do you have to open all the door? And I don't know why they do it. They're just, and it's bizarre, right? And it's, and they slam it so loud. They're up the hill across the street. It sounds like somebody just pulled into my driveway and slammed the door. Like, you know, I don't know, I'm getting another box from Numrich or something, right? And I go out there going, gun parts. Oh, it's the neighbors.
What is this right here? What are we talking about 10 millimeter for? I don't load 10 millimeter. Dead horse. Sorry, man. Okay, that's Tin Man. What are we? Tin Man's a 45 ACP guy. What is Dead Horse at? And also, where is a good source to get 10 millimeter brass, both new and range brass? 10 millimeter is a rare cartridge. When you find that brass, it's not like 38 or 9 millimeter. That cartridge, maybe when I was working up at the range, just now this is at a couple different ranges in Florida. I remember back in the 88, 89, 10 millimeter, you would find it at least once or twice a week in a range. Nowadays, I find it maybe once or twice a month if I'm lucky. It's just not a cartridge that a lot of people shoot nowadays, and because it more or less it's very expensive if you have to purchase it only. Reloading is pretty reasonable, but it requires reloading experience and equipment. So the bottom line is the only people I know that shoot 10 millimeter there's 2 different types of people. There's the guy that'll go down and buy a box of 10 millimeter, and that's good for him because he doesn't shoot a lot. And then there's the guy that likes to shoot it a lot, and he'll reload it so he could go through and find a pet load for different types of bullets and stuff. And most of those guys pick up their brass. However, the guys that don't pick up their brass, usually that's, brand new brass because the other guys keep it. So it's kind of like if you find 10 millimeter brass, 9 out of 10 times, it's brand new brass. And, I always say that, give you 1% because it'd be my luck to tell you it's all new brass. And that'll be the day you pick it up and it's the last firing that this guy had. And he just threw it into the pile. You ever mess with 10 millimeter squib?
I've picked up cases at the range, and because I've got stuff for 40, obviously I've got stuff for 10. Although I did have somebody make a comment in one of my videos that 10 millimeter and 40 Smith & Wesson use different primers, which I didn't know. So I'm glad they put that information out there. But I mean, overall, I could, if I got the dies, I could start reloading 10. The thing about 10 millimeter is it's something I've wanted since 1985, and it's just on that list that just keeps getting pushed back. It's like the Desert Eagle. I've wanted a Desert Eagle for 20 years, and I still haven't gotten around to getting one. Hell, now they're out of stock everywhere. So even if I wanted one, I'd have a hard time finding one. But 10 millimeter is something I eventually want to get into. I just don't know when and how. Like, do I get an SR 1911 and 10 millimeter, or do I get a Delta Elite? Don't know. They're about the same price right now. With the whole CZ Colt thing, maybe things get better, worse. It goes away. I don't know. I've got an AR pistol caliber carbine that can go 45 AARP or 10 millimeter. So I am sort of set up for it, but I haven't done anything with that. So it's just one of those, yeah, I'll get around to it kind of things. I'm not anti 10 millimeter at all. I like the idea of, I've looked at some 10 millimeter revolvers because you can run 40 in there if you want. That would be kind of cool as well. But I think for the cost, reloading is probably my best option once I do finally take the plunge. And 10 millimeter was one of those calibers that was available when the ammo shortage started last year. You remember 10 millimeter, 357 SIG, 44 Magnum? Those were still on the shelf when 9 millimeter and 45 were disappearing. So that may repeat itself in the future. If you've got some of these, I don't want to call them odd calibers because 357 SIG and 10 millimeter auto have been accepted, right? But they're going to be that caliber that you might be able to find during an ammo shortage. So that is kind of a perk considering how expensive they are.
Yeah, it's kind of like you pay a little more, and I call those cartridges select cartridges because only a select amount of people own those cartridges, and usually they have them because they're law enforcement and their agency is carrying that cartridge, and or someone who buys that cartridge because it's available at the time that they made their purchase. That, okay, they didn't have a 9 millimeter, they didn't have a 40, but they had a 357 SIG, so I'll go with that. And like you said, it's kind of a prepper's cartridge because 357 SIG and the 10 millimeter usually are some of the last cartridges to go. They're usually the last set of dies to sell, as far as reloading equipment goes. But as far as primers and powder, you're in the same boat as everybody else. Just you may have a little easier time finding brass. I know this time around that a lot of 357 SIG was sold. And yes, Patriot in the Dark, I did see your comment. I will drop my email in the address here. Let me see if I can actually see, or I can type this up, and that way you can get in touch with me, brother. But what I was saying though earlier, the cartridge, because when people run out and they buy ammunition, it usually always is 9 millimeter goes first, followed by 45 ACP, followed by 357, 38 special, those cartridges, and then it goes kind of like, then it'll go to 40, 380, down to and then you always have usually the 357 SIG, and like 40 cal, and then your 44 Magnum, your real stout cartridges. But the thing is, I've noticed that it kind of makes those cartridges kind of worth their weight in gold. I know my friend Dead Horse, he shoots 40 as his personal everyday carry cartridge, and he can always find a box of ammunition.
Rich White saying there 40 caliber was gone before other, or 40 Smith Wesson was gone before other calibers. Yeah, I mean, I guess if there's a bunch of people in your area that like to shoot that round, I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm not saying I don't have any. I do. Uh, you know, actually, I was kind of looking into using it for hunting, only because of the way it kind of falls into the way I understand some of the hunting laws here in my state. It would actually kind of fall in there if I'm reading them correctly. But I mean, to each their own.
Using 40, like what, for whitetail?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that would definitely knock the hell out of a 100 to 140 pound deer. That would put it down pretty good. You just wouldn't, you'd have to be a short range deal, or you'd have to be using maybe, what would be kind of cool to have a 40 caliber in is a lever gun. Shoot like a 10 millimeter where you could shoot 40 in it as well. But I think that would even, I know you can shoot 40 caliber in a 10 millimeter, but I believe the only thing holding it is your extractor, which is not a real, solid, because it headspates off the case mouth. So on a 10 millimeter it does. So if you're 40, you're going to be short of that case mouth. It's just going to be dangling in there by the extractor, and the ejector will be the two things on an AR platform. An ejector would be pushing on it, but just an extractor holding against the breech face on like a lever gun. I don't know if that would be good for a lot of a lot of bullets put down range. I don't know if that would prematurely wear out your extractor or cause it to fracture maybe.
Well, see, I kind of like the idea of having a long gun and a sidearm in the same caliber, interchangeable ammunition. And if I could use a 40 Smith & Wesson pistol caliber carbine with a magazine capacity or a detachable mag of, I want to say that the law is 9 or 10 rounds or less. Okay, so it's really weird. Hunting laws everywhere are really weird. Something like if you're using a certain caliber in a certain action, you can have different magazine options. If it's built in, you can have this many. If it's detachable, you can have this many, etc., etc. And if you're hunting deer, this law applies. But if you're out coyote hunting, it doesn't, or something. It just, why they can't make it simple and consistent makes no sense to me, other than they're the government, right? So the way I'm understanding it, and I could be misinterpreting it, and I definitely don't want to contact the DNR because they lied to me already once about some of the laws here. So they're clueless. But if I understand it correctly, if I use the 9-round Glock mag for 40 caliber in my AR carbine, I could hunt deer with that. Now, as a sidearm, I could take my 40 Smith & Wesson semi-auto, or I could get that 10 millimeter revolver and then run 40s in it as well. And I could probably load them hot in both platforms, and they would run just fine. And then I could use that for hunting. So that's one of those. It was another one of those projects that I'll never get to, but maybe I'll get to it, kind of thing. And there are people who have been hunting longer than me that know the laws better than me, but even they don't always get it right because they're constantly changing the hunting laws in this state, and it's so annoying. But for me to spend that sort of money on both guns, or for me to give some value to that caliber, for me, this is the way I justify it in my mind. I guess like the guy who rides the lawnmower 3 times a week to justify it, right?
Oh yeah, certainly. It basically boils down to the and here's for you guys out there that may be looking for somewhere to get good information. Um, it used to be that when I ran, we had an FFL um, manufacturing shop where we built firearms. We repaired firearms. We did the whole 9 yards. We did Cerakoting. We, sold reloading equipment, and this was before I was even into reloading. But the bottom line boils down to you ask an ATF officer a question on a gun law, he'll tell you talk to an attorney, even though he is supposed to know the law to enforce them. Because if you don't know them, how can you enforce them? But that's what they'll tell you. But if you ask a fish and game officer, 9 out of 10 times they know the law and in that area that you're hunting, and they will gladly discuss the rules and regulations because part of their job is education, where federal bureaucrat alphabet soup groups, their bottom line is enforcing laws, and some of them are unconstitutional. And the only time that you'll ever know that you have broken a law is when they come to arrest you for it, because there is no, is this legal? You ask them. No, they'll tell you, I'm not an attorney. You're going to have to call one. So when we had our shop, we had an attorney, not just any kind of attorney, but a firearms attorney. There's a difference. There's criminal defense attorneys. There's, all different variants of kind of attorneys. But if you ever have to defend yourself, because you've done something to defend your life, get an attorney that is a gun attorney. It will benefit your defense tenfold. But I don't even know what I was going with this and went into that hole. But I think I was talking about somewhere in the back was between 10 millimeter and 40 caliber was where we were at, and having that for a hunting round. I think a 40 caliber, I know a 10 millimeter is a decent caliber for hunting, deer size, whitetail size game. I don't see why a 40 cal, just a little bit closer in, wouldn't do the same job. Um, Anybody out there hunting whitetail with handguns? That would be kind of something neat to talk to somebody about. And Patriot in the Dark, brother, if you want to jump on here, I have pinned in the section over on the YouTube side a link to jump in on StreamYard. If you want to, come on in over here and pick my brain, answer some questions, or you can contact me whenever, brother. Just didn't know if you wanted to ask some questions right now. Reboot PC AR gun 1776. The old reboot. Hoorah! Idaho Rogers. God bless the United States Marine Corps, sir. Some Paradise Island. I've heard stories. Now, this Smith & Wesson 610, I think I remember seeing that. That came out, I want to say, didn't that cartridge or didn't that revolver come out back in the late 80s, early 90s for when that 10 millimeter push, and then when they released the 40 cal? Wasn't that released back in the early 90s? I wanted to say maybe it was. When was that cartridge released? Squib, do you have any idea when that was released?
The 40 Smith & Wesson?
Yeah.
I want to say mid 90s, I think. Mid 90s or late 90s. Because the 10 millimeter didn't take off right away. It really didn't. I mean, Norma was the only one making ammo for it, so that was a little bit different. So you got a Swedish manufacturer making ammo. It was trickling in. The Bren 10 was a failure, unfortunately. The Delta Elite came out, then they had the Delta Gold Cup, and for a while there, Colt was really the only one in the game. At a later point, Peregrine Arms made a repro of the Bren 10, but I don't even think it made it to market. And there were some other companies that were dabbling around in it. So it's gained popularity over time, but it's another one of those, until you've got enough companies making ammunition for it that is readily available and not too highly priced, where's the interest going to be for a manufacturer to make a firearm in that caliber? And that so it took off real slow. And then, you know, the whole FBI thing with we got some of our agents, they're saying it's just too harsh, so let's just make it weaker and come up with this 40, or, you know, they put the feelers out there, or somebody had already made the 40, or, you know, it just, but the thing is, it's based off the 10, and really, I don't think they should have called it the 40 Smith & Wesson. They should have called it the 10 millimeter special, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah. 10 millimeter, when that was developed for a cartridge after the shooting in Miami-Dade with the FBI and some, I believe it was some drug runners. They exchanged gunfire, and basically their 9 millimeter rounds didn't penetrate the. Somehow there was a gunfight between some bad guys and some FBI agents. FBI guys fired 9 millimeters at them, and it didn't do anything to them. It didn't kill them. It hit a couple of them, and they weren't what do they call that? Mortally wounded. Yeah, however, they were shooting back with, I believe, 357 Magnums, I want to say, and they were able to inflict mortal wounds and killed some of the FBI agents. Now, I may be a little off on this story. I'm just trying to remember this was back in the 80s that I remember this happening. So basically, they wanted a stronger cartridge. So they went to the armorers at FBI, and they said, well, what do we need? And 10 millimeter is a cartridge that was developed for more or less handgun hunting.
Yep.
And basically it was brought in and developed, and they found out that the full load 10 millimeter cartridge was a little bit hard for the smaller officers and women officers to handle the whole recoil of that cartridge, along with the autoloader guns being a big framed revolver or a big framed autoloader like the 1911. And they had, it's I don't know. I've always been able to grab a 1911 frame, but I grew up shooting them. A lot of people have problems with being able to wrap their hand all the way around the grip and get a correct purchase on the pistol, because it is a large framed autoloader. But the bottom line is, they found out that the 10 millimeter auto round loaded at its full factory potential at SAMI spec load pressures. They found out that a lot of the officers couldn't handle the recoil, the muzzle flash, the loudness of the cartridge. It's a very loud cartridge, and it was just too much. So they started loading 10 millimeter down, and they started making it more. What do they call that when they more? They basically the reproductive organs off of the 10 millimeter and
They
made it
neutered
into
it.
this. Yeah, they neutered. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. They neutered it and put it into this short cartridge, this weaker cartridge. And instead of them actually saying, okay, we're going to actually make this, what they should have done is Smith and Wesson, or the actual designer of the 10 millimeter cartridge. Who is that, Squib? Who designed that cartridge?
I thought
Is
it
that
was Norma in Sweden. I thought Norma was the one.
I know if Dead Horse is out there, he'll know for sure and reaffirm that. But yeah, okay. So if Norma was the one in Sweden that did the 10 millimeter, then let's just go with that. Basically, the cartridge was developed as a hunting cartridge, as one that could be fired out of an auto-loading pistol or carbine type rifle. And basically, the police department, the FBI, after they switched to it, they found out that it was a little too much for most of their law enforcement officers that were not gun guys, that were actually into firearms and trained with firearms all the time, could not handle the recoil of this cartridge, especially in a life or death situation. They couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. So they started downloading the cartridge and making it weaker so that it wasn't as loud. It didn't have as much recoil. It didn't have that 10 millimeter snap that anybody that shot a Buffalo bore 10 millimeter cartridge knows exactly what I'm talking about. It wakes you up at the end of that. You pull the trigger, and by the time that slide snaps back and cycles, it wakes you up like, hello. It's like a 45 Winchester Magnum, and you fire it and you're like, whoa, that's got a little bit of a talking to me. It shoots that big flame out the end of the barrel, and it lets you know that you're shooting what I consider to be a Magnum cartridge. And basically, they started loading it down, and then what they should have done, Norma should have done, is they should have offered that cartridge, like Squib is saying, in a special cartridge, like okay, here's 10 millimeter, and here's 10 millimeter special, or even 10 millimeter PD for the police department, and lower the load in it so that the cartridge would have been, like a special, like instead of 10 millimeter, and they have a 10 millimeter special, and the 10 millimeter special is what the law enforcement and federal law enforcement use for their loads, and it would be like 180 grain load developed to be a little bit neutered for recoil and for noise and for flash and all that stuff, to get rid of that. Then the cartridge could have progressed. But what happened was they 10 millimeter didn't work out, and instead of downloading it and coming up with a special cartridge and calling it the special, they just dumped it, and Smith and Wesson came out with the 40 caliber Smith and Wesson in 1990, January 17th, 1990. And basically they were going to load that gun in their 59 the 5906 semi-automatic stainless steel police style semi-auto loader that they had developed in the 5906 for the 9 millimeter. And I think it was the 5940 that was the one that was it was either the 5940 or the 5946 that they had, but I think it was the 5940, if I remember correctly. That was 40 caliber version of the 5906. And that gun was actually beat to the market by the Glock 23, because Glock had stolen, listen to this is hilarious. Glock had stolen, one of the Glock designers had stolen one of the 40 caliber cartridges from the Smith & Wesson guys at the SHOT Show. They actually were able to get their little hands on one. So they took it back, they reverse engineered it, they chambered a barrel, and voila, the Glock 23 came out before 1991 was even around. The Glock had a Gen, I think it was the Gen 2 or the Gen 3. I think maybe it was the Gen 3, but it might have been a Gen 2. Glock 23. And it was absolutely hilarious that the Smith & Wesson actually built the cartridge, developed it and everything, but Glock was the first one to bring a pistol to the sales floor because they had stolen the cartridge from them. You remember that, Squib, when they did that? Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah, I had heard that they got their hands either on brass or a cartridge or a combination of both, or I don't know if it was at range day there or how exactly it happened, but yeah, you could say it was industrial espionage.
Okay, what's going on out here in the chat? What are they saying here? Bad guys were bank robbers. Oh, this is about and had old style body armor. FBI had 9mm and wheel guns. Yes, the 40 and 10mm were researched by the FBI and they loved it. Yeah, the FBI and the FBI loved the 10mm, but through further testing, I think it was over about a year, they were using the 10mm and they were having high or complete washouts with their shooting classes. In other words, their agents were passing the law enforcement educational part, and they were passing their training all up into the handgun part, and they were failing. They were having large groups of females and small stature males not being able to qualify with the 10mm cartridge. And that's when they started downloading them. And basically, I think it was one of the instructors at the FBI training camp that actually started downloading the 10mm cartridge, where it would work in a 1911 10mm and still rack the slide. And he went down from a 200 grain to a 180 grain or 185 grain bullet, and he started loading it down so that they could pass their classes. And basically that ammunition picked up, and he was developing it, and basically the original cartridge manufacturer actually was starting to offer 10mm cartridges in the lighter loadings. And now to this day, if you buy Corbon or Buffalo Bore, if you buy either of those brands 10mm cartridge, you will get a true 10mm loading to the max SAMI pressure. If you buy anything else, Remington, Winchester, any of that stuff in 10mm, that stuff is loaded much weaker than a full 10mm. And the reason being is the true 10mm handgun cartridge is a little bit of a beast when you're firing it. I've shot 50 caliber Action Express. I've shot 454 Casull. I've shot 10mm 41 Magnum, and I swear to goodness that a 10mm is very close to the recoil you'll find out of a 41 Magnum. And a 41 Magnum usually is about a 6-inch revolver. and that would be a full K-frame Smith & Wesson revolver, just like a Model 29, the 44 Magnum is made out of. Same size, same weight. That gun in a lightweight Glock Model 20, that is a hell of a handful, even with a polymer pistol. It'll let you know you're shooting 10 millimeter, that's for sure, and not some of them sissy Remington or Winchester white box 10 millimeter. That stuff is not real 10 millimeter. Let's see what Rich White, he knows quite a bit about this cartridge. Yeah. See, I was all a big fan of the 45 ACP, and and let me tell you guys, I've got a lot of 9mm cartridges. I've got a lot of 9mm handguns. I have an AR in 9mm. But if it was me, I would much rather carry a Nighthawk 4-inch Combat Commander style 1911 stainless steel, just because even with my limited sight, I can shoot a 1-inch hole at 25, 28 feet, just because I've held the gun for so many years and shot so many tens of thousands of rounds through my Colt Combat Commander and many other Combat Commander and 5-inch government models, that the gun, just the way it sits in my hand, and I've shot it. It was the first gun I shot when I was 7 years old. My dad took me out in the woods back in 77. And we shot 100 rounds of 45 auto. And that was the first handgun, the first a gun I ever shot. And we were shooting soda cans. And he would tie them up from their little, he would poke a hole through them with a pin so that you could put a string through them. And we were using fishing string and hanging them and shooting them. And what I remember noticing was when it was about 12 noon, I could actually see the bullets going down range, actually seeing those big 230 grain lead balls just going down the range. And you were like, holy mackerel. And you'd hit those cans and they would ping and flip up in the tree and fling back down with a hole that you could see clear as day, because it would be, a 45 caliber hole through it. What was this? The Oki was the old, what was the Glock, because the 23 sucked because of the unsupported chamber. The frames would crack due to the higher pressure of the 40 caliber. Well, yeah, because basically, here's why, Rich. When Glock designed the 40 caliber, it was designed on a 9mm frame. When Smith & Wesson designed the 40 caliber, it was designed on a 40 caliber frame. If you look at the M&P 9C, which I owned one, and the 40C, those guns' frames, if you look at them, they're different. There's more reinforcing in the 40C. There's heavier steel used in the 40C in the locking block area. They basically, when Glock stole the cartridge from Smith & Wesson, they didn't have a gun that they've been working on for a 40 caliber cartridge for the last year, like Smith and Wesson had. They had basically the only thing they had was the Glock 17 and the Glock 19. So they just took the Glock 17, turned it into a Glock 22, and the Glock 19 and turned it into a 23. And they added a little heavier recoil spring, and they called it their 40 caliber. And I've had 2 Glock 23s, and I shot at least 10,000 rounds through them. And I wore out both the front locking block and I sheared a actual frame rail. Okay, who we got? We got Rich White. All right, Rich, come on, brother. What's going on? Hey, Rich.
Yeah, if you looked at all the comments I was making, I talked exactly about what you were just talking about. Yeah, Glock screwed up majorly when they put out the G23. They did, like you were saying, they designed it on the Model 19 and Model 17 frames, which were not up to the pressures of the 40. That was basically what I was talking about. And that was supposed to be joke. I typoed in the Jade when I was typing didn't pop up, so it wasn't Oki. It was joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Well,
joke
they
was on
just were
Glock for that
using,
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
what they were doing was Glock was like, okay, hey, we just got this stuff that they've been working for a year, and we just got it because they stole it from them at range day.
Right.
They picked up a piece of the brass.
Yeah, and they saw what they did with their third gen 9mm, how they were able to convert the third gen 9mm into 40 without having to do any major reconstruction of the gun. But what Glock didn't take in consideration is that those third gen Smith and Wessons were metal framed handguns. They weren't polymer,
Yeah.
and the polymer at the time just wasn't able to.
Well, yeah,
support that round.
yeah, our police department actually ordered the Gen 4 22s and 40 caliber S&W. And when we got those guns, we ordered a 275 units from Glock. They showed up, and we ordered lights with them, and we ordered the holsters for the lights so our officers can have their weapons light on at all times and in their holster. And basically, we got delivery of all these guns. I was at the range because I worked at the range which is basically connected with the police department in my city here. And they started shooting these guns, and they were having stovepipe after stovepipe, failure to feed. And they're like, what in the hell? And there wasn't just one. I'm talking 4 out of 4 officers that had the lights on. And I said, hold on a minute. I unscrewed the light, and I set all their lights on the table, and I picked up their pistols, and I dumped the whole magazine out of it. And I'm like, so basically they work when you don't have the lights on here. As soon as you put the lights on, they stop working. So what we figured out was the light was restricting the frame from being able to flex.
Right.
And it was caused.
Or it was just enough weight to where it was flexing the frame out of spec for you when you went to load it. Could also have been the problem. But yeah,
well, when you tightened up the clamp lock onto the Glock's version of the 1913 pick rail, it was compressing it and tightening it so that it would not flex with the rest of the frame. It was creating a stiff point in the frame, which was causing the back to flex. But if you know anything about handguns, you know that front frame rail and that the locking block in a Glock or any handgun that's using the Browning action, that has to be able, if the back, okay, that's the front locking block is taking all the punishment.
Yeah.
And Glock is used to flexing there. And if it doesn't flex, it causes the entire system not to work the way Glock had designed it to work. He designed that first locking block to flex and give when that barrel goes down in there. So if you have a hot overpressure load, it would just absorb it in that front lug. And then when it did, it would cause those locking lugs in the frame to come up. They
Right.
would pick up about, I think it's 14 thousandths of an inch. That's why when you look at the Glock 18, which is full auto, the frame rails sit up higher, almost 15 thousandths. I think it's 16 or 18 thousandths of an inch. No, it's 16 thousandths of an inch higher than the Glock 17's frame rails do. And that's to afford it more flex. But the basic thing is, the bottom line is, that locking block, when it was supported more by that flashlight, it wouldn't flex, and it caused that pistol to slow down the slide. It slowed the slide down so much because it was causing it just to stay stiff and not flexing, that the damn pistol would not fully, it sometimes it would get behind the cartridge enough, sometimes it wouldn't, and when it would kind of get behind the cartridge, it would just stovepipe it every time, or if it didn't get behind it, it would just flat feed and go over the top. And we had like almost 300 pistols, and they all had to go back, so we sent them all. First off, Glock came down and was shooting them, and their guys are in there, and I'm an armorer for Glock. I'm like, dude, I can't tell you, I didn't design the gun, I just know they don't work. That's why I told you, I sent you guys video, I was like, this is what's going on. And they're playing with the guns, they mess with it, and they were good about it. They weren't like playing like it's the ammunition, they tested the ammunition. That was their first thing they went to, and then they went, okay, it's not the ammo, obviously it's the gun. So they started going through them. So they took them all back to Glock. Glock fired them for a while, and they said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and replace all of your handguns because we've got a problem here. We're going to have to figure it out. And if you look, the Glock 22 and 23 were delayed 4th gen. They did not release those guns until later. They were scheduled to be released, and then that got pushed out. But our police department, which was really cool, they said, okay, we can't use 40, so we're going to go with 45 ACP. So they went with 4th gen SF, the slim frame, short frame, 45 auto, full size. And the cool thing about that was they had holsters and, magazine holsters, everything for the other guns. We called the company, and I want to give props to the company and make sure it's the right one. I think it's Blackhawk. But this was when Blackhawk was owned by the Navy SEAL fella, and before they sent their business overseas. Now I think it's owned by basically one of the big companies that do all of it in China, all this stuff. But it used to be Blackhawk used to be where Uncle Mike's was made, right here in the U.S., when Uncle Mike's was once in the United States company. But long story short, there, they exchanged us out all the holsters and magazine holsters for the Glock 21 in 45 auto, so that they wouldn't have to buy another set of holsters, and saved our men and women police officers quite a bit of money, because that gear was not cheap. When you start buying holsters and mag rigs for even a duty belt, that stuff can be pricey.
Oh yeah. Now getting back to the 40, do you know what the first actual really successful polymer 40 Smith & Wesson gun was?
No, I don't.
It was the USP. You know why? HK was the first ones to actually take their polymer framed gun and design it specifically for this 40 Smith & Wesson. And they didn't just go with the standard Browning action in it. They actually redesigned the recoil rod on that in the recoil spring assembly, where it's a double recoiling system. if it wasn't for the fact that we can't show handguns on a live stream anymore, I would go get mine and break it down and show you what it's actually a recoil system in there. It's not just the guide rod with a single spring, or like the Smith & Wesson, how Smith & Wesson does the springs in the M&P. It's not like that either. The locking lug for the barrel is actually part of the recoil rod. It's really interesting how they did that. And that cuts down, it actually cuts down on the recoil of the firearm, the felt recoil, and it takes the pressure off the frame. That locks into the frame. The 1911, you pull out the slide release, because that's where your captive pin is for the slide and everything.
Right.
It breaks down like that, and the pin goes through the guide rod itself. The frame is steel reinforced there, and then you put the pin through, and the pin actually goes through the guide rod itself.
So it's a captured guide rod.
Kinda, yeah. But it's
got an oblong cut that looks like.
Well, no, it's not. It's not actually a cut. It's more of a slot that's cut into the bottom. Because what you got the recoil rod, and then the locking lug for the barrel is actually connected to that rod instead of being connected to the frame itself. The only thing that's holding the locking lug to the frame is the pin on the takedown lever, or not takedown. The slide release lever. That it's really interesting how they did that. They kind of took the locking system from the Browning High Power and combined that to where it locks with the takedown measures for a 1911. It's really interesting. Like I said, it's hard to explain with words. If I actually was able to take mine apart and show you on the live stream, it would. What I'm saying, I think, would make a lot more sense if you could, actually see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's in a USP?
Yeah.
Well, pull the slide off of it. Let's see the system.
Yeah, hold on. I have to go get it. I could do that. Yeah. I could take it down online. Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back.
All right, brother. So Squib is going to work on a video in 150 a piece in the 90s for the holsters. Now they are 250 for Safariland nowadays. Safariland builds some good stuff. Safariland builds excellent stuff. My bulletproof vest is a Safariland. And I don't know if Safariland still does anything anymore, but they used to build bulletproof vests, and I have one of them. It's a level 3A SWAT entry vest with the neck collar, shoulder pads, growing protection, and it's level 3A. And then I've got level 4 ceramic plates that are the large 10 by 12 inch. 12 inches or 12 inches tall by 10 inches wide, the extra large, and they completely cover my front and back, and it will stop 4 or 5 rounds of 30-06 armor piercing. Of course, I wouldn't want to be wearing the sumbitch when I was stopping 4 to 5 rounds of armor piercing. Shit, I wouldn't want to get hit with a 22 long rifle. Don't even kid yourself. That shit hurts. Yeah, but I've got a Safariland vest that's top of the line stuff. I lucked out. My godparents are Orange County sheriffs over in Orlando, Florida. And when they were getting new gear for the SWAT team, they had a chance to either turn it in and get a small discount, and I just told them, "Oh, I'll take it." I gave them a couple $100 for it, but it's a $1,200 or $1,500 vest. with the plates and everything. That's what they go for. And I've got the nylon ballistic helmet that'll stop a 9mm round. That's the same one the United States military uses.
Okay, I'm back. I got my slide here.
Oh, there we go.
So see how that's cut right there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here, let me go on. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. One of these is going to be the right one here.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember how to do it. StreamYard's more difficult.
I know, it's so different sometimes. I'm trying to.
Yeah, it takes me a while too, but
I don't know.
yeah, but you can see. Oops. You can see. I can move it closer, but you see how here's your locking lug for the barrel.
Oh
right
yeah,
here.
look at that.
And if you notice, there's a little spring inside the big spring. It recoils back once, and then that little spring will recoil as well. And then this just locks into the barrel.
Oh wow, that's neat.
And then here, let me sit the slide down. So you got your here, just like your 1911, right?
Oh yeah.
And that goes through here. And that's how it locks to the frame. Right there. Goes in that little slot right there, and it actually has a little bit of play there so that it can slide back a little bit.
Fourth, yeah.
Yeah.
And that ramp is severe. That is definitely supported.
Right. And here you can see the steel reinforcement right here. In this
Right.
area
Yeah.
for that the pin goes through. That's what HK did to make this frame here be able to withstand the recoil pressures of the 40 Smith & Wesson. And this is an original 1994 release pistol. This is a 20-some-year-old pistol. This is the first one that, well, this isn't the exact first one that came off the line, but it's the first year that the USP came out. And you can tell because when you look at the slide markings, right there, you got your slide markings. I'm trying to remember because this is so much. Well, you can't really see them on here because they're all small there. But right in there, right in front of where my hand is where your slide markings are on here. And the date code, when you look at it, you look it up. Let me see if I can get some better light in here. The KE is 94. K is 9, E is 4. Let's see if I can get that on camera so we can see it. Yeah, that's about the best I'm going to get it, I think. But yeah, there's a little K and an E on there, and yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah.
See that K and that E? K is 9, E is 4 on the USP for their date code. This is a 1994-ish release pistol, the first year that the USP was made.
That's an early bird.
Yep. And this is still an original 1994 manufactured 10-round magazine from the Clinton Assault Band.
Clinton Band, yeah. I've got 2 Glock 35 magazines that are with the original Tupperware box. You remember the lunch boxes that they came in? The first 34 that came out in Orlando, I had my name on it. I had been waiting on that pistol for almost 7 months.
Oh yeah, this is in the original box, same style polymer box as what the Glocks had. Now, where the hell did that recoil? Losing my goddamn takedown lever. Yeah. Just.
Everybody's talking about he says, I miss my 40 American Reloader.
Yeah. I love this gun. Oops. Oh well. I guess it's too late now. Yeah. This is my youngest daughter's favorite gun. This is the gun she actually learned to shoot on.
Oh, wow.
She wanted to learn to shoot. And the nice thing about this, the safety, it's a safety like on a 1911, goes up and works just like a 1911. You push it down, turn it off safety, push it down again, There's your decocker.
Ah, look at that.
And the manual of arms is just like in 1911. If you look at here's your slide release and then your safety. It's just like in 1911. Only it's also double action, whereas 1911 single action. But you can carry this cocked and locked. The only thing it doesn't have is the grip safety. But yeah, see, those old school polymer boxes.
Oh yeah.
Now, these things will go through a war back. I mean, these things are tough.
Yeah. I remember that gun, and I have a 92, when very first Ruger GP 100s came out. I bought one, and because I was going to buy a Python, and I still to this day am glad I bought a Ruger, because after 20,000 rounds through that gun, I can still shoot a 1-inch group with that thing at 20, 30 feet, no problem.
Yeah, that USP there, that thing, good Lord, it's almost 30 years old. It's 27 years old, and that thing, original barrel, nothing's been changed on it. It's all, the only thing that I've done to modify it was I put Talon grips on it. Because one thing about the USP is they got that pyramidal shaped back strap and front strap on the grip. And after a while, that starts digging into your hand. You'll have little like indentations in your hand. Your hand starts looking like a golf ball. So I put the Talon grips on there, but they're much more comfortable that way.
67 Rebel. What is going on, brother? Good afternoon to you too.
You know,
I didn't see you snuck in there. Let me see. Did I miss anybody else?
what, 27 years old, and that gun still shoots like it came out of the factory yesterday.
Oh yeah. That's when you know you got a good one. Is when they shoot just like they were brand new. I mean, my Ruger, I've had just from shooting it's polished the trigger, but I had a little bit of work done to it. They just polished it up a little bit when I first got it.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go wash my hands. I got gun oil over my hands now.
Oh yeah, the old gun oil. You don't want to get that on your face or your skin. That stuff gets in there. It'll give you a nasty breakout. Let's see here. Yes, we order holsters from them. That's the only approved by our department. Yeah, that's a bad thing. Departments sometimes they're big stricklers on if you're going to buy an what they consider off-duty carry piece. Sometimes they even demand you order holsters from a specific manufacturer that they have approved for off-duty carry. And I don't know why they call it that anyways. It's not like police officers are ever not police officers. If you are a police officer when you're in uniform, you're a police officer when you're out of uniform. If somebody commits a felony in front of you, I think you're required by law to act. I think if you're a law enforcement officer, I don't think you ever get, to say, well, I mean, if you have your family with you, you might have some discretion on that, whether or not what you're supposed to do. I don't know, because I've never been a police officer, just had two godparents that are, and a dad that was a fireman. Maybe you can fill us in on that. Basket weave. Yes, sir, Dead Horse. That basket weave. It's pretty, though. I like it.
My gun belt has the basket weave printing on it.
Yeah. He says, yep, liability issues are the answer given. Oh, yes, sir. Because they want everybody to have the same, because their training schedule includes for training with that style holster. If you don't have the exact same holster that everybody else is training with, and you go to pull your pistol and shoot yourself in the foot or shoot somebody else, there could be a thing brought up. Well, he wasn't using a regular issue holster. It wasn't in the the department's policy of holsters that can be used by our either off-duty officers or our officers that are in plain clothes. There's all kinds of stuff like that. Bingo. Yep.
Talking about lights, this is like the only light that I could find that's still on the market for the USP. It's the Streamlight TLR3, but because the way how the USP's got that weird rail on there, kind of like the P365. Sig copied for some reason the rail on the USP, and I don't understand why they didn't just put a standard Picatinny rail on the P365. But because of the way the rail is, you got to have this long piece that goes on there. You can't just,
Yeah.
or you got to buy an adapter. This is the only light I could find that mounts directly to that rail.
Yeah, you don't want an adapter. Who the hell wants an
No.
adapter plate? That's because you know what's going to break? The first thing that breaks is that adapter. And then
Yeah.
your light's going to be laying on the ground, so it's back in your hand. That's the whole reason why you put it on the freaking gun, was so you could free up a hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
And here, yeah, HK and Glock, I sometimes want to hit them, but here's how they are. Here's how they are. Here, this is Gaston Glock. All right. He's like, this is how I built my pistol. You don't like it? Well, then fuck you. That's buy something different. Because at this point, the old man has made enough money on that pistol, and it's proven itself enough that he doesn't have to make Glock was. I watched him from start to finish. I got one of his first guns in 1986. I got my first Gen 1 Glock 17. And I was like, the first day we got them, we had gotten a couple of guys that had come in and were shooting them that were in law enforcement. And they were shooting them, and they're just like, I don't know, man, the grip is all goofy on them and stuff. These are 1911 guys. And they're like, and the trigger feels like you're pulling on a ball of snot. And it's just like, and I was like, that doesn't sound good at all. So he's like, here, you go shoot the son of a bitch. He threw it over to me on the, like, set it over next to me. And I'm like, looked at it. And I'm like, looks like it comes in a Tupperware container. And everybody's going, that's exactly what my wife said. She's like, it looks like a Tupperware gun. And I open up the thing and I look at it and I pull it out, open it up and drop the mag out. And I'm just like, okay, well, let's go see what Tupperware says. So I grab a box of ammo off the shelf. I go in there and I shoot it. And I'm like, well, the grip frame is goofy and the trigger is shit, but mother, if it's not accurate, I'm like, I don't know what to say. I just shot, I think it was 18 rounds out of it, and every one of them was in within a 3-inch circle.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I give the Glock fanboys grief because I can't shoot a Glock for crap, but that's because of my wrist and the grip angle on it. When I played baseball when I was younger, I damaged my wrist, and that grip angle is just not comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, you got to hold it at a slightly downward angle.
Yeah.
It's just not comfortable for me to do.
Yeah.
So I give them a bunch of grief, but at the end of the day, I still say Glocks are a good pistol. Are they better? Are they the best at any one thing? No, but they're like a jack of all trades. They can do everything good, but they don't do everything
well. Yeah. But here's the thing. For when you've dealt with police officers, and I have, because I used to work at a shop here local that is actually we sell even the batteries for the police officers, headsets, their earpieces. We even sell that stuff to them. It was a police shop. In the back of the gun shop in Range, they have their own key code to get into the back that is the same on their department, so they can go and to get into their police building. It's the same. They have a phone, a shower, a area to sleep. We get all different types of law enforcement in there, county sheriffs and city PD, and even bails, bondsmans, and like the federal guys coming down looking to serve federal warrants. They'll stay and they got a bed there, a shower. They can hang out, and it's like around the clock free security for the gun shop. So, and we cater to all those guys. So it's like it was set up really where kind of the fella that owns the shop. He's a part time like a volunteer community officer, and is a big supporter of law enforcement and firemen and first responders. So he's a good guy, a good friend of mine, and so he runs a shop here locally. And we used to always go up there, and I make fun of the guy that owns the place because he'll go up to like Walmart or something. He'll buy like the Walmart diet sodas and stuff, and he put them in there. And I'll be like, hey, bud, what's up with these cheap ass drinks? I'm like, our finest have to drink this stuff. I'm like, come on. I'm like, I put a couple extra bucks just to rub it in his ass in his donation thing for the drink cans and stuff, and be like, here, just buy him something name brand, for God's sake. If you got to drink diet, you better drink name brand. And I'm just busting their balls.
Yeah. Well, you notice what I got on my wrist, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we talked about it last week on Gary's show. My educational background is in criminal justice. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. And thanks to my sight in other physical problems, I can't use either one of them. It's, yeah. No sooner do I graduate college than my eyesight starts going bad, and not allowed to drive. So, you know how that works. If you can't drive in law enforcement, you don't work in law enforcement.
Exactly. That is true. You must have a ability to drive.
Now, I haven't thought about doing this yet, but West Virginia does have a get around on that. There's stipulation in West Virginia law that if there is a position that is needed for something, the sheriff, with the approval of the county commission for the county, can appoint a special deputy who does not have to meet the physical requirements to be a law enforcement officer.
Yeah. I actually know somebody that is a constable, that is a constable under basically the same thing. That he's one of the gun people that has a gun channel and stuff, but he's a constable where he lives, and it grants him a couple of things around being able to own certain types of firearms, I think, him being a constable. But he does his job and everything that he's supposed to do. Everything, he does it all. And basically, being a constable, like being a law enforcement officer in some of these really gun control cities, it gives you a little bit of a breather where you can actually own like an AR-15 or something like that, and without having to jump through hoops and pay $1 million and whatnot. Okay, we got somebody else in backstage. I just realized. Oh, looky here. It's Mr. Horse, of course. Come and talk to us. Hello, Dad. What's going on, brother?
What's going on? I got a little bit of time here for a minute, so
What do you got, a 5-minute talker?
yeah.
You got to squeeze
So
him in for 5 minutes.
I will say I disagree with Rich on one thing about how Glock doesn't do anything the best. There is one thing that they were kind of the best at least back in the day before they had as much polymer pistol competition, and that was carry well. to be carried all day long on a duty belt or something, right? And to have much less weight there than the traditional all steel or steel and aluminum guns that we were used to carrying back in the day.
Oh, well, yeah,
And
that's back. I totally agree with you on that back in the day. But like you said, now today we were talking about today. They aren't the best at any one thing, but overall they're good because they do everything good, but they don't do everything as good as somebody else. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
carry wise, SIG with the P365 is better than the Glock 26, for example. You know what I mean? So it's like, but the Glock 26 is an easy gun to carry, but the SIG P365 is easier. You get what I'm saying? That's
oh
what.
yeah,
That's what. Yeah. So we weren't talking about in the past. We were talking about today when we were talking about that part.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of Glocks, and I tell you what, being a town where I live, I can throw a tennis ball and bounce it into the Gulf of Mexico. Being that I'm so close to salt water and being in a highly corrosive atmosphere, just when you go outside, you take a deep breath and it smells like the sea because the sea is just a block away. So basically, we do a lot of high sell of Glocks in this area, and if you're talking polymer pistols, I would say we probably sell 10 Glock pistols to every one M&P or other name brand polymer framed pistol. And it's just because all of our police departments, except for one over in Orlando, Orlando PD uses SIG, and Orange County Sheriff's Department uses the Beretta 92 because they got grants from people that passed away and left the department's money for them to get those pistols. I know that's what was up with the Berettas for the Orange County Sheriff's Department, but I believe the Orlando Police Department, that's just what they chose, was to be special. They got SIGs, they had 226s, then they went to 228s, and now 229s, all in 9mm. But our police departments over here and Marine Patrol and all that, they're all carrying Glock.
Yeah. See here, the local town cops, the sheriff's department, and the state police, they all care. They all have the ability to carry whatever they want, as long as it's a SIG, Smith and Wesson, or Glock. They purchase their own guns, but they get budget that they can use to purchase their guns. You know what I mean?
Right.
They get reimbursed for it, basically. And
Right.
the town cops, you'll see a couple of them with Glocks, but everybody else is carrying Smith and Wesson around here. And they all, and it's 40. The department supplies 40 Smith and Wesson, so they're all using 40 Smith and Wessons. They're either carrying M&P in 40 Glock 22s or P365. Not P365, P320s. But you really don't see anybody with the 320. Most of the ones you see, it's either a Smith and Wesson or a Glock that they have on their hip.
Yeah. Well, the reason being that they, a lot of the times, is the training officer will tell the guys that hey, this is what I prefer you guys carrying, and the reason being is magazine compatibility. And he'll lean one way. Say he's got his entire police department, and say 89% of them are carrying Smith & Wesson. He's going to recommend to the trainers and to everyone that they tell their students to purchase the Smith & Wesson unless they've got a weird hand or something that they can't get a good grip or make a good purchase on the Smith, then they'll go ahead and get Glock. And a lot of those guys also that get the Glocks, they'll buy their pistol or have it before they even take their classes to even get started in the police department. They'll already have their gun. They'll just be like, okay, that can use this. This is what I'm going to use because this is what I shoot all the time. And then they go in and because that's the way the Orange County Sheriff's Department used to be. It used to be that you'd pick out the gun that you wanted to carry and you paid for it, and the department would reimburse you a certain amount of the firearm. And
Right.
that was to keep for a couple of different reasons. Even with a sheriff's department as big as the Orange County Sheriff's Department is, you have more personal responsibility if that gun is assigned to that officer through a background check. It's his personal gun. He's going to take care of it because he owns it. He spent his money and time, and all that. And they found out that people got guns that they could shoot instead of, and it had a little bit, but what they ran into a problem with is they had a couple of instances where they had shootouts with, career criminals where they were actually going through magazines of ammunition, and they were like, nobody had the same gun, and it was really hard to keep these people in a gunfight when basically everybody at the end of the gunfight ended up with 12 gauge shotguns because that's the ammo everybody had and they could shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, going back to the Glocks, the first one I ever shot was a Pittsburgh police issued Glock 17 that belonged to my neighbor who was a police officer.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, I don't know if they still do this or not, but they pick what gun it is, but the officers have to buy their individual gun. They don't issue them to them, but they'll have the police markings on them because they buy them through the department. And that was the first Glock I ever shot. It was a Glock. It was a Gen 1 Model 17. It was the exact same one that the police carried because it was one that was carried by a cop.
Yeah.
What's crazy is the benefit of the striker fired guns is you get a lighter trigger pull in double action than you do with the hammer fired gun, right? New York City mandates that their Glocks have a 13-pound trigger pull.
Yeah, it's 12 pounds, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, somebody just broke something.
Is that glass?
It broke something. No, the kitten broke something, and my wife is not happy. I think he broke her wax candle thingy. Where you put the. Yeah, yep, that's what he broke. She had one of those electric things you plug it in, and it has a little bowl on top, and you put like the little cubes of wax in there.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's like gives off the scent and everything. Yep, he just knocked it down and broke it.
Was it on? Was it hot?
No, it wasn't on or anything.
She better take you upstairs.
Yeah, she's not happy with the kitten right now.
All of
Yep, she is not happy.
I guess a huge part of like Portland and stuff's without power today. That's awesome.
What was he saying?
I was just reading a thing about a huge part of Portland, I guess, is without power and stuff because of like terrorist attacks from basically Antifa in Portland. So,
yeah.
A bunch of people get to celebrate their Mother's Day with no electricity.
Dude, are you serious, bro? What a bunch of jacknards. I mean, I guarantee you about 95% of all those goofs are still living in their mom's basement.
Well, it's all the mayor's fault. And now they targeted him and threatened to kill him and harass his family. Now he's wanting to call them terrorists and everything.
Oh,
he
well,
didn't
of course.
give a shit when they were just disrupting everything else, but now that they're going after him.
Oh yeah, that's how it always is. They're fine. Those liberals, they're always fine with these goofballs. Just like what happened. Where was it? Okay, perfect case in point. I can't remember what city this was. Oh yes, I do. It was in Portland, Oregon. The lesbian mayor of Seattle. they were, remember when they took over that, like those, what was it, 10 blocks or whatever
Yeah,
it was, and I
the
can't
Chaz,
remember.
and then they called it
Yeah,
first. They called it the Chaz, and then the Chop. Yeah, it was like the
yeah,
Capitol Hill section of the city. If I remember right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And as soon as they came to her neighborhood, she was like, all her neighbors called her and said, no, honey, I don't care what you do and what you have happen in the city, but don't bring that shit back to our neighborhood. And as soon as they started, they complained to her, because they said, call her right now, tell her, no, this isn't happening in our neighborhood, we pay way too high a taxes for this crap. And as soon as they made their appearance, the cops were there, and just huge amounts, 20 cops to every one person demonstrator, and they just grabbed them and they disappeared into the night.
Oh, did you see when Steven Crowder had his producer and some of their interns and shit go up to the Chop, and they were living in there for a couple of days, and then when they found out who they were, they chased them out?
No. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh yeah, I do remember that the one guy and who else was doing that was Tim IRL.
Yeah,
Tim
Pool.
Yeah, Tim Pool. Yeah, he was
Yankee tried it, and he went in there like an idiot wearing that sheriff's badge patch of his, and they thought he was a cop, and they knocked his hand out. They slapped his phone right out of his hand. I don't know if you saw when that happened.
No.
But Yankee was like, "Oh, they're not violent," and all this other shit.
Yeah, and isn't that when he was like, "I'm here to support you," and let his true intentions to the world be known that he's a socialist? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And because he had that Yankee Marshal patch that was shaped like a Marshal's badge, they thought he was a cop, and the one just slaps his phone right out of his hand, and he's like, "Come on, guys, I'm on your side." He's like, "No, you're not. You're a cop." He's like, "I'm not a cop." That's hilarious.
I'm here to support you. I'm just as socialist as you guys are.
Here's Idaho. What's up, Idaho?
Hey guys, I just wanted to chime in on this Portland thing. It's something you're not seeing on the media, but I travel through this town quite a bit. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of little tent communities scattered all over that city on any piece of public grass, and it's the biggest damn mess you ever seen. Yeah. And that's where these Antifa people are living. They're basically have taken over the city.
Yeah, that was like that in Seattle when they did the Chop, when Crowder and them were there at the Chaz or Chop, whatever the hell you want to call it. And they were walking around during the day, and they're just filming where all these tent cities are set up in that section of the city when they were doing that shit. Oh, and by the way, they were staying in the apartment building that was owned by the guy that failed rapper, whatever the hell his name was, that was running the Chaz, the one that they caught selling guns and giving guns to underage people at the time. So that's where they were staying. Was in his building.
Yeah, there isn't a stray wooden pallet or a blue tarp to be found in that city. They've just gathered them up, and I got to give it to you, they're pretty good little engineers. They built some pretty miraculous tents out of these.
They can't build a garden to save their lives. Their gardens are ridiculously. That's not going to work.
and the trash that is just scattered all about. I can't see why anybody would want to live in Portland. I mean, just give it up. I mean,
well, could you imagine if you were from another state and you were thinking about moving to the Northwest because you're thinking, I'm a liberal progressive, I'm into, whatever. I figure I'd be out here with my people, and you go out there and you see the amount of homeless people living in these little plastic dude, I would be like No, I'm not living in Riff Raff City. I'm sorry.
You know,
I'm not.
I'm not gonna buy that. I think they're homeless by choice because every goddamn one of them people, pardon my language, they got a brand new iPhone
Yeah,
20X
exactly.
or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you see
they're
homeless
living that
people with
by
an
choice.
iPhone, yeah, and you see a homeless person with an iPhone, they're not homeless; they're just camping out.
Right.
Well, I heard that someone was telling me that there's this like group that's been up in mostly Oregon, and I want to say their name was called like the Rainbow Children or something, like some big hippie commune thing, right? That's been up in Oregon since like forever, since like the '60s, right? And I heard that Antifa like robbed all of them, took their like all their stuff, their possessions, and basically like took over their like camping spots that they had and their buses and stuff up in the woods and stuff in Oregon outside Portland, and took over all that stuff and like basically robbed this big hippie kind of group that's been up there forever.
You're right.
And
They're well known that there's hippie communities scattered all around in those woods around Portland. And granted, these people are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. That's how long they've been there.
yeah,
And, they've done a pretty good job at kind of creating their own little sustainable living there. These kids kind of went in and robbed them blind, took everything, wiped out
yep.
their garden areas and everything.
Yeah, to answer that question about Bellingham, Washington, as long as you stay away from the Tacoma, Seattle area, you should be fine.
Well, and see, I always thought of Portland as like maybe like some big, huge, big city, and it's not big. Like when I drove through it, like it was pretty damn small, right? Like it's really not like a big city like how a lot of people might think of like Denver or Chicago or just like any like it's really not that big, right? So it's pretty condensed area, like as far as like the metropolitan area of Portland's pretty damn small.
You're right. It's pretty small, but to drive through it, by the time you get through it, you take
Well,
so long
that's
in
what makes it
traffic
so
to get
bad.
through
I'm
it.
saying because it's so small, it's so condensed that you just get a couple thousand knuckleheads in there, and they can just a
It's
couple thousand people can really cause
on a
a big.
regular day to drive that 12 miles it is from the bridge till you get to the other side of Portland to the greater Portland area. You're looking at a 2.5 hour drive. It's
Damn.
12 miles.
Oh my God. 2.5 hours.
I have spent longer. That's if you're driving through Portland on I-5, there is one road runs north and south. You take the 405, pardon me, around the other side, but it doesn't make any difference. It
Is
will
it?
take you 2.5 hours.
And what is the primary delay?
2 lanes.
Oh, okay. So it is flowing traffic. It's not like it's stopped
Well,
up or anything, or
it's just congested. You've
Yeah.
got 2 lanes on I-5 for the most part of it there. From
Well,
the major downtown area to the bridge is 2 lanes, and we're
Yeah.
talking 7 miles.
Yeah,
Well-
that sounds like the Green Tree Hill in Pittsburgh, which is on I-279 going. I'm trying to remember how they got this label. I think it's south, 279 south. But you're coming out that's where it comes from the Pittsburgh International Airport into the city, and they got a bunch of suburbs right that way, and it's the main thoroughfare to get into the city from that section of the suburbs. And
Right.
When I
I'm
was-
familiar with that road, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Driven it a time or two.
Yeah, when I worked at Greyhound in Pittsburgh, routinely we would have buses coming in out of Columbus that would be 2 hours late because of the rush hour traffic on that stretch of road.
Well, another thing I bet adds to how busy it is too is you have all the tourists visiting that Oregon Coast Highway up and down, and all those small towns and stuff up and down there. Because I know we sure did. We'll drive back into Portland probably to get food and other things, and hit a Walmart and all the things that aren't available on that little coastal strip, highway there. And everything on that
And
little coastal strip highway is like 3 times the price as it is in Portland too.
are y'all familiar with what happened in, well, I think it was August of last year or September of last year with that wildfire down in Medford? That didn't make the news as much as it should have. There was a homeless camp, I use the term loosely, of these hippies that started a fire on probably one of the windiest days, which blew straight up that valley and literally destroyed thousands of homes. There were people escaping. The only way to get out of the path of the flames was to run out and stand in the middle of the Interstate I-5. And that happened back in, I think, August or September of last year.
Yeah, the ecological damage that these people are supposed to be all like, oh, save the planet, the climate change, all this stuff. But they're the only group of people. You see a bunch of conservatives go to a rally, and they'll leave the place cleaner than it was when they got there. You see all these tree hugging, earth loving morons. They go to these group gatherings and protests. That place looks like it's been wrecked by a million teenagers. Bunch of trash, food, people.
You know what their
using
reasoning
the
is
bathroom.
behind that, right? You know why they do that? Like their illogical reasoning. They say that they do it on purpose because that if the products that they were using were environmentally friendly, they wouldn't have to worry about it because it would just biodegrade. So that they litter on purpose to teach education, to show which companies are like environmentally friendly and sound and stuff like that. So they literally say that they litter to educate others. That's how ignorant these people are.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's crazy when we had in 2019 on November 2nd when we had the 2A rally in DC. There was also the rally for the Nationals. DC, the Washington Nationals, their baseball team, for winning the World Series. You walk around DC after that, garbage is in garbage cans. I mean, any garbage that was on the ground was because the garbage cans were overflowing. People were still taking it and trying to throw it away in the garbage cans. You look at what the aftermath of these Black Lives Matter rallies and shit that they've had in DC, and you see garbage everywhere. You did not see that with 2 rallies going on simultaneously on November 2nd, 2019. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and you didn't see billions of dollars worth of houses and businesses burnt to the ground either.
No.
Well, I don't want to be one to incite violence or anything, but there's a bunch of really, really good people in the Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington. And my question is when are they going to get tired of their states being ransacked and taken over by these kids and actually take things in their own hands and do something about it?
I know exactly when. It's when we replace the liberal hippie teachers that have been poisoning and brainwashing the kids up in that area. And until we get more conservative or even teachers that leave politics and their opinions out of the education in general, until we get people like that in the positions that are teaching our kids, like nothing's going to change up there. It doesn't matter how fed up the good people get, up there, their kids will get brainwashed eventually. And, it doesn't take very much to sit there and go to a university or even, it starts earlier than that now. But,
Yeah.
It's starting in literally elementary and junior high now, the indoctrination.
And I can agree with that, but that's relying on the process. And I've given up on the process. I have no more faith in the process. I'm ready to go to the next level of resistance. That's just me personally.
Well, I think a lot of us feel that way. I mean, a lot of us, I think, have felt that way for a while. But, I think that we should promote being a teacher and being part of kids' lives more to our group and our side of things, that we need more people to step up and take that role, and that we've let other people come in and and fulfill that role for us, and putting our kids minds in the hands of other people is not a good thing, especially people who are so far outspoken against America and against freedom and all the things we stand for.
Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
see the video that Budget had on his show on Thursday, where he does the moron of the week segment, and he had the video, and I'd seen Crowder, I think, showed the video earlier in the week too. The Mexican cop in Los Angeles area pulls over a black woman for playing on her cell phone while she's driving, and she goes off on him, calling him a murderer every time, every chance she get. Every sentence
Oh,
ended
and
with
that he
"You're a
wasn't white,
murderer."
yeah. And
Hmm?
that he wasn't white. No.
Yeah, he wasn't. No matter how much he tries to be white, he's Mexican, and he can never be white. And yeah, I mean, good lord, she's calling him a racist. She's the one that sounded racist.
And she's a
And
teacher.
yeah, I was gonna say, and towards the end of it, and she goes, "And I'm a teacher," and he's like, "Well, congratulations."
But those are the people we have in charge of,
Yeah.
partially raising our kids. And as
Yeah,
much as we should be like, oh, our kids are raised at home, they're going to learn certain things at home. When they're spending 8 hours a day in classrooms listening to other people express opinions, they can be brainwashed. That's a real brainwashing is a real thing, and it
Yeah,
doesn't have to be the CIA that does it.
yeah. My wife was just saying that she read somewhere that she had been suspended from her job, so maybe she'll end up losing her job over that.
Oh, I hope so. Oh, she should, and she should never be.
Oh yeah, I mean,
That's
good lord almighty.
Now, would it be beneficial? Perhaps I know in my district, school district, our school board is in charge of hiring a teacher, and they have parted ways with a few teachers that didn't quite really align, politically. Which of course, I'm in probably one of the reddest states there is. But now they're also being sued for that exact reason. And the problem is where do you find teachers that align, with your own individual beliefs? I don't think there's any to be found anymore.
well, I know there definitely are, because
Oh yeah,
we know some people in these chats that are teachers in Oregon. Like, there's one person that me and at least Echo in here are in a chat with, and Rich probably knows who I'm talking about too, but is a school teacher in Oregon that does not align with any of those, that side of the belief system, like, right?
Yeah.
It does
Well-
not indoctrinate kids and everything. So they are out there. It's just
Yeah.
that
And
there's,
I'm pretty sure that guy's not in Portland area either, is he? Or she?
I think they are like on pretty dang close. I want to say they're in the suburb or something. I think they're close to it.
yeah.
But-
Grim 90, if I remember right, he's a teacher in Illinois, isn't
Yeah, like, and then there's Travis P11 in Nebraska. Like, I know there are good teachers, because I even know some at my son's school, right? But we also had an art teacher there that was telling all of my kids and stuff that Trump was a racist and he was the devil and this and that, and so us as a parents went in there and expressed concern that this was being told to our kids, and they got rid of that art teacher, and all it took was one person contacting other parents saying, hey, this is what's going on, and a dozen parents going in there and saying, hey, like, we don't like this, and the school took care of it. But like, that's but doing something like that in Portland, when it's it's the other way in a place like Portland, where that one school teacher being like, no, guns aren't bad, then he's going to have 12 parents coming into the school saying, this teacher said guns aren't bad, I demand he be removed, right? So he's like, some of the teachers are on the opposite side of that.
he? Yeah,
I think it would be fair that we need to differentiate probably between rural and urban teachers. I think is where you're going to find the largest, But therefore, again, your school boards in a rural area are not going to discourage that coming from their teachers. In fact, they're probably going to promote it.
Yeah, well, not my kids were in school. I used to chaperone trips all the time, and me and the teachers would talk about what guns we have, going hunting, deer hunting, small game hunting, stuff like that. And we went on the one trip, which was for the STEM club that they had at school, and we're standing around with other teachers from the state, and chaperones, and we're talking about guns and hunting and fishing and stuff like that. Stuff that if you went to a different school district, say Baltimore, that would be taboo. You wouldn't be allowed to talk about that stuff. Now, when I was a kid growing up in Pittsburgh, we would talk about that with our teachers. Our teachers, we would talk about hunting and fishing and shooting and stuff. Because even though Pittsburgh, even back then, was a Democrat-controlled city, the Democrats in this city weren't anti-gun like they are now. I don't know what's happened to my hometown, but it's gone off the deep end since I've left.
I mean, not only could I go to school and talk about hunting with my teachers, I could go to school with the 270 and the shotgun hanging in the window in the gun rack.
Well, you could do that in Pittsburgh. There were kids that had pickup trucks, and they'd have a shotgun hanging in the back of it. It was their dad's pickup. They used it that day, and they would park across the street from the school with a shotgun in the window. Nobody cared.
That was the culture. Yeah. Yeah, I grew up in a real remote. I mean, my graduating class was only 13.
We still have that, but we're losing it. So right now, over 2,000 public high schools have shooting programs, right? Whether it be pellet rifles, rimfire rifles, or shotguns, right? Over 3,400 secondary or private schools have shooting programs in this country. So that's 5,400 schools, over 5,400, that we still have some sort of program like that that involves shooting sports in our schools. But
none of them are in an urban environment, though. I'm pretty sure.
Hardly any anymore, right? And
yeah. When I was in high school in Pittsburgh in junior RTC, we had a marksmanship team. We shot air rifles and 22s.
Now, this is something I'm going to pose to you guys. Do you know why that we used to have, like, even in Chicago, all the main cities, we used to have these shooting programs? Do you know why they got taken out of the schools?
I couldn't answer that.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. It wasn't because of some shooting that happened, right? It wasn't because of safety concerns or kids shooting each other. That never happened. There's literally not one single recorded case of a kid hurting another kid in one of these shooting programs. And this is dating all the way back to the 1920s, right? Not a single case can we find. The reason why these programs got taken out of schools, one word: lead. So they, call me a conspiracy theorist or not, but I've always believed that the whole lead thing was a push against guns, was an attack on gun rights. It's a conspiracy theory to begin with, the whole lead paint thing and lead everything. But lead dust, shooting these guns in schools, and just our kids even being around it, the lead dust is how they got these things taken out of schools. It's lead. Not to do with anything about safety or kids shooting each other, lead. And that was a major attack on our Second Amendment, that whole lead conspiracy push of the 70s. And we're still facing that battle today as casters and stuff, And,
what was really fun was when we went to junior RTC summer camp, if you could afford to go to it. We weren't just shooting air guns and 22 rifles at that point. At that point, we were using M16A1s. That was, and I've told the story before. My grandfather had full auto weapons, and he knew people that did. And I'd go to machine gun shoots all the time when I was a kid with him. And we get up there. When I was a freshman in high school, my one year in junior RTC, the sergeant that was running the shooting range for us was like, who's the best shooter here? And this was my freshman year. I was just fresh off the marksmanship team, right? Everybody points at me. He's like, okay, get up here. I want you to fire this on full auto, and I want you to put every round on that target. Sure enough, his eyes bulged out of his head because I knew how to fire a full auto already. I wasn't just going up there and pulling the trigger and willy-nilly and having it spray everywhere. I was controlled short bursts. Yeah, he couldn't believe it. He's like, how'd you learn to shoot like that? I was like, oh, I've been going to machine gun shoot since I was like 10 years old. It's like, okay, so you guys brought a ringer. I totally destroyed the lesson that he was trying to teach, you know?
Pony 47. Hey, buddy, what's up out there, brother? So what are exactly, all right, what is, here's Squibload, back in the green room. Okay, Squib, where's Squib at? Oh, here he is. There we go. Mr. Squib, are you there?
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, no problem, brother. I just figured out how to work it where I can go down and pick another person because, like, this is the fifth person on here. So I was like, okay, there's got to be a way to flip this down. And I saw you down there low in the corner. So what are we talking about? What are we gonna solve? God, because we've got the 5 smartest brains in America right now on the panel, so we need to be able to solve something.
I'm going to exclude myself from that 5 smartest brains.
Yeah, did you not see what his logo is? Come on.
Wow. Wow, you're going to do that with 2 of us in the room.
Really?
Hey,
You're going to go there, huh?
Yeah,
All right.
Army's got to pick on the Marines. Come on.
Like you said, only you guys need an army. That's many. We just need a Marine, and that's one.
Yeah, you guys ate the crayons. We just colored with them.
Nope.
What happened?
He dropped out. Watch for him to come back.
Yeah, he'll be in the green room.
Yeah, he's not in there yet, but he must have hit something. And
if he's on his phone, it's real easy to drop out.
Oh, okay.
This StreamYard is desktop or laptop friendly. It is not mobile friendly at all.
Yeah, back when I used to run my phone and I would be in a live stream, it used to echo real bad. It would cause that, and it also would cause my phone to drain its battery like really fast. Like, I mean, like 30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
It would drain a phone.
Or the phone would get really hot and it'll shut off because it's getting too hot. Yeah. And the thing about the muting and unmuting is when you're on your phone, even if you've got earbuds with a mic, I've actually covered up the other earbud so that you're not getting and moved it as far away from the mic as possible. And for some reason or other, you'll get reverb. Well, okay, you don't always get reverb. Like if I leave it unmuted, depending on what sort of mic the other person has, there'll be reverb or there won't. So people would be like, "Oh, well, it's Squib. It's like, no, the other guy, because there'll be one person talking on a headset and I'm unmuted and there's no reverb, and then the next person is maybe on a phone like me and then there's reverb, and it makes it really kind of difficult.
Yeah, what happened, Idaho?
I don't know. I'm working off a cell phone, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, Washington, so could be anything.
Told you.
Yeah.
So when I stepped away, I was downstairs shooting a video. I was going to work on an M12 holster video today, and ended up shooting something entirely different. I demonstrated how to use Neverdull.
Okay. Neverdull. Is that a knife sharpening instrument?
It's a polish.
Yep.
Okay.
And that was part of the premise of the video, is that the younger generation today didn't have to polish boots and they didn't have to polish brass, or they don't have to polish boots or brass that stuff has kind of fallen to the wayside. Whereas I'm so old, I'm from a generation where we shined our boots and we polished our brass. So I learned how to use Never Dull in boot camp. And for the M12 holster video, I wanted to have something older in there to compare it with. And I've got an M1916 holster that I've had in storage for 40 years. Well, because it's just been sitting there, the brass on it had turned green. And I thought, this is an opportunity for me to show somebody who's probably never heard of Never Dull or never seen it, how quickly and easily it can clean surface rust off of brass for maintaining your gear. So I put a little spiel in there, just a little background of how and where I learned how to use Never Dull. And like in a couple seconds, it took all the green off of the brass and made it look good as new. So I wasn't even expecting to shoot that video, but now the holster looks good enough that I can use it in the M12 video that I still haven't shot.
Yeah. In the Army, we used, and in Junior RTC, we used Brasso for the brass. But
that's what I was going to ask. Is Never Dull very similar to Brasso?
So in my experience, Brasso is messier, but they both do the same kind of job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now we use that stuff that was kind of, it's wool, it's sheep's wool, but the solution was in the wool itself. You just pulled out a little piece.
Never Dull.
I don't remember it being called Never Dull. I think it was called True Glit or something like that.
Okay. Was it in a blue and red can?
No, it was in an orange and white can.
Okay, yeah. Then it was similar to Never Dull, but yeah, it's a different brand.
But it was actually sheep's wool with the solution in the sheep's wool.
Yeah, and it smelled like a Supply Depot?
Yep, pretty much.
Yep.
Now, are you a East Coast Marine or West Coast Marine?
West Coast, but it's kind of funny.
There you go.
They would no. Well, see, people say, "Did you go to Parris Island or San Diego?" And I would say, "Yes." And they say, "Yeah, huh?" I was in Parris Island in 1974, and they'd look at me, and this is in 1992, right? And then they'd look at me, going, "You're not that old. How could you have gone to Parris Island in 1974 and then gone to San Diego in 1992?" It's like I was a dependent. So we were stationed at Beaufort, Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort, and we had to go to Parris Island to go to the Naval Hospital there because Beaufort was so small at the time that I think all they had was a dispensary or something. So we would go to Parris Island just to go to the doctor. That's it.
I see.
Yeah, so I'd mess with their heads a little bit because hypothetically, I went to Parris Island before I went to San Diego, but yeah, I'm a Hollywood Marine.
Yeah, did you get issued the sunglasses? Because I did not get in that line.
Yes, I also got in the line for the sex wax for the surfboards.
Did you? All right.
Yeah,
I missed that line too.
So for those of you out there who don't understand where we're going, so Parris Island is on the East Coast in South Carolina, and there's a Marine Corps recruit depot there, and San Diego is obviously California, and that's where the other Marine Corps recruit depot is. And the guys who went to Parris Island would always give us a hard time, saying that when you went to boot camp, they issued you a pair of sunglasses and sex wax because you were, Hollywood and on the beach and all this other stuff. Whereas they were trapped on this island in the middle of nowhere where they'd have to fight off gators and sharks to swim to the mainland. And they were constantly being eaten alive by sand fleas. So yeah, it was just sort of like an inter service thing. So if you ever hear a Marine say they're a Hollywood Marine, that just means that they went to boot camp on the West Coast.
Yeah, my brother's a Hollywood Marine, but he ended up being an instructor at Quantico. So.
Your brother's an asshole.
Yeah, I know he's an asshole, but he's not wrong. He is. He's an asshole, but
Oh my god, that was awesome. That was absolutely awesome.
He's not wrong.
Hey, listen. Everybody's raising up 2 hands. That was a 10. That was a 10. Tell your wife.
Tell us how you really feel.
And
tell us how you really feel.
And then once again, for those out there who don't know, Quantico is in Virginia near Washington, D.C., and that's where Officer Candidate School is. So the enlisted Marines go to train at Marine Corps Recruit Depot in Parris Island, South Carolina, or San Diego, California. But the officers train at Quantico, Marine Corps Base Quantico, which is where headquarters Marine Corps is in Northern Virginia. But the officers are trained by enlisted. They have enlisted drill instructors. So it's really kind of interesting, like in Officer and a Gentleman, when you see Louis Gossett Jr.'s character. Yeah, that's kind of the way they do it.
Yeah, he was instructing in infantry tactics at Quantico.
Andy's an asshole.
Yes, he's not. She's not wrong. He is. He really is.
That was so choice, dude. I'm listening. I'm trying to listen real carefully to everything what people are saying, and then all of a sudden I hear your wife in the background. He's an asshole. Just about hit the floor, dude. Oh my god.
And again, she's not wrong.
Holidays must be a hoot at your house.
Your house.
No, I don't even talk to my family. I haven't spoken to my mother since my grandfather's funeral in 2007. So, yeah. And that was the first time I had talked to her then in 10 years, because I didn't talk to her before that since 1997.
She never called to check on us or anything. I sent her pictures stuff. She just wanted fucking money.
Everybody's got those family members. Everybody's got those family members. The only time they call you, they don't call you to be like, hey, I celebrated my birthday or you celebrated yours. They always call you wanting a handout. Hey, I'm down on my luck. I'm like, well, like I was never down on my luck. I kind of adapted, overcome. Do you understand that? I adapted. In other words, I found another job. And I worked real hard, and I was able to get my ass out of a bad situation without asking for help.
Yep.
Maybe you should try that. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just, some people.
Yeah, the last time I talked to my brother, the one we were talking about that my wife called an asshole, he called the house, and he starts going off about how our mother needed this, and our mother needed that. I was like, she ain't my problem. He never called me again after that.
Yeah, you've shared with us in the past. You got some family stuff that kind of happened that was really kind of. It's pretty harsh. I'm not asking you to share all that again, but for anybody out there listening who might think, "Damn, dude, it's Mother's Day. How can you?" No, man. There's just from the things that you've said before, Rich. I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah, to put it mildly, my mother is a real piece of work.
And that's the thing too. People like to blame their parents for their troubles or why they turned out to be a criminal or whatever. And you can use that up to a certain point, but at a certain point in your adult life, it's up to you to change. I mean, earlier in the show, Echo, you were talking about how much we act like our parents when we get older, and yes, but there are some other things that we do that we absolutely do because we do not want to be like our parents.
Yes. You hit that nail on the freaking head, sir. Let me tell you, I am Scotch Irish. All right. My mother's last name was McLean. And let me tell you something. Everybody in my family, including my father, rest his soul, he was, a load master on a C-130 and over in Vietnam, came home, worked 24 and a half years as a fireman. He lost 2 wives, and he had a hell of a fucking life. But I tell you what, he was an alcoholic. He really was. And I loved him to death. But when I started to age and I got into my 30s, I started looking at my dad and the other people that drank heavily, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to be like that. My dad wasn't a sloppy drunk or anything like that, wasn't a drunk driver, nothing like that. But he drank too much. And basically he hung out with people that drank too much, and I found out that after being about 35 years old that I did not like hanging around drunk people. I didn't like babysitting them, and I damn sure didn't like the attitude I caught all the time off of people that are drinking. And I'm just like, I carry a firearm wherever I go. It wasn't a good combination, so I decided to quit hanging out with those people and kind of, and never really looked back. I just like, yeah, I used to drink a little bit. Never
Yeah.
had a serious problem with it, because I saw my father, how he liked to really overindulge, and I didn't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I hit the
And
jackpot.
good for you there, Echo.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
a zero tolerance for drunks, period. I don't mind drinking, and I do not drink myself. And but it just, there was a point in my life where I did drink with the guys, in the Marine Corps, just because that's what Marines do. But after I got out, I got away from it. I didn't like the idea of spending all that money to feel like shit the next day.
Yeah, people don't just look at me when I say this. I haven't gotten drunk since I turned 21. It's just how it is. I mean, the last time I got drunk, I was 20.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And I think it's how somebody handles themselves. If you watch my videos, you'd think I'm drunk all the time or drinking all the time, but I'm not. The thing is, though, on a Saturday, I might shoot 6 videos. By the time I'm done, I'm hammered. But then I release that over the course of a month and a half, and you're going, damn, is this guy out? It's like, no, man, I got a job to go to. I got a kid to take care of. I'm not going to jail for a DUI for nobody, stuff like that. But it's the same thing. Like, I made a comment once about not wanting to go to the gun range with somebody that's high. And I had a couple guys blow up on me. It's like, dude, I don't care if you smoke weed in your house. I don't care, whether it's legal or illegal in your state, that's between you and the judge or whatever.
Exactly.
But when you're handling a firearm, being high, not a good idea. When you're driving a car, being high, not good. When you're on the forklift at my factory, being high, not a good idea. The rest of it, I don't care. It's your life. And I think people don't differentiate when somebody says something about this, that, or the other, between invading your personal space, invading your personal life, and what you do when you're outside of that environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand where Squib's coming from. I know the experience he's experienced when saying something like that, but the bottom line is this. If you want to smoke weed, drink alcohol or shit, smoke methamphetamine or however the fuck you do that shit, and you want to go out on your property and shoot an M16 or your AR or your pistol, more power to you. But if you're going to be around me handling that gun, I would prefer you not be drunk or under the influence of alcohol, marijuana, or anything. And that's just a personal thing because the learning curve is too steep. All it takes is for you to make a mistake one time, and not, God willing, you're not going to be, wanting to hurt anyone, but all it takes is one accidental mistake, and you could seriously hurt somebody, change their life forever, or kill them. And I just would rather, if I'm going to be around a large group of people, I want to make sure I'm extra on my toes, keeping an eye out. And I've only got one eye, so it's like a one-legged man in an ass kicking competition. It's like I'm trying to watch everyone around me to make sure, so I get a feel for who's in the range. See if somebody's kind of pointing a gun at people, flaying it around. They don't know. Go over to them and talk to them real quick. Give them, hey, mind keeping that barrel pointed down at the floor, or keep it in the booth up here pointed down range. You don't want to be pointing it all over, because when you're doing that, if that thing goes off, you're going to hurt somebody or kill them. Just try to let them know, so that why you're telling them that. And they'll, most of the time, it's someone new, and they appreciate the time for you to actually stop and explain to what you're doing or what they're doing is wrong and unsafe. You very rarely have I ever come across somebody that's like, screw you, that type of attitude.
I got 2 pieces of advice for everyone, especially the younger guys. Number 1 is, whenever you think you need a drink is exactly when you shouldn't drink. Number 2, always be the most sober guy in the bar.
There you go. Good advice.
Yeah. When
Dead Horse, are you also known as Dead Horse Dad on Instagram?
I am. Yeah.
All right, one and the same. Okay.
Yep.
yeah, my brother and I, we used to go to not the one that's the Marine, not the asshole, my other brother, the older of my younger brothers. 'Cause I'm the oldest, and he's the one that was right after me. We used to go to a local bar and we'd shoot pool and stuff. He'd be drinking beer after beer after beer. I'd have maybe 1 or 2 beers, and after that, I switched to like Coke or Pepsi. You know, I just getting drunk was never my idea of having a good time.
Yeah, people find different things for different reasons in their life. I've noticed over the years, I've come across all different types of people here living in Florida, and you come across some real hardcore drug addicts. And I've seen it all, man. I've seen guys that are freaking that are Haitian and into voodoo that have worked for me doing parking permits. I used to run a wrecker company. So I would tow, and I would tow for my uncles. He owns like a little Mercedes Benz and BMW dealership over in Winter Park, Florida. I used to tow for him and all his customers. If they would break down, I'd go get them for them and stuff. And but I used to do impounds as well, illegal parks where they would park illegally and stuff like that, and they would impound their car and that kind of crap and do repossessive work. But I've come across all different types of people, good, bad, and ugly people, and the worst of society. And I tell you what, you would not believe some of the most violent people that you'd ever meet in your life are always seem to be democratic, liberal type people. They always come off with the attitude. They're always the most fucked up that when they come to get their car at the end of the night after they find out that their car's been towed because they didn't want to spend the $5 to pay for parking, then they want to come down and yell at you and treat you like an asshole because you're doing a job keeping the parking lot clear of riffraff's cars so that they could make a little money. And it's the guys that own the restaurants, that own the parking lot behind their restaurant, who's making the little bit of extra money on the side. And basically we're doing all the towing for them. So if they have any problems, we'll come and get a car. They give us a call, come and get it, whatever. But it was always the Democrat people that would come in, and they would always be the most like just belligerent, and I would always be like, you never had a guy come in from that parked his van from the church 2 streets down that didn't know that he wasn't supposed to. He would come in, yes sir, I'm just looking to talk to somebody. I think you guys got my van. And this is the same night, okay? One lady calling me an F-U, every name in the book, up and down, disgusting names, telling me I can't do this because I'm inept and all. Dude, you would not believe some of the shit out of this lady's mouth. And then to find out, I'm like, yeah, which car is yours, ma'am? Oh, you've got my friend's car. You don't have my car. And I'm just like, well, hey, listen, you're going to talk and use that filthy language. You could take your ass out front. You see that curb out there? You need to stay on the other side of it because all that on this side of it is my property and you're not welcome here. You don't have a car impounded here. You need to get off my property and don't make me walk you to the curb. And freaking they would go, and their friend would always be like the one going, I'm really sorry about my friend's personality. And I'm just like, they're the one. And then there would always be, and she's like, she gets a little alcohol in her, and she likes to think that, she's the boss of the world and everybody's done her wrong and she's the victim. And I feel bad for the guy now. I'm like, dude, I feel bad for you. You got to put up with that 24 hours a day. I only had to put up with it for 5 minutes. I'm like, give me your $150. All right, let me get you your car. I'm just like, God damn, dude. But yeah, that's how it is, though. I came across, and the only ones that I used to always have a problem with, they would always talk this stupid shit and be the most filthy mouthed people. Were and you could just tell them liberal. And sometimes as a joke, me and my buddies we'd be sitting there, and we're all armed, and they'd be running their mouth, and I go, "Oh, excuse me, um, who'd you vote for in the last election?" And that would just like they would be like, "What? Clinton," and you'd be like, "Oh, of course you did." Everybody in the room is like, everybody in the room that's a Democrat. They're just like, "Dude, would you please shut up? Would you just please shut up? You're making all of us look stupid." And I'm like, "Hey, listen, let me guess. You're college educated?" She's like, "Yeah, I am." And I'm like, and you're college educated, so I'm guessing you could probably read the fourth grade education sign that says, must pay $4 for parking ticket. All others will be towed, with a big picture of a tow truck hooking a car and pulling it. Did you happen to notice that sign as you were pulling into the parking lot? Because that's the only question I have here. If you didn't notice that sign, shut the fuck up and pay your $150 and get the fuck out. I'm like, I don't have time for that shit. I know it sucks to be towed. I've been towed 6 times because I was young and dumb and listened to some idiot girl one time. The other time, I'm like, I'm only going to be here 5 minutes. And freaking, you know what? I deserved it every single time because I illegally parked where I wasn't supposed to park. And if I would have gotten ticketed, they would have given me
I
a
know, but
ticket.
that sounds like you accepted responsibility, though. That's different. That's
Well, it
different.
just the the people that vote Democrat or liberal, they're all that entitlement thing. They think something is owed to them every minute of every day, whether it be a parking place or hey, they're free money from the government, free groceries, free health care. They think just because their mere existence on Earth means they're entitled to something. And the more education certificates they get hanging on their wall, thinks they're more entitled to things than the average person.
Here's the difference. I'm disabled. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I've had this horrible disease since 1979 when I was 6 years old. It's basically destroyed my kidneys. I'm legally blind. I've had a lot of freaking problems. 2 minor strokes. Dead Horse has been my friend for the last 6 years, and he's been through a couple episodes where I've been really. Once I was ended up in the hospital. One time I was passed out, unconscious, and he was trying to call 911 from another state and try to get an ambulance here for me because I was in and out of consciousness and couldn't talk and stuff. So, and I've had to become disabled. But I was working when I was 14 years old at a construction site, putting garbage in a wheelbarrow and then putting it in a trash can, one of those big dumpster things. So I worked for as long as I could. And then I lost my vision. And when you drive trucks for a living, you lose your vision, your career is over. And I've tried to do other jobs, but there was a reason why I drove trucks. I'm not a people person. I don't get along with working like it's cool if everybody on your team is kind of the same kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And most of the time when you're dealing with tow truck drivers, most everybody, doesn't matter what race you are, doesn't matter what color your skin are, what God you pray to. All of us know what it is to get in a truck and hook a car that's illegally parked and have people come out and want to beat your ass or doing a repo and have somebody come out and try to stick you or shoot you. It's just kind of goes with the job. But the bottom line is, you work and then you can't work anymore. And I would give my left arm right now to be able to get back in a tow truck and earn a living. I feel guilty because I'm on disability and I'm 100% disabled, because of my vision. But I would give my left freaking arm to be able to get back in a truck again and go and make a living, because I am embarrassed to use a food assistance card or the money they give me every month. It's embarrassing because I'm like, yeah, I know I earned it with the taxes I paid in, but I don't feel right about it. I never will, because I'm used to getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, putting on my boots and going out the door and getting in my truck and going to work. And freaking, that's never going to change. And it took me a really long time to be able to get over that and be able to say, hey, look, it's not your freaking fault that you can't drive a truck anymore, dude. It wasn't like you decided not to drive one day because, you know what, this is really hard and it makes me really tired. And at the end of the day, my nails are all fucked up and I'm just not going to do it because, that's hard work. And I did believe I should have a payment sent to my banking account every month. That's not it at all. And I see a lot of these kids, they just want a free handout nowadays. And it makes me sick to see that, because I'm like, man, you can't get fired up about doing something out of all the things that you can do nowadays as a young person.
It used to
Now,
be.
with that being said, can we just agree that the abuse in the system, which probably accounts for 90% of it, gives the working people like yourself who have earned it and have legitimate disabilities a bad rap?
Yes. Yeah, because you see them when you're down there. You see the ones that there ain't nothing fucking wrong with that guy. I'm like, look at him. He's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with him. He's got a psychological disorder, and they're out there talking about what, getting high and hanging out and drinking beer and going over to this guy's house. And I'm just like, dude, you really, these people are abusing the system, and it's clear as day, but it's like,
I do not believe that poor life choices is a disability.
Right.
Never will.
Exactly.
Well, it's not just poor life choices either. The poor life choices come in for the kids later in life, right? Like the older people doing this. But for the young kids, what it is that, like, when I was a kid and you turned 16, you got a job, right? And it didn't matter where it was at. You were making some money, right? And you were buying stuff. And the other kids around you envied you because you had a job, you could afford to go places, you could afford to do stuff, because we didn't have phones and computers and stuff the way we do now, where I can entertain myself without having to go somewhere or do something or buy something. They're much more entertained by just a simple phone and computer now. And so these kids are actually shaming each other. Oh, you got a job at Burger King or whatever, right? A fast food restaurant. So they shame each other. So like they don't even, like, 15, 16-year-old kid now is like, I don't want to work fast food. It's like, no one wants to work it. But as like a first job, to have something on your resume, it doesn't matter what it is, paper boy, fast food or whatever it is. You take what you can get, and then you look for a better job while you're working. You know what I mean? And like, but now they're shamed at working at,
it's called starting at the bottom and work your way up.
Yeah,
please,
but
thank you.
They're shaming each other now, though, about having a job.
At a crappy place.
I've got a daughter that severely disappointed me. She went to college and she got a degree in anthropology, which I knew that was a going nowhere field when she did it. And I encouraged her, well, hey, you got to go out and get a job and start somewhere, because even if something in your field comes up, you're not going to be looked at favorably without any, work experience. And she says, well, I'm not going to go work at fast food for $11 an hour. I just wanted to slap her.
Yeah.
But see, but part of that is I don't think is these young kids. I don't think it's their fault. They're getting online and like their friends, and like it's a thing nowadays to shame each other for having jobs like that. This young culture, right?
And
And
I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure there's a lot of that going on. It's like my
it's like a
granddad
social
used to tell
stigma.
me.
That's what I'm looking for. Social stigma.
Yes.
My
Well, you
granddad used to tell me, you'd be amazed at what you'll do when you're hungry. And
Yep.
Well, exactly. But if these kids are living at home and they're getting free meals and stuff, and it's a social stigma, and they're more entertained by having something as simple as a phone or a computer or both, where they don't even necessarily need money to feel like they're doing something and entertaining themselves and da da da, right? Where we'd sit at home in the summertime, be bored as hell, and be like, you know what?
Oh, hell no.
I'm gonna go ask the neighbors if I can mow some lawns
Lawns.
because I want $20 to go to the swimming
movies.
park or whatever.
Or the
yeah.
movies or
So
something.
like,
yeah,
so
dude.
even before we were 16, we were doing things and trying to come up with money.
Dude, I've been
So we
working
have a
and
different-
hustling since I was 12
Yeah,
years
well,
old.
that's
Dead
what I'm
horse
saying.
to
We
go to
had
the
a
movies, the
different-
water parks, jet
a
skiing.
different work ethic because of that, where these young kids that have the cell phones, these smartphones and stuff, don't I think that's what has really caused this divide. A simple cell phone can entertain them more so to where they would rather sit and play on that phone in their room than go to a swimming park or go to the movies or go to the mall.
they really have turned into what I would like, refer
Vegetables.
to as a necessary evil.
Oh.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, here's the one thing. I didn't buy a car and work 40 hours a week going to high school because I wanted to be responsible. I did it because I wanted to meet ladies. I wanted to have a brand new
There you-
car to
Now you're
take out
talking.
a lady. Okay. That
Yep.
was the reason. It was hormones. Dude, listen, I looked at all these guys that were like real super good looking jock guys and shit. I'm like, I could never be that guy. I'm a diabetic. They won't even let me play fucking physical education. I got to sit on the bench. I go, but you know what I can do? I can work my fucking ass off from the age of 15 to 16. And when I was 17, I bought a 19, or it was 18. I bought a 1990 Honda CRX SI yellow. And I was a freaking pimp overnight. And I would work and I would be like, girls would get in my car and I would have a bunch of CDs that they're like, damn, this kid's got a collection of CDs in his car. Nice stereo. He's got a car. He's got a job. And kids instead of looking at me and thinking, oh, I'm a jerk, they would be like, you know what? I had, before I knew it, there was 4 or 5 other guys that were all about my age hired on at Publix where I had a job bagging groceries. And they were like, I would see him there and I'd be like, hey man, when'd you start working here? And he's like, dude, I saw that you got a car. I was like, hell yeah, I'm down about that. I'm like, I'm going to work and get a car. I'm saving money. They got into the same program you did at school. And I got like 4 other guys into it because they were like, they'd see me pull up my brand new car and they'd be like, dude, that kid, he's just average looking, but he's got a brand new car because he's smart. He put his mind to it. He said, look, this is all I got to do is get, because I was like, I'm never going to be that guy that you're going, oh my God, Johnny caught a touchdown tonight. I'm not going to be that dude, but I can be the dude that's like, damn, that's a nice ride he's driving. Honey, look at that. Oh, that kid's definitely got a job. Look at that. Brand new clothes too. I was like, I can be that guy.
And I'll openly admit that my youth, going to work was motivated the same way. You go to work, you get a job, you buy, for me, it was, a pickup truck, and
Right.
It was a nice truck. And, living in rural America, hey, I've got the truck, I've got a job, I got money in my pocket. Girls like to go do things. That was my motivation. And hey, I separated a lot of girls from their panties in the front seat of that old pickup truck. So it worked out.
Nowadays, guys aren't as interested in dating as they used to be. They've kind of
Why is that?
well,
Yeah, what is that?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because they've seen what happened to their dad, and they said, "I don't want that. I don't want some bitch taking half or more of what I've worked hard for." So they're really not interested in dating. Look what happened to Dad. You know, my mom and my stepmom and my other stepmom ran him through the ringer. You think I want any of that? So
Oh, dude, yeah, I didn't even really think about that. What is it, Squib? What is it? How many marriages fail out of 10? Is it like 7? Is it like
I
that
think it's
high?
11 out of 10 fail.
Yeah, let's not discount
Dude,
the.
listen, you
Let's
know what
not
I like?
discount
No.
food.
I tell you, you know what I like? You know what I like to do? I wait until there's a family wedding going on. And now, granted, all my family's just about dead. So I go to my wife's family, and like her stepbrother was getting married, and I was like, yeah, I give this 6 months, maybe a year, but I'm gonna say 6 months. My wife's like, oh, hush, hush, you're just jinxing them. Dude, it wasn't even 6 months. It was more like 5 months, and she was going back to where she came from. I was like, I told you. And she was like, how'd you know? And I'm just like, I could tell right off from the bat. I know when people are just gonna they're too young and they're dumb and they're feeling that it's sex. They're feeling that chemical attraction. It has nothing to do. It's all lust. It has nothing to do with forever. This is how you end up getting pregnant and stuck with a kid and
Yep.
somebody you don't like for the rest of your freaking life.
Yep.
Because that kid has got to be 18 years old. You're going to see that person that you had that child with guaranteed well into that kid's 30 some years old.
Yep.
Yeah, let's not discount the fact that from kindergarten they are teaching what they are teaching these kids as far as sexual fluidity and all that other happy horse shit.
Oh, dude,
The
especially in
downfall of
California.
civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
I
hey, listen, I
Squib can
watch.
probably
Do you
appreciate
guys?
my demise. I married a WM, and she was always outranked me. I mean, my marriage was doomed from the beginning.
I had some WM friends, and I was married. I was a GOB, geographical bachelor. So when I was, on the other side of the country, they always watched out for me and stuff. And I mean, looking back at it now, it's like they were hot. I really kind of wish I was with them instead of my first wife. But there were the ones that joined just to be surrounded by 30,000 horny young men at any given time.
Right.
Those WMs were never my friends. Mine were the ones that were badass and sexy both, but they also respected the fact that I was married and they had my back. But yeah, I could see where that was like one of my WM friends. She ended up marrying a sailor, and I'm sure that was kind of awkward because they were both the same rank and whatnot, but she could whip his ass any day of the week, and that must have made things really weird. And I had a gunnery sergeant whose wife was a lance corporal, and they were both in the same field, but she was at a different unit in the same air group. And I'm not even sure how exactly that works out. I mean, technically, she didn't report to him, so it's not fraternization. But yet, and it's not like she had to salute him or anything. But
No,
Listen,
that had to make it kind of weird.
Listen. Gina Carano can kick my ass. That doesn't make it weird, right? Like, there's something like that's okay. Like, just because they can kick your ass doesn't mean that it's.
Yeah, but did they look at you as a man the same way? I never had the balls to ask my friends. So
well, it depends on how badass.
Married,
it depends on how badass they are, right? That's what it because like look at that Gina Carano, right? Like someone who's actually been like MMA, like that, not just movies, but someone that can actually really kick ass. Right?
Yeah, somebody that's really got the
training and the know-how and everything to really
wouldn't
kick
date.
ass, then
I wouldn't
that's
date a girl
okay.
like that. That would scare the hell out of me,
No,
dude.
no,
Because I'd be like,
that's when it's okay. It's like, yeah, like if
yeah,
they're really that badass, then it's okay.
is it okay to be a wuss when they're that bad? I'd be like, hey, listen, there's no need
No,
to take
it's
this to
never
the
okay to
next
be.
level.
It's
There's no
never
need to
okay to
take
be
this to the
No, no,
next
no, no.
level.
And I'm not talking about intimidating or putting fear into your girl, but I'm saying there's a certain level of respect when they look at you for that kind of masculine badass kind of thing. So if you're not at a certain level, it's okay. It's like I remember my second wife. She was really tall, and she told me finding a guy to date is so difficult because most guys were shorter than her, and she just looked at him differently. You know what I mean? So, and it's not there. I know people where the wife is taller than the husband, and they have a great marriage. But I could understand that point of view. So from a certain point of view, from on the outside, the physical side of it, or the reputation side of it, or whatnot, sometimes that can be a little bit of a difficult thing. But it can also be just those awkward things. Like I have a friend, he dated his boss at work, and they kept it secret. And she ended up saying, "We can't keep this secret forever." She went to her higher ups and said, "Will you transfer me?" And they said no. So she resigned because the relationship was more important to her than putting both of them. They were both professionals, and it put them both in an awkward position. And it was really difficult because she was really, I mean, we really missed her being there. She was a badass. I really enjoyed working for her, but sometimes it's just, no matter what it is, or it's like if your wife makes more money than you, right? There's been a few times in my marriage where my wife has made more money than me, and she hasn't held it against me. She's teased me over it, but it's just one of those things that's just kind of awkward, especially from a guy's point of view. So sometimes it could just make things difficult. Other times people find a way to make it work.
In my case, we didn't even meet as part of, I was in totally different unit than she did. And, as far as doing Marine stuff, we never associated. We met something totally different related. Well, I had horses and down at the stables. And there's no better way to catch a woman unless you got a horse. And that's how I caught her, and just happened to find out she was a Marine.
That's a cool story. Horses are awesome, dude. I got a little tiny bit of my aunt let me live with her for a while after my mom passed away, and she owned a little bit of a horse ranch and had like 3 horses at one time, and I used to feed them and stuff and take the big 1-ton dually down to the feed store and get the grain and the buckets of grain, and also, or the bags of it, and the big bales of hay, and any of the medicine she needed. She was a nurse, and then she would, she'd make sure they were all healthy and up to, and then I would go and walk them and, around, and she'd ride them on the weekends. I didn't ride them damn things. I'll ride a motorcycle any size, any make, any model. Even to this day, being as blind as I am, I'll get out and I'll ride a Harley up and down the street, a Yamaha, whatever you got. But I won't get on a horse. A horse will kill you quicker than anything. But yes, they do. The ladies do like them. And I used to like have ladies out that's like pet the horses and stuff, and they come over and I'd be like, yeah, this is as close as I get to them. I come in and I muck their stalls and I feed them, water them, and I walk them around a little bit. I don't get up on them. I don't trust them. I'm just like, I don't want to get hurt. I see that Willie the Bullet Man is over in the side chat. Hey, Willie. There, if you check, there's a pinned comment there with a link to come in here if you want to come over in here, over yonder.
Is Dead Horse still with us?
Yeah, he should be.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him. I see he's working on a project, and I just want to know where he was getting his upper component slide and barrel for his project he's working on there.
Several different places because I got a couple different ones I'm working on right now. But Live Free Armory out of Florida is one place. My favorite place is Spinta Precision out of California. SPINTA Precision. I've been buying from them for.
Is there a chance you can link me?
Yeah, I can post it here in the site in the private chat here.
Or just send it to me on Instagram. For follows there. I've got to get working on a project here, and I need some parts.
Yep.
All right, guys, I think I'm going to drop out. I'm going to give Mom a call.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me bounce in and out.
Yeah,
It's great to get to talk to you for once there, Squib. Appreciate it.
Yeah, likewise.
You gonna be around later, Squib? So I'll send you a link.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I think I'll be available tonight. So sure. Hey, you had a good show last night, Rich. I kind of like the fact that you guys kind of, maneuvered it where you didn't just stay on wrestling. I know that you don't always do that every show. That's probably, a common thing, but I really enjoyed listening to the show and the conversation that you and Kingpin had back and forth. I thought that was really good.
Oh. Yeah, you got us talking about Islam last night. So.
I was pushing your buttons.
Well, I even enjoy the wrestling talk because it brings back memories of back in the 80s because they talk about a lot of the wrestling from the 80s and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's when I watched it when I was a little kid.
Yeah, guys that didn't see the show last night, Squib was on the YouTube chat, and he's like, "What about Islam?" And Kingpin and I think in unison both said, "Fuck Islam."
Yeah, I was like, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to, sometimes when I'm in the audience there, I'm not gonna lie, I troll a little bit, but other time, and it's in good fun. It's not really. If I start to get like last week, I started to get kind of bent out of shape on somebody's show, and I said it's time for me to go. Because all I'm doing is making an a-hole out of myself, which I'm good at. You guys know me well enough. But, so I appreciate the opportunity to come on these shows and do that instead of just doing it in the text chat there. So,
yeah, brother, always a pleasure having you.
All right. See everybody later. See you around the interwebs.
Yes, sir. You have a good Mother's Day, brother.
All right. Mother's Day with a U.
Oh, geez. I don't know about that. What is AR Gun saying? You bought a stripped Aero Precision, and it's not the E. You're talking about the M4E1 or whatever it's called with the proprietary muzzle device. I think it's a monolithic upper. Hey, Dead Horse, are you in the chat? Okay, hey, that because I can't remember. I had that stroke. The M4E1, is that the one that is a monolithic upper, or is it just come with a monolith?
The COP, the continuous the COP. It's the Aero Precision COP. It stands for Continuous Optics Platform.
Right.
That's the one that's monolithic. I don't think the M4E one is monolithic, right. But I want to say there is something
proprietary. I think the handguard. I think the way the handguard slides onto the
barrel nut. It's the barrel nut.
Well, I know. I've built a what is it? The M5 E1. Yeah. The LR308, and I remember the handguard sliding on to that the upper receiver. It took a barrel nut that was a plug. You'd stick the barrel down into the receiver, then you'd put a plug over. It was,
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure they have two different M4E1s. They have one that has a proprietary barrel nut that works with their special rail system. And then I'm pretty sure they have another one that's just regular well, it's still like their upper, but it's just regular threads, right? So I think that they have like both versions of that, and I think they're both called M4E1s, if I'm not mistaken. But they
The
do have one
regular
that has
upper is
that.
called just an M4 upper. The M4E or EE1 or whatever it is, or the M4E. Hold on, what is he saying here? Hold on.
The M4E1. That's yeah.
Standard Aero bot. Standard Aero bot. I have the M4E and the regular. Okay, so he's got the E series with the handguard that comes with it. It's not a monolithic, but it's got
So
six.
first,
Yeah, it's got 6 little Allen head screws or hex head screws that bolt the handguard onto the. I want to say the
well,
receiver.
the piece that the handguard attaches to isn't the barrel nut. That's part of the receiver. The barrel nut goes inside of that piece, right? And that's the barrel nut. But the actual piece that sticks off the front that the handguard slides over is part of the receiver on that one.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's instead of having a barrel nut, it's got a little thing that slides over the barrel, and it screws into the receiver, and it plugs that barrel tight up in there. I remember it being kind of goofy when I was like, well, that's different when I was putting it together. AR, if you want to jump on, brother, and talk about what you're trying to talk about, okay. The E4E is like billet somewhat. If you want to jump on here, AR, the link is in the YouTube chat pinned at the top.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bail on out of here. Go find me some dinner.
Okay, sir.
Thanks for letting me come on, and pleased to meet all of you.
Yes, sir. Always pleasure having you on.
Yeah, take it easy on those crayons, man. We know how you Marines like crayons and stuff, but you know.
Like I say, I only go for the purple flavored ones.
Oh, so you're like Ghost Tactical then?
Oh
yeah. Hey, that's okay, man. I used to chew on lead sinkers when I was a kid, biting them down on monofilament line and stuff. This was way before they had any warnings on lead. It was just like an everything. It's lead, so it's just soft metal.
Yeah, it's like that. You know, we couldn't afford potato chips, so I ate paint chips.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all have a good one. We'll see you in the funny papers. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Take care, Idaho.
Have a good one.
Do you want this stuff bubble wrapped?
Hey, you want this stuff bubble wrapped?
Computer parts is what she's packing, because we're in the middle of buying a house, so she's packing up some stuff. So she's asking me if I want computer parts bubble wrap.
It's always good to get that bubble wrap on them computer parts. What? So you bought? Is this your first house?
Yeah, it's first time we're not going to be renting. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing, dude. You are gonna, even though the housing market right now, you're paying a little more right
no,
now.
we're paying less.
Oh, no. What I mean is paying more for houses than you're going to pay less than monthly mortgage versus monthly rent payment.
Yeah. Right now we're renting a 3-bedroom townhouse with 1.5 baths for $700, something around there.
We would stay at $732.
The house, the mortgage is going to be $350 a month.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the house is appraised at $70,000. We put an offer of $55,000 and they took it.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. And where are you located? What state?
West Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, dude. Good for you.
Yeah. We're in that real small little slivery part that separates Maryland and Virginia.
Everybody's on the border, Pennsylvania, West Virginia.
Yeah, I've driven a tractor trailer right through there. Me and my father. I think I even have some family in West Virginia. I don't know if they're still alive, but I had some family, my father's family, still in West Virginia.
Yeah, we're about 40 minutes south of Cumberland, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
From US 220.
All right, Echo. Looks like my wife is done getting ready, so we're gonna get ready to head out for
All
our
right, brother.
dinner.
Yeah, have fun.
All right,
And
man.
then
Well, hey,
I
you
just I looked that up real quick. So what they have is Arrow has a regular AR-15 upper, forged upper, right?
right.
Then they have the M4E1 enhanced upper, which is, or they have the M4E1 upper, which is still a forged upper, but it has more of a billet look. And then they have the M4E1 enhanced, and the enhanced has that one that has the built-in handguard mounting that comes out the front. So
Okay.
they have, so it looks like that's, and then they have the COP upper, which is that, that upper and rails all, one piece type thing.
Right.
So he said he got the just the regular M4E1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's pretty badass, dude. I think that's the one to get to, because then you can still go with any handguard you want.
Yeah. That.
All right,
yeah.
man.
That. All right, brother. We'll have a good one, Dad. You and your wife have a great time tonight.
All right, I'll hit you up when I get back.
All right, brother.
All right, later.
Later, buddy.
Later. Yeah, everybody's leaving.
Yeah. I was yelling at Airgun or at AR and trying to get him to come on and tell us about what he's doing. I know if we're still on when Dead Horse comes back from doing his lunch thing that he'll want to jump on. I'm dying to see him. He's been doing some poly 80s for himself. He's been building some guns, and he's been, he just got one done that I think I'm dying to hear how he's going in that 22 TCM. I'm waiting to see pictures and hear about it.
Yeah, that's one of Sarge's favorite rounds is that 22 TCM. He's always talking about that thing.
Yeah,
he's got
neat.
one. Yeah, he's got one of the what is it, Rock Island 1911s that has the 9mm barrel and the 22 TCM barrel.
Oh yeah, that's a good setup. Yeah, I think Full Lead Taco also has one of those. Oh, here we got somebody popping in here. Let's see who. I'm putting the crystal ball around. Oh, here we got somebody popping in here. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man.
What are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you need to mute the YouTube side.
Okay, hold on.
What are you doing?
Sitting around watching you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hang on.
You need to mute the YouTube side.
I am. Hold on.
Sitting around watching you.
Trying to mute it. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
How's
Yep,
that?
good now. Yep,
Okay.
we're good now. Yeah.
Can't hear myself talk though with this.
You
What's
can't
up?
hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can't hear myself talk. This is kind of unusual for me. I've never did this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whenever you jump in one of these, you need to mute or stop the YouTube because then we get an echo and
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Okay.
So what are you up to, brother?
Sitting around watching you past few hours.
Yeah, I know. We just hanging out. I was curious on what you got going on with the Aero Precision. I used to be a dealer for them, so I'm pretty familiar with most of their products.
I have the enhanced M4E enhanced without the handguard. I've got 3 of them, and the other day I found the stock, standard, and I bought it for like $88. The enhanced cost about, without the handguard, cost about $114 locally. In other words, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you up near Aero?
No, I'm in actually Walton County near Athens, Georgia.
Oh, okay. You're down near me. I'm in Florida.
Yeah, I've been down there a few times past few years. Oh. Yeah,
but Yeah, that's cool that you picked up some uppers, because are they coming back into stock now? Because I know for a while there you couldn't get your hands. I had people calling me from all over the country going, "Hey man, I need a couple uppers." I'm like, "Man, I'm not the guy." I'm like, "I can't get them anymore." I'm like, "I've only got a few for myself."
Yeah, they are coming in. I was down at a trading place, a pawn shop, a rifle shooting range.
Right.
And I walked in there and they had another one come in. I said, I'll take it. And I'm $82. I walked out the door with it. So, and lately I see occasionally M5s online. I'm looking for an M5 without the handguard enhanced. I want it enhanced, but I don't want the handguard portion of it, because I have the handguard portion on a 308 LR 308 type chassis, you know.
Willie's wanting me to send it. Willie, hold on. Let me yell at Willie for a second. He's trying to get me to send him a link. I'm like, dude, the Willie, it's in the chat. I mean, it is still in the chat at the top of the chat, right? Let me see.
Yeah, it's there.
It's there?
Yeah.
Okay. See what hold on, let me.
I would be okay if I could hear myself talk. Friggin' headphones, I can't hear it. Now I can. I may wear them different. There we go.
Yeah, if you have to, you can always just wear one over one ear. I'll do that at times. Just wear, you know.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Just set it where you can still hear through the headphone, but at the same time you can hear what's going on outside of it. Like if my wife's talking to me or something, I'll just cock the headphones off, you know, where it's slightly off my ear so I can hear.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm getting a lag. I'm on the wireless here.
Yeah, that happens with the wireless stuff. That's why I use the wired, because you don't have to worry about all that. But then you got to worry about tripping over cords or a cat trying to pull your headphones off. Mm-hmm. My daughter's got a kitten, and he's fascinated with playing with my little volume control thing here in the middle of the cord. He's always attacking it. He jumps up on me and just goes, "Rah!"
Yeah. I got a dog that wants to chew cords, so I'm got him outside right now.
Well, it's not any other spot on the cord. It's the little box. I think it's got that chromed MSI logo on there, and I think that's what he goes after. It catches his eye, and he's like wanting to bat it.
Yeah, cats are a trip.
Yeah. Well, you heard earlier my wife was going off because the cat knocked her electric candle thing down.
This is totally new for me being on here. I've never did this at all. So it's kind of...
Well, once you start doing these things, it gets addicting.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've watched Echo for several years with High Boy. Then I've watched him with his own thing here, and I've watched a shooting connection, Georgia Shooting Connection for several years actually.
With Jamie.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you'll be doing your own show. We all end up getting sucked into doing our own shows once we start doing these things.
I thought I'd come in here while there's just not a lot of people watching, so I could mess up. Because I don't want to mess up when I get 30, 40, 50 people watching.
Nobody can mess up as bad as Alan B. Pro did his first show that he did when he hosted his first one. Oh, good Lord! It was him and Gil from Hard Target. At first they were just talking about targets and everything because Gil makes AR 500 targets. So they were talking about the targets and stuff. And then he had to bail out. So then Alan goes and throws the link out in the YouTube chat. And he had a bunch of us come in and we just wreaked havoc with the show. It's all good fun, but it was funny as hell.
I seen him a while back when he got that drunk. Alan
yeah, on Foreign and Domestic. Yeah, the drinking contest between him and Bald and Curious.
Yeah, that was a trip.
Yeah. I should have been doing my show when that happened, but because they were doing that, I canceled my show for the night and watched that instead.
Mm-hmm.
Rich, I'll tell you something funny, man. It just happened when I started this live stream. I'm sitting here talking, and I'm like, and there's a couple of guys on, and they're talking in the side chat, and I'm talking to them, and I'm like, why aren't these guys replying to me? And all of a sudden, I see Dead Horse on there, and I'm like, okay, he'll say something back to me. I'm talking to him, and I'm making sure my mute button isn't pushed on my, on my headset or on my console. And I'm like, what is wrong? Why isn't anyone talking? He sends me a text message. He's like, hey, moron, hit go live on your channel. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't hit the go live button. I was right there. And it says go live. Now it says in broadcast. But before it says go live, I was sitting here talking to people like I was, dude, listen. They were carrying on. And the messed up thing was they were carrying on their own conversations, but I was kind of carrying on the same conversation, like telling them, and they're telling it to me, and I'm telling it to them. And I'm like, oh, okay, so they are hearing me. And I'm going on for like 20 minutes before I'm like, my buddy goes, hey, dumbass, go live. And I'm like, and I look up at the screen because I don't see very well. And I look up at the screen, and plus I'm stupid as a box of rocks. I'm smart about some things, but electronics, I'll tell you guys, I grew up without them. I grew up in the 70s and the 80s and the early 80s. The first computer I ever saw was a Texas Instrument TR-80. And it had a cassette. I
had one. You had those, and you had the cartridges that would go into the side of it.
Yes, sir. The little they look like Atari 2600 cartridges from the game.
Fatter.
Yes, only fatter. And then the Commodore 64, and then a lot of people remember that and the Commodore 128. But what they don't remember is, do you guys remember the ColecoVision?
Oh yeah.
Okay, do you remember the Atom computer?
Yeah.
Okay, the Atom, a lot of people don't remember, but that thing was like Coleco's version into the personal computers.
Yeah,
and I remember when all that. Yeah, I remember when all those systems came out in the 80s and all that, and I was a young man, and I was like, this stuff's pretty neat, and getting into it and stuff like that, running Color 64 as a BBS, the actual software to run it. And it was crazy using the big 5.5-inch floppies. And when the 3.5s came out, everybody was like, oh, those are the shit, man. Those are like one meg or some, I can't remember what it gave you, but it was like
1.4.
3 times. Yeah, 1.4. It was like 3 times what the 3.5-inch disc or the 5.5-inch, the big ones that were actually floppy. And you could punch them, so you could make them double-sided. You could punch a hole in them with a hole punch that was made specially for the discs, and you could punch a little hole in there, and it would make it double-sided. And then they came out with the double density discs, and they would hold more. And I could tell you all about that kind of stuff because all my friends had that stuff, and I grew up in a rich neighborhood, but I had no money.
Yeah, remember the first hard drive? It was all of 5 megabits.
Yes, very small. Yeah. But all my friends had all that stuff, and they had I remember when the Apples came out and playing Castle Wolfenstein over at my friend's house.
Oh, yeah.
And we never
3D,
we never had cable. We never had video game machines. We never had none of that.
Yeah, we would go over to my friend's dad's house, and we would be playing Wolfenstein or Mech Warrior or something.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. I remember because all my other friends, they all had all that stuff. So when we'd go over there, we would play, and I'd be like, "This is amazing! I cannot believe I'm living in the time." And I remember saying this to my friend. He was older than me, and I'm like, "I cannot believe I'm growing up in the time of video games and computers. This is amazing, man!" And now look at what we're doing today, and it's like. It was like, what we're doing today, it's like nothing like what we were doing back then.
Yeah. You remember the Neo Geo when that came out? The video
The
game
what?
system, the Neo Geo video game console. That was the
No.
one. That was the one in the '90s where you could take your memory card from your home system to the arcade and play the exact same game. You could pick up where you left off at home and vice versa with the
Oh
memory card.
no, really? That's a
Yeah,
good idea.
this
But
thing. Yeah, this thing costs. It was over. It was like $1,000 for the thing. A friend of mine who
Hang
had
on,
a bunch
guys. I
of
gotta
medical.
leave.
yeah.
Somebody's at my door. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
but it was like $1,000. A friend of mine had gotten one because his family had sued because he had medical problems and they sued for malpractice and won a bunch of money in the lawsuit. So he went and his mom and dad got him one of those gaming consoles. But I'll tell you what, there was nothing on the market that would touch that thing graphically until like the PlayStation 2 came out.
Oh, there he is. What's up, Willie?
Hey, how you guys doing?
I am doing fine. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. The troublemaker's here.
What is this troublemaking thing that I hear about from you?
Oh,
What happened?
man, you should have
Did you
watched the
step in?
last 10 minutes of Uncle Jim's video.
Oh.
Mr. Brecky, had a little attitude. So, oh well, that's all I'm gonna say.
I'll watch it. I'll finish watching it. I didn't watch the live chat from last night.
Yeah, last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it. I didn't get the whole thing down. I got to about halfway through today.
The last 10 to 15 minutes is the best part.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, you're telling me. Hey, Jamie. I rushed home for that crap. So much
Hey,
fun.
Jamie, what's up, brother? Did you pop back in? Yeah, AR had somebody stop by the front of his house, ring his doorbell, I believe, maybe a delivery or something going on. He's taking 5-minute break and say, jump in, answer his door there, Jamie. But if you want to jump on here, JH586, brother, the link is in the top of the YouTube comments.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was at first until you said that, and then I saw it and I figured, okay, that's easy peasy.
Yeah, Dead Horse showed me how to pin that thing to the top of the comments.
Where'd Dead Horse go?
Him and his wife went out for a Mother's Day lunch and stuff, so that's going to be good. They're going to go out and have a nice lunch. He picked out a restaurant, I guess they're going to, and he's going to be taking care of business and taking Mama out for a nice lunchy poo.
Smart man.
Yes, sir.
My wife and I did that a couple of weeks ago for our anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Yeah, that was back, what day was that? It was April 17th we did that. There's a little tea house that's owned by the local butcher shop. They have their own cattle ranch and stuff here. So they butcher their own meat and it's sold in the butcher shop. And then they also use that for their real restaurant that's right there in front of their ranch. And it was good. I mean, the really nice New York strip steak for dinner that night.
Yeah, you got a good chance to get out and get a little food in you for your anniversary. That's a nice to go out and have some steak.
Smart man.
Look, Jamie is, I guess, babysitting his lovely granddaughter.
Yeah, Rigby's.
Yes, or he would come on, but that's perfectly all right. We understand that completely, Mr. Jamie. We know all about family and spending time.
Yeah, my dumbass didn't buy anything for my wife. I'll get it for her tomorrow.
Oh Lord, dude! What are you trying to get hit in the mouth or something? I don't understand.
It's been over 30 years.
It doesn't matter, dude.
I'll get her something tomorrow. I'm supposed to stay off my leg today anyways. I got a sore on the bottom of my stump on my prosthetic leg, so I'm supposed to stay off it.
What does it look like? Is it a lesion?
It was a blood blister.
Oh, yeah. You get those.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What they
You
didn't
just need
tell
to stay
me.
off of it and let it break up.
Oh, it's already popped on it, so it's healing. But it's just the gentleman didn't explain that every 6 months you need a new check socket. So it's been over a year now. So it's stretched on me and allows my stump to go in and out of my.
And it's
when I'm
rubbing a
walking.
hot spot right there on it.
Yes, sir.
Oh God, that would be painful as get out. Good
Yes,
God, that's
sir.
like sticking your finger in a gosh darn car door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nasty.
I'd rather walk though, so I deal with it.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Start crying? I mean, we would all laugh. We would all laugh at you. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, that's what I expect.
Me with my big one eye, I'd eyeball you and give you the big eye.
I got you, buddy. And I'd expect that. What the hell was it doing? Oh, there it is. While we're doing this, I'm going to do a couple things.
Hey, look, Jamie flowers at Walmart, guys, $10 at Walmart.
Yeah, here's the best part. My wife's birthday was yesterday, and today's Mother's Day, and I didn't get her a damn thing. She's getting a house.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but you got a reason. See, it's not like you're going in unprepared. You're like, hey, look.
When she started having to get brand new cars, I'm like, okay, that's your Mother's Day, birthday present, and Christmas for the rest of your damn life.
That's funny. God, I wouldn't even want to think about a new car payment right now. Oh, Lord. No, thank you.
Yeah, monthly payment like $600 on her car.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, Lord. I'd rather no.
Yeah, she's got a $400,000 Ford Escape. $40,000 Ford Escape. Yeah.
Jeez.
The only thing it doesn't have is the sunroof and the navigation system.
For that much money, I'd expect it to massage my feet.
I would have had him wash my feet. I'd have been like, hey, listen.
Oh hell, it's got heated seats.
Yeah, I know, but God, I'm not paying that much for. Oh, God, that's expensive, bro. That's expensive. But everybody, they're their own thing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's America. You get to choose if you want to buy an expensive car. I mean, my wife has an expensive car, and that's what she likes because she works 6 days a freaking week. She can drive anything she freaking wants.
Absolutely.
You know, as long as
it's a $40,000 car, but we're not paying $40,000. That's we got it into the year sale when they were getting rid of the previous model year.
Yeah, because they got to make room for their new cars coming in onto the showroom.
Yeah, we paid by the time we paid there was 27, I think, but then with the interest, it takes it back up to like 36. But it's a little under 36, but you're still paying a lot less than what the original sticker price was if you bought it brand new at the beginning of the year. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And plus, if you can make double payments, if you can afford to do it, you just knock that thing. They knock the principal down, and that helps you knock principal down, and that's where they get you. If you're able to knock principal down off of that, then by all means do that.
The loan officer at what the hell is it? Credit union that we belong to that's where we got our loan for the car from. It's also where we're getting our mortgage from. She tried knocking the the interest payment down, but we haven't had the car long enough yet. She said in about another 6 months she can knock that down to where she's going to get the payment down to where it's going to be like 400 and something.
Oh, good.
So.
Yeah, if you can afford it, rock on. That's the American way. I'm on Social Security. I couldn't even think about buying a car right now.
Yeah, I'm on a fixed income. I'm on military disability from the VA. But she works full time. She's on dialysis tech.
Oh God, my worst nightmare. Yeah, thank you for your service. And God, man, I'm diabetic with 32% functioning kidney.
I guess
your wife scares me.
stage 3 kidney disease here, brother.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that's why she went and became a dialysis tech.
Oh, no
Because,
shit.
yeah, she was an ER tech. She was basically an EMT that was working in the emergency room.
Right.
Yeah, I never used my VA to go after for disability. I should, but I never have. What branch are you in?
Army.
Hooah.
I was my Army career did not last long. I was
No?
diagnosed with kidney disease during basic at Benning,
Oh
and
my goodness.
that was the end of it. Yeah, I woke up one morning and I had a bad nosebleed and a splitting goddamn headache. The guys on fire watch went and got the drill sergeant who was on duty that night, who happened to be a freaking medic, and he always kept the med kit in his car in the parking lot outside the bay.
Yeah.
So he went and got that, and he took my blood pressure, and it was through the fucking roof.
What was your MS going to be? Your 11B?
No, I was actually going through 31 Charlie. I went to basic at Benning, and from Benning I was going to Davis for AIT.
Cool. Yeah, I did everything at Benning.
Yeah, you were one of those guys. You wake up one morning and you're told you just went from basic to AIT.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I just lived there for 4 years. I pretty much did. It just seemed like I lived there, you know? Yeah. That was my permanent mailing address for a long time.
Yeah, see the Ranger flag. Were you in the Rangers?
Yes, sir. 75th.
Okay, yeah, you probably would be at Benning for a while because Benning's the home of the Airborne and Rangers.
Yes, sir. 82nd Airborne, 75th Ranger Battalion. Yep. 3rd Sniper Division. Did it all at Fort Benning. Loved every minute of it. Don't ever regret it, but
aren't the 75th, isn't that the special Ranger division?
Yes.
I've heard that. Yeah, that's like the real considered like they're same as considered like Delta Force and stuff.
Nah, not really. No, we're below Green Beret, but we're still a first action team. You know.
Okay.
They brought us in if it wasn't, secret spy shit, then we would go in and do that stuff.
Yeah.
You just did the heavy lifting for the SEAL teams and stuff.
Pretty much. I worked right along with them.
Yeah. Most of my time at Benning was spent on Sand Hill and 30th AG.
Okay. But Navy SEALs don't do anything if you watch the chat last night. Don't trust the Navy SEALs. I need to shut up. I'm digging the hole deeper.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I won't know until I will have to watch the chat. Uncle Jim was in here.
I saw that.
He was in here saying hi and hanging out. I told him I hadn't watched completed the chat yet from last night. I was supposed to come on that chat, and I had hung out with the wife and ended up falling asleep on the couch and snoring in her ear. And so I went to sleep with my wife, woke up with my cat. I'm like, why does this keep happening? I'm just like, what is going on?
Yeah, Kingpin and I did a show last night from about 9 o'clock to 12:30.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of your show in the beginning. I was watching that for a little bit after I woke up with the cat. I was listening to you guys talk, and then what were you and Kingpin talking about last night?
Well, Saturday nights we do a wrestling show where we talk about like stuff that's going on with the modern stuff, and then we talk a little bit about what's going on with what happened with the classic stuff, like from back in the 80s and stuff. And so we started out talking about that, and then somehow we ended up talking about politics and
no.
We went on, and Squib threw out there, well, what do you guys think about Islam? And then we started rambling on and just going off on Islam for like an hour and a half.
Oh my goodness.
You got me and Kingpin talking about Islam, and we'll be talking for a while.
That can get deep, buddy.
Oh yeah, no kidding. When I went to college. I went to Liberty University, and I took for our apologetics class. We had to read the Quran, so we knew what the opposition believed, right? So yeah, my thing with the Quran, if they would have marketed that as a comedy, it would have been an instant #1 bestseller, 5 stars, hands down. But as the basis for a religion in a holy book, it's a joke. Have you ever read any of the Quran? It is absolute batshit insane.
No,
it depends. It depends on what end of the Quran you're actually reading, because the stuff where okay, first off, there's 2 different parts there. I'm trying to remember because I had 2 minor strokes, but the reason why I know so much about it is because I went to Catholic elementary and high school. And basically, for my senior year, I had to do a report for my thesis on other religions, 5 other religions other than Catholicism. So I basically, there was a church near my house that did basically Middle Eastern, the practice of the Quran, and I went in there and I introduced myself to the guy that I can't even remember what they call their holy people they call. Do you know what
Imam? Imam. Yeah, their version of priest is an imam. I am. I am
your mom.
Imam.
Huh? Your mom.
Your mom.
Yeah.
So basically, he talked to me for a while. They let me study with them and pray with them and stuff. But the bottom line was there's like 2 parts of the Quran. There's one that was written by Allah and one written by the warrior Muhammad, the warrior Muhammad. And okay, you kind of get the feel that it's a religious book when you're reading the one book written by Allah. But when you get to the Muhammad part, you're like, oh, this is straight up racial crap. This is straight up nuts.
If you look at both sections of that book in context, it is a governmental system for dominating the world. And when you get where they start talking about science and stuff, where you get all the Muslims will tell you it's a great book. It's all about science and stuff. If you look at the scientific things in there, they have the science. Okay, this is their science. If a fly lands in your soup, push it all the way down in, because on one wing is a disease, but the other wing has the cure. And if you don't push it all the way down in, the wing with the disease weighs more, so only that part will end up in your soup.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my gosh. What are you doing, Willie?
Oh, I'm putting together a PID.
Yeah, and that's just a partial thing. Yeah.
That's just some batshit crazy right there.
Yeah.
Any book that is supposed to be a religion that calls out for the complete and utter a total annihilation of other religious groups is just not really a true religious organization. Right. It's a book of war is what it is. That's all that book is. And
they say this is the 3rd Abrahamic religion. Okay. You look at the other 2. Judaism says don't go out and spread Judaism at all. All right. You're either born a Jew or you meet a Jew and you decide you want to convert. They're not to go actively convert people to Judaism. Christianity, peacefully go out and teach Christianity. Don't.
But what happens when you want to fuck a Jew?
Huh?
Is there something like that? What happens when you want to fuck a Jew?
Well, then go ahead. You don't have to convert to Judaism to marry a Jew.
Yeah,
No,
you don't
I'm
have
just
to.
playing with you, boss.
Yeah.
I'm just
You don't
Yeah,
have to.
I
But
know,
if you
I
want
know,
to create, is your
but
wife Jewish?
hell no.
no,
No,
but
no, no, no
Here's the
good.
thing: you stumbled onto something that I was going to get in my next part. Okay, Christianity says go out there and peacefully teach Christianity, peacefully convert as many people as you can, but don't force them. Right? You're not supposed to go out there and like with a sword and threaten somebody if you don't join Christianity. I'm going to cut your head off. You get to Islam, they're going out there with the sword telling you to convert. And if you want to have any kind of relationship with a Muslim, you have to convert to Islam.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, Muslim men, they can go out there and they can have all the sex and rape non-Muslim women. And yes, I mean rape, not just have sex with them. They can go out there and rape all the non-Muslim women they want. But if you're a Muslim woman, you're not allowed, you have to be with a Muslim man. It's absolutely batshit crazy. There are sects of Islam over in the Middle East in India where they will kidnap non-Muslim women, force them to convert, and then force them to marry a Muslim man.
Wow. That's
You know what
horrible.
I say? Sharia law. I'll see your hold on. I'll see your jihad, and I'll raise you a crusade.
Everybody, you always hear people, well, more wars have been fought over religion than anything else. They point to the Crusades. Look at all the Crusades. They invaded the Middle East. No, actually, they didn't. The Crusades were in response to the Islamic aggression in the Middle East and their attempts to take over
Christianity,
what at the time was
Roman
Byzantium
Catholicism.
at the time. Yeah. That's what the Crusades were in response to. The Crusades
a holy war.
The Crusades were a defensive measure taken against Islam and their aggression. If you look at Sicily, if you look at true Sicilians, they all have some amount of African blood in them. Do you know why?
They just raped and raped and raped. Who knows?
North African invaders, Islamic invaders, what the hell did they call them? I can't think of what they called them now. The play Othello was based on it. Shakespeare's play. The black character in the play, he was one of the black Muslims that invaded Sicily and everything. But that's why. At one point, Sicily was under Arabic rule. It was the same group of Muslims that took over Sicily that had taken over Spain at one point.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Islam has been fighting and attacking Jews and Christians since Islam's inception.
Well, it's part of their fundamental belief system. If you believe in Sharia law, you believe in the fundamental taking over and getting rid of all other religious organizations, which they consider basically not true belief or not true belief in it, or belief in the true God. In a true God, you're worshiping demigods or you're worshiping false gods. That's how the Muslim belief and a lot of other religions have the same rules. You know, you cannot practice you can't worship false gods, and they like in Roman Catholicism or in Western Christianity, you have Jesus Christ, the Son of God. You have God, then you have the Holy Spirit, which is known as the Blessed Trinity.
Right.
And that's why you say in the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit or if you genuflect when you go into a holy place, and you bow down and do the sign of the cross. But the difference is that today's religions, I have no problem with people having a religious belief, and it's part of our Constitution. It's protecting it, but the bottom line is when you have a religion that is fundamentally based in the overthrowing of government and overthrowing of other religions and a dominant type war proven religion that does nothing but, I mean, if you want to look at the Middle East. Okay. I remember when America wasn't at war, when we were not at war. You know, I was born right after or shortly right before the Vietnam War ended. I have been in war since I was 19 years old. We've been at war in this country.
Yeah. When I was born, Nixon
1990.
was still president. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in 1990, we were going to war for the first little episode over there in the desert, and you know, we were over there before that, obviously, but you know, we've been over there ever since, and I'm just saying, maybe it's time for us to come home. I really
damn business and come home.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but it seems like America's war machine has been used to like be a police force agency, and I don't think that's why we were. You know, I might be talking out my ass because I've never been in the military.
100%. I went to Nicaragua, Grenada, Panama. It was not classified as a police action, but stupid shit. We should have never been there. And right now, over in Iraq and everything else, why in the hell are we there? They're not going to convert to our side. They're not going to back us. They're using our weapons that we train them against the Russians, against our own troops now. You know, let them fight their own crap and come home. And I mean, I don't know. I think it's so stupid. You know, look at how much, just use Vietnam. Like you said, you born in Vietnam ending. I was born in 68. Vietnam was getting close to ending. Look at how much tonnage we left in Vietnam. I just watched a documentary on it. I couldn't believe the amount of crap we left for them to capture. Just pure tonnage, jets, helicopters, tanks, weapons, everything. I mean, tons of ammunition we left there for them to. It's just, we need to mind our own damn business and come home. We've lost too many great patriots over this stupid shit and maimed too many great people over this crap. And then when we do get our people injured and maimed and crippled, the American people turn a blind eye a lot of the times to it. So, sorry, I didn't mean to go on a little rant. And since I come on, your side chat has pretty much disappeared, so I apologize. You know, I only see Jamie there now. And AR.
There's 9 people listening. A lot of people are listening to what we're talking about and kind of doing the family thing as well. So I can understand. But yeah, the whole thing is that you got to realize is that a lot of people have given a lot of things for this country. And what I always tell people, even after one of those school shootings, and a lot of people are like, oh, you don't have kids, you don't know what it's like. And I don't have kids. I don't know what it's like to have a child and have bring something like that into the world. And I'm not going to act like I do. But I tell you what, I will tell you, there's been thousands of children that have died for what's written on that piece of paper that everybody in this government of the United States of America has taken an oath to defend against any threat, foreign or domestic. And that piece of paper and those words written on it, those are words put into print by our forefathers that are recognizing what God has given us as human beings of him, his sons, his daughters, has given us the right to defend ourselves, the right to keep and bear arms. And it wasn't given to us by a human being. It was recognized in our Constitution by a human being, by wise men that started this country. And that's what I feel and think. And there's been a lot of people that have died defending that. And I'm sorry, but when these school shootings happen, I don't wish another kid ever be hurt ever. But the bottom line is this is my personal belief, but my personal belief is my constitutional God-given rights, they outweigh your dead children. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Too many other people have died to keep those God-given rights protected to me, to have, a few dead children, and teachers make that go away. Besides, you got to prove to me that that's actually going to do anything, which you cannot do, because once again, Obama spent over $1 million having the CDC research gun violence in this country. And after spending over $1 million having CDC research it, they found out that every year about 30,000 people die from gun violence. Okay? To over 500,000 or more people's lives are saved by using a firearm, or in some cases they found out not even having to use the firearm, simply presenting it and showing to the intruder that they are armed, and the intruder just run away with never a shot being fired. And they said that they had to consider that when they were doing their 30,000 lives lost versus 500,000, up into an unknown number as far as over 1 million people's lives every year, because they do not report to police when they pulled a gun on somebody and the guy ran off or got out of the house and ran. If they don't report it, which a lot of people don't, that's why you have that.
Well, I was on the phone with JH586, and last week a 6-year-old girl or something like that, or
Sixth grader.
Sixth grader brought a
yeah.
gun to school, and I don't know if she shot at anyone.
Yeah, she shot 3 people. It happened up in Idaho.
Holy crap. That's just horrible.
That is horrible. What in the hell? Well, and here's the thing. Everybody goes, oh my gosh, guns, they're horrible. You know what I think when I hear that? Is, oh my God, her parents. What in the hell is going on?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, first off, what the, why, how is a 6-year-old even getting her hands on a gun? And second, who's letting her take it into school? I mean, like, does no one have any kind of discipline going on in that house, or what the hell is really going on there?
Yeah. I had somebody pull the, well, you don't even have any kids, do you? When it came to the school shooting bullshit. And I was like, actually, I have 3 kids, and I would rather have armed teachers in the schools than not. At least somebody's able to defend them if something like this happens, if the teachers and staff have firearms.
Agreed, Rich. On that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what they've done. And what's really like it's a scary ironic. Teachers are some of the biggest leftist anti-gunners in the world. And that's just that's me being very general, because I know there's a lot of good teachers out there that are not leftist. But I will tell you, those teachers have to sometimes eat crow just because they don't believe in that stuff, that leftist principle. Sometimes, you kind of gotta, it's, when everybody else is against you, you kind of gotta float that boat, when you're at work, because at work, this is how you make a living. This is how you pay your mortgage, and a lot of those people, they can't stand up and say, hey, look, I don't think this is the right way to do this, when you're fighting, 100 other teachers. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you kind of got to choose your battles, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, I had to step out and get my cup. I saw AR drinking his cup, and I said, about time to get a cup.
Yeah, and I got my cup and spilt half of it on the floor like a moron. So now I'm cleaning up sticky juice.
The pollen's killing me here in Georgia.
I got mine.
You know what I have been doing though? I quit drinking caffeine.
I did too.
And oh wow, I tell you what, I feel a lot better after about 4 days. I couldn't believe how much better I felt.
I ran out of Black Rifle coffee, so I'm waiting for my order to come in.
I have a cup of sweet tea with lemonade.
90%. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I've seen Echo for years. I've seen you, and nobody's ever seen me. So I thought I'd jump in here.
That's great.
So
That's great. Yeah, that's outstanding.
Yeah.
I like
We'd
your
love to have you, man. We'd love to have you on. We all, are one big good community of friends. We're all family, so it's all just like hanging out with the family members you still talk to. That is.
Yeah, I've been seeing Willie. I've been seeing you for 3 years, maybe 2-3 years. Can you remember?
Yeah, I've been on for 5 now, but on live streams probably the last 3.5. Yeah. My ugly ass. Sorry you had to see my ugly ass that long.
Yeah, I talk to my wife's family more than I talk to my own. So.
Yeah, I feel like I know you all. That's why I watch you so much.
Yeah, it is kind of like that. When I started getting on doing live streams, it is very much like the person because you've talked to them so much, you've heard them talking, so you kind of feel like you've known them.
Yeah, I gotta say that for true, because when we all got to Uncle Jim's house, it was that we all knew each other. We all meshed. We knew everything about each other. It seemed like it was just good to shake each other's hands and finally meet. I can't wait to kick Echo's ass, but I'll get to him one day.
Yeah, I watched that. I watched that thing with you all and Uncle Jim out there that time. Back when you were live streaming, I think at the moment. Yeah,
yeah. It was a lot of fun.
But the meeting up with people, I know exactly what you're talking about, because it was like that when we did the DC rally back in 2019. You had a bunch of us all show up that have done these live streams together for a year and a half, 2 years, and it was like none of when you meet up with somebody for the first time and you'll have like that nervousness and stuff. We didn't have any of that because we've been talking to each other at least once a week for the past how many years? It's like we already knew each other, so it was the first time we met up in real life, but we already knew each other before that.
Yeah. I watched JH. I actually got his number. I've talked to him before.
Oh, yeah. I had the privilege of meeting him, and he is down to earth.
Yeah, he's a good guy. That's what
he is like a brother from a different mother.
Yeah, Squib's back out there in the chat. I was in a car with him for 3 hours going down to the DC rally. Tim and another friend of ours picked me up here at the house, and we went to DC. And then Kingpin drove me back home, so I was in the car with him for 3 hours too.
I don't think I've ever seen Kingpin in a video. I think he usually does his avatar, right?
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't turn his camera on.
He always says hey to me though, or hello, and I typically respond back to him quite a bit. So.
Yeah, it gets kind of hard when you're on a side chat because you're trying to say hello to everyone, and it's just like you got 20 people and you're just constantly hello. It's just like some people, like Kingpin, he can do a mass type it. That man must be able to type fast because I'm just like he does one big hello to everyone, and I'm thinking that I wish I could do that. Yeah,
I'll jump in and I'll be like, "Howdy, folks," and then if I see somebody respond, by highlighting my name, tagging me in it, then I'll say hi personally to them. But if I'm not trying to keep up with everybody who's in the chat when I first pop in.
It's tough. It really is tough sometimes to say hello to everyone, and I don't want to be rude and not say hello, so I try my best to say hello to everyone.
Yeah, I realize that after watching streams for a long time, you can tell you can't just constantly respond.
Yeah,
when you're talking. So,
yeah, it's like people get mad sometimes when the host who's hosting the show doesn't say hi to everybody. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes those chats are moving so fast you don't know, you don't see who all's out there.
Oh yeah, on the Georgia chat, you can see that thing flying. You know,
Oh,
it's just
yeah.
like, and I can't spell. I have a hard time reading. I'm half. I call myself half blind because my glasses are bad again. So I'm constantly at my face in the screen trying to read the side chat, or I have my face in my phone trying to read and respond. And
yeah, I'm pretty much legally blind in my left eye. If I close my right eye, everything's a blur.
Mm-hmm.
There's no one in the chat now. I don't see anyone.
Yeah, we got Texas Outlaw Michael Signs out there.
Oh,
Idaho
okay.
Rogers is still there. K24 was still there.
Okay.
Squib Loaded is still there.
Oh, I see it. I was on the wrong. Sorry.
Yeah. The problem is when I came on, it seemed like everyone disappeared. I'm like, man, I'm sorry, Echo.
Well,
Yeah,
dumb butt me.
Jason Stewart was out there. I don't know if he's still there or not. He's a regular on my show. I mean, he's on my show every week. My Sunday
Yeah,
night
I
show.
did say hi to him, and I apologize. I totally forgot.
Dumbass me. I was in the wrong screen. I was over on your stream. That's why
Hey, Sergeant Bulldog.
I wasn't seeing the comments. So
Bulldog is here. How you doing, Bulldog? That's a man who's been in the military a long time.
I've watched the Texas Outlaw videos from time to time.
Bulldog, you did 34 or 32 years. I keep forgetting. And I say I'm so used to saying Sergeant, Sergeant Major, and it's Sergeant Master Sergeant for the Air Force, and I always slaughter it. And I always feel bad.
Yeah,
Senior Master.
Senior Master Sergeant.
There you go. There you go. So I'm so bad at that, Because when you get stripes that go down, it's okay. But then you put stripes on top. I'm like, huh?
Stripes that go down with the rockers on top. The Air Force had to be different. They had to differentiate themselves. They couldn't do it the right way.
Absolutely. I'm not saying right or wrong.
No, they had to do it the British way. So.
Yeah. Well, Bulldog was with us in the dirt. I've talked with him. That man, because usually a lot of times I'll tease him, say, "Oh, you're in the chair force. You're always in the back and the rear." No, Bulldog was in the dirt with all of us. So, I give him total props. That man is a true patriot, I've had the pleasure of talking with him. And
the general public doesn't realize that the Air Force does have guys that get out there and actually are on the front line. They're out there with their laser designating targets and all kinds of other stuff.
Yep, absolutely.
Let me renew this. My screen is frozen. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think, like everyone kept saying, oh, the Air Force really wasn't doing anything in Vietnam. I've seen so many pictures of Air Force personnel with an M16 in their hand shooting.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone, like the Coast Guard, oh, the Coast Guard doesn't do anything. My ass, the Coast Guard. That's the hardest branch to get in.
Yeah, they have the hard, as much, sorry, Marines, Coast Guard has the hardest basic.
I don't know about that, but
no, I've known coasties and what they.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, and what they go through in basic. Yeah, their basic is shorter, but it's harder. They do almost the same kind of stuff as the Marines do in basic, but they have to do it in a shorter time period.
Oh, okay. I know it's the hardest one to get in.
Yeah, Marines are what, like 12 weeks? Coasties are 9, like the Army is, but there's a lot of water and training and stuff that they go through that the other branches don't.
Yeah, so 32 years. Bulldog, you're the man.
I ran into a guy a few years ago here in Athens. He was at Hurricane Katrina Coast Guard. I think rescuing people.
Yeah.
We talked about it.
They have a hard job. They have a hard job.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even know him was in a bar, and I was talking to him about guns.
Yeah. Everybody talks about Air Force search and rescue and Navy search and rescue. They only do that if a flyer goes down. Coast Guard's doing that on a constant basis anytime a missing civilian boat goes.
Anytime an EPIRB goes off, or anytime somebody calls on a cellular and says, I'm going down, mayday, mayday, I need help. They are the ones who call. They come, not the fire department. No one like that comes unless you're in a lake.
Yep. Well, even then, Coast Guard does on the major lakes too.
Yeah, big lakes too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll even come in
And rivers,
and give more
they're-
service in case
Yeah.
there's a drowned person you're looking for.
rivers too. Yeah, and they do it on major rivers too. Like you go up to Pittsburgh, there is a Coast Guard station where the Coast Guard helps with search and rescue in the river system up there. I know.
Yeah,
I
they
worked
have-
with them when I was in 12th grade. We had the floods that came down and washed all the cars and stuff off the parking wharfs up there. And because I was a lifeguard for the city at that time, for the city pools, because I still was listed on the roll for that, and I was a licensed diver. So I got in the middle of high school. They found out they knew what high school I went to. I'm sitting there. God, it was, say, third period. I get called to the principal's office. I'm like, what the hell did I do? I got drafted to assist in the river rescue efforts because I was a certified diver and I was a lifeguard for the city. So I got drafted to assist in that, which,
Cool.
not so cool when you're pulling dead bodies out of
Oh
water.
no, I understand.
No,
It's just
yeah.
cool at that age that they
Yeah.
took you under to do that. You know.
Yeah, but I got images in my head that I don't want. You know what I mean?
Anytime they ask you for something like that, it ain't never going to be something good.
Oh no.
I remember just had a semi that was pulling up at our high school.
Echo Sergeant Bulldog's up backstage.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Here, let
sorry.
me throw him on. I'm in the kitchen doing stuff, so hold on. Let me throw him in real quick.
Yeah. By the
Hold
way,
on, Sarge. I'm coming.
It's not the first time I was drafted for something too. My father-in-law was at the Pentagon on 9/11.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So I went down with my brother-in-law to check, and we were drafted to help with cleanup. And one of the images I have stuck in my head that I'll probably never get rid of is a little red shoe with a foot in it. Anybody wants to telling me that was a missile hit the Pentagon, you can go fuck yourself.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
That was a bad day.
Hey, Bulldog.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
I hope you got time to say hi to your missus and give her some flowers.
No, she's actually visiting with a good friend of ours' mother right now.
Good.
She's doing Mother's Day there.
Hello, Bulldog. I've seen you in the streams before, Bulldog, so I thought I'd say hi.
Oh, thank y'all for. I saw the link up there, and I figured, well, what the hell? Let me hop in and save my little fingers from trying to type.
You're telling me.
I can talk faster than I can type. Mo fashion.
Mo better.
More betterer, as Mario likes to say it.
Yeah.
More betterer.
Mm-hmm. No one wants to try to read my writing. You can ask Bulldog. Hieroglyphics.
Hieroglyphics.
So happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Yeah,
You
happy
too,
Mother's
Bulldog.
Day, y'all.
My daughter just dropped by. That's why I had to cut out of the stream and come back.
That's
Yeah,
great.
life gets in the way sometimes when you're doing these things.
And this
Oh,
is
yeah.
my first stream too. So I felt
Is it?
I gotta get I said I gotta
Yeah,
get
yeah.
out of here. So boom.
Yeah, he broke his cherry today.
All right. Echo popped his cherry.
All right,
Oh, well, that sounded lovely. Thanks.
There you go.
that'll live with you for a while.
Yeah, that's not going to go away.
Let's not talk about that.
Guys, don't worry. When you start getting shots at angles at night, you know it's from Echo.
Yeah,
Sending ankle pictures.
dude, I got Kyle Lusk really good, dude. I told Willie one night we were on the Georgia chat. This was years ago, or maybe 2 years ago. I go, Willie, what's Kyle's phone number? And he's like, you don't have it? And I go, no. He goes, I don't like giving it to people. And I'm like, well, do this. I sent him a picture of my ankle, and I'm like, to Willie, and I'm like, Willie, send this to Kyle and tell him it's from Dave. And he's like, I'm not sending him that. And I'm like, well, give me the damn number. So Willie gives me his number because he's like, I'm not sending him a picture of your ankle. So I send, what's the matter?
The chief is talking to him.
Yeah, apparently. But yeah, sending ankle pictures when you guys converting to Islam or something. Only because you got to wear the burqas and that's all you get to see is the ankle.
They throw their shoes at people.
If you really want to get, all sexy and stuff, send them an ear picture.
There you go.
What they go do?
Go into the shops and and they start hiking that burqa up.
Yeah.
Shooting a squirrel.
Yeah, one channel I'm subscribed to, he's been putting out videos that are like slideshows of pictures from the old West and stuff. I tell you what, people got this idea of the Victorian era where everything was all proper and everything. There are pictures with that he's got in his videos, which if they weren't historic, YouTube would have took them down as pornographic.
Oh, I can imagine. Some of those ladies were a little bit loose. Uh-oh, Echo's getting yelled at.
Yeah, just a little bit.
They're risque.
Have you all ever heard the story of John Wayne? How he did his style in Westerns, who he got it from? His name was Marion Morrison. He was in Hollywood at 18 years old. He was setting up sound stages and video stages, and Wyatt Earp was there. So Wyatt Earp,
that's where I thought you were going with it. The Wyatt Earp story.
Yeah, and that's how he kind of tried to portray over the years. And I thought that was a trip.
Yeah, Wyatt Earp towards the end of his life was doing. You always see the technical advisors in movies and stuff. Wyatt Earp was doing that on Westerns.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, he did.
Wow, that's cool.
And Wayne was right there with him, and it wasn't even a star at that time.
Yeah, Wayne was doing like stunt work and setting up the equipment and stuff for like on Tom Mix movies and stuff, and that's how he met Wyatt Earp.
Yes.
That was after he had to drop out of college after he got injured playing football for USC.
I read about it.
That's how I met Ward Bond, was playing football at USC. The two of them played football, or on the football team at USC together. And when Bond graduated college, he couldn't find work. Wayne told him, "Why don't you come do what I'm doing?" And that's how Ward Bond ended up doing movies and stuff.
I remember Ward Bond. Yeah.
Wagon Train and a bunch of the John Wayne movies and stuff. And one of his first movies was Maltese Falcon. He played one of the cops in that movie.
I've seen that movie. It's been many a year, though.
Oh, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Believe me, with my mom, I always watched all those old shows.
Yeah, I grew up watching that stuff. Tarzan, John Wayne. But you could go to a walk-in for $0.25 when I was a kid.
Yeah, movies back then, the movies that they made back then are so much better than the crap they make now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. True.
And they would be making 3 or 4 of those a year. Now they make one movie every 3 years, and the movie sucks.
Okay, right now in Turlock,
technical content.
Our movie theaters are finally opening back up, and the only thing they're showing is freaking Fast and the Furious garbage.
Oh,
it makes me so pissed off.
Yeah. I don't get the point of those.
I don't either.
The first one was good. The rest of them,
the rest of them sucked.
Yeah.
I've seen a little of the first one, and nope.
Yeah.
That's so unrealistic, seeing that Charger get so far up in the air too. It's like, come on,
Yeah, well, Texas Outlaw out there's talking about how James Arness was the original Thing. Yeah, he was in the movie The Thing from Another Planet, which is what John Carpenter remade as The Thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And you know how he got the part of Matt Dillon in the TV version of Gunsmoke?
I do. I know how.
Yeah. They originally wanted John Wayne. He didn't want to be stuck to a weekly TV series. And so he recommended Arness. Him and Arness were good friends from when they did a couple of the movies together before that. And that's how James Arness ended up on Gunsmoke as Matt Dillon, because originally they wanted it to be John Wayne playing Matt Dillon.
No kidding.
Hmm. He actually introduced him too, James Arness, with a little short video.
Yeah.
Back then. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's funny because in that little short video clip, he says, "I wish I could have got this part."
Mm-hmm.
You always regret the stuff you pass up, and it turns out to be good.
That's where I was.
Yeah, Wayne did some TV things. Like he was on Lucy. He was on later on he would be on Laughing. He would appear on there, but he didn't want to be stuck as the TV star being on the TV every week. He enjoyed doing movies more than he did doing television. The couple appearances that he had on television, so he wanted to stick with movies. But he got his friend. He had his friend take the job instead, and that made James Arness a star.
Originally, TV shows didn't pay a lot back in those days.
No. And a lot of them were originally radio shows. Gunsmoke was originally a radio show. It was William Conrad, the one who would later play Cannon. He's the one that originally was played James Arness. He played Matt Dillon on the radio play version of it before it became a TV series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
yo,
I'm gonna have to run.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming out.
Yep.
I gotta go take my nephew to lunch or to whatever it is now.
Well, go get some chow, buddy.
All right,
All right,
Have a
brother.
good day,
Well, I
Echo.
appreciate it.
Yep, later.
Have a good day, Echo. Thanks for inviting me on.
Yes, sir. Anytime you want to come on, AR, more than happy to have you.
Yeah, I like it. I like live streaming. I think it's gonna be okay.
And
Yeah.
thanks for letting me in, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep, no problem.
Thanks for being here, buddy. Talk to you later.
Take it easy, sir.
Have fun with getting your chow on.
I will.
Stream's gonna go dead or what? Let's see.
I don't know.
Yes, Echo streaming. I thought.
Yeah, Echo's the one running it.
Yeah, he's still here.
He can go to the bottom of the screen and there's an X for leave studio. Hit that.
Yeah, he's gone. He got it.
Oh,
He
okay.
figured it out. Yeah.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah. And what were we talking about before you had to leave? Oh, we were talking about different people that were in different movies and stuff. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you look at a lot of the soap operas and stuff that are on still, those all started on radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you were talking about what was it? Oh man, hell, what the hell was I gonna say?
I hate doing that.
I hate it when that happens. I hate it when that
brain
happens.
cramp.
Yeah, brain just hit a blank wall. You guys were talking about John Wayne and all this stuff, and I was gonna say the Rifleman, the series with the young boy who's the son, and they lose the beginning of it starts out where the young boy, I guess him and his dad are out going west looking for a new place to buy a ranch and get life started, and I'm guessing because of how they go into it, his mother had died of something, cancer or something, and the little boy just died a couple days ago.
Yeah, he had
Alzheimer's real bad. Yeah,
Johnny Crawford. Yes.
Johnny Crawford. Yes, he did.
Johnny Crawford. And Johnny Crawford would go on to be in some of those teeny bopper movies in the late '60s too.
Yep. Well, he was a good-looking guy. I mean, he was a handsome man for being an all-American type of, picture, like the quarterback, type guy growing up.
And he was a professional musician. He had his own orchestra.
Yeah, and he also did some singing as well. I didn't know that he did all that. multi-talented person, but it was pretty amazing. If you get to watch like a documentary on his life story and all the things that he was involved in, it's like, wow, I had no idea.
Here's some Johnny Crawford trivia for you. Remember the beginning of El Dorado when John Wayne is riding and he comes across the kid who jumps up and shoots at him and he shoots him back and then he takes him to his dad's ranch at the very beginning of the movie?
Mm-hmm.
That was Johnny Crawford.
Holy, no way.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, they also made an appearance on, I want to say it was Gunsmoke, and the dad and the son were on there as the name of the guys from the Riflemen.
Wow. I missed that. I never seen that one. Apparently.
Well, guys, I don't mean to cut it short, but I gotta go. I gotta go buy something for the old lady before I get in too much trouble.
Where are you going?
I'm just gonna go to Rayleigh's grocery store, buy some flowers, come back and say, "Hey, happy Mother's Day." You want to fool around? She'll say, "Nope," and I'll say, "Okay."
Nice meeting you, Willie.
Nice meeting you too. Absolutely.
Nice meeting you.
Absolutely.
Take
Have
care,
fun,
man.
guys. See you, Echo.
Texas Allen's asking, was that El Dorado or Rio Bravo? It was El Dorado because it was the one where after Wayne drops off the boy's body, the father thanks him for doing it. Wayne goes riding back to town, and the ranch owner's daughter, who ends up being basically, towards the end of the movie, ends up being James Caan's love interest, basically, in the movie, comes out and shoots him in the back, and that's what causes him to have the back troubles later on in the movie where his arm seizes up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that now.
James Caan. I think he married a lady that was Elvis Presley's girlfriend for a short period.
That's possible.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I think the one girl he was dating when what the hell was the name of that one movie he was doing? Oh hell, he had all those crazy ass movies he did. I saw that Elvis, man. He was a good old boy, dude. I got to see him in 1978. My mom took me to a concert of his.
I've been to Graceland right after he died. Met Vester Presley. Talked with him a while.
Yeah.
Tragedy is what it was.
Yeah, it really was. A guy with that much notoriety and fame couldn't get a decent doctor to save his life.
You know what happened to him?
Yeah, he was a type 2 diabetic. And he had all kinds of problems with his eyesight. He was going blind right before he died. He had an impacted colon. He had talked to multiple doctors, and nobody wanted to touch him because they were afraid if they killed the king that they would never work again, anywhere. So everybody avoided him like the plague, and they left that poor man to die. And basically his colon was, he couldn't go to the bathroom basically. And the night that he actually died on the toilet, he went out, cause he was actually trying to get in better shape. He went out and played a thing of tennis. And I didn't know this about the king, but he played tennis regularly. And he went out and played tennis with his bodyguard and what they call the Tennessee Mafia or the
Memphis Mafia.
Memphis Mafia. And those guys, they went out and played tennis with him, and he went in and, he got a little tired, came inside, and they said that he had gone to bed and he had gotten up to get on the toilet, and basically it went into cardiac arrest because of the problems he was having with all the other health issues he had.
In later years, out there in Vegas, there's a doctor. I can't remember what they call his name, but he got a hold of Elvis with Demerol and prednisone. He started shooting him up with it and told Elvis it was like acupuncture, supposedly. and he became highly addicted to pain shots too in the end.
Yeah. Demerol's very addictive. That's an opiate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did have a L4 disc out
Yeah.
problem, I think, too.
Yeah. Well, he had been heavy for a while, but he was still active, and he had gotten up there. Elvis was a big boy.
Yeah.
And that he wasn't eating right, and he wasn't getting the exercise he needed, and he threw his back out, and he had a herniated disc that was an L4, I think, and he couldn't. When he was young, they used to call him Elvis the Pelvis. He used to be able to rotate his hips and shake his ass and play that guitar, and freaking. And then, the drugs just wiped him out, and basically you took a kid from the hills that, really didn't know a whole lot about people and how people treat people in the real world, and basically took him and used him to get what they needed out of him, and then basically just let him go to shit and die.
His famous, he had a famous friend, Klein, a radio DJ.
Yeah.
And you see him in pictures a lot. He said that if Gladys Presley had stayed alive, hadn't died, she would have stopped him getting involved with those pain shots and all that crap that he got hooked up with in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a bunch of those guys telling him they were doctors, and they were like, well, we're doctors. And Elvis wasn't a highly educated man, but he knew that these doctors had, degrees from college. He thought he believed in what they were telling him, and basically they were just doing what the recording studios wanted him to give him to make him so he would perform and keep performing and keep doing what he was doing, making them money.
Yeah, he was on borrowed time from his first breath. I don't know if you guys know this. He was born a twin, and his brother was stillborn.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. They can't find his body. I actually tried to find his body one time. I've been to Mississippi in '79. And, I think they got a plaque at Graceland now, a little thing commemorative. You know what I'm talking about, in memory of him. And I told a friend of mine a while back, I said, no, that's not, his twin brother's not buried in Graceland. Not at all. That's just an honorary thing that they did. So.
His brother's probably buried up in the hills somewhere. That's what people did. They would bury their stillborns and their miscarriages and stuff up in the mountains.
He's buried in Mississippi. They just don't know where.
Right.
They got ideas. Some people do. I'll tell you a weird quirk about Elvis. A lot of people don't know this. You may have seen it on YouTube, but when he helped design a lot of that International Hotel back in the day, and he actually put 2 toilets in, 2 showers, 2 sinks in honor of his brother. That way, his dead brother would be right there with him. So he did everything like that. It was weird.
Yeah, you ever hear Alice Cooper tell the story of when he first met Elvis?
I've heard it, but I forget.
Okay.
In a while.
He was at Alice Cooper went to a party in Vegas. This is when he was first starting out, when he first started getting to be big, right? He's at this party and somebody tells him, hey, come on, the king wants to meet you. And he's like, wait, what? The king wants to meet me? And he's like, yeah, come on. So he takes him back into the kitchen and they start talking, and Elvis is like, hands him a gun, says, here, point this at me. I got something I want to show you. he's like, the king wants me to point a gun at him. It's like, who am I to tell him no? So he cranks the gun from Elvis and he points the gun at him. Next thing you know, he says, I'm looking up at the ceiling. He moved so fast. And then he's like, this wasn't skinny Elvis, mind you. He said he moved so fast, I was on the ground before I knew it hit me.
Elvis was wild. He had a lot of redneck game back in the day.
Yeah, well, he was a judo expert. Elvis was a judo expert. And before, so he said he grabbed me, and next thing I know, I'm looking up at the ceiling.
Did you all know that? Go ahead.
He was an FBI agent, honorary FBI agent as well.
No, DEA agent. It was
DEA. That's what it was. Yeah, because he was a big. He was actually a big anti-drug kind of guy. For a guy that died from prescription drug abuse, he was actually a big anti-drug type guy, and actually discouraged kids from getting involved with drugs and stuff.
Yeah, there's a
And he was
picture of Nixon giving him a honorary
Yes.
gold-plated DEA agent's badge and ID.
Yes, and he gave Nixon an honorary Elvis Presley pistol, I believe. He had
he
brought two.
gave him a pistol, and Nixon gave him the badge. Yeah.
Yeah.
He also became friends with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
They were
Flash
friends.
display.
When he first met him, he knocked Muhammad Ali with his security guards completely on his butt with karate, they say, which is kind of wild.
But you know how Mr. T got his start? He was one of Muhammad Ali's bodyguards at one point.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a Golden Gloves boxer, but he never made it big and when going for the world title or anything. He became a bodyguard, and one of the guys that he was a bodyguard for was Muhammad Ali at one point, before he got the role on the A-Team and the Rocky movie.
See, back in the day, everybody was crazy about Elvis Presley. What is it? The Muhammad Ali. They were good friends. What's that guy? Sammy Davis Jr. He does interviews and he talks about Elvis. Elvis was great. He said, cool.
Yeah, and there's a guy that had some acting chops, especially in westerns too, with Sammy Davis Jr. You ever see the episode of The Rifleman that Sammy Davis Jr. was in, and his character was doing all those gun flips and spins and stuff? That was actually Sammy doing it. He was an expert at gun twirling and stuff.
I think I've seen that a long time ago. Yeah, because I grew up with all that stuff. He one time gave Sammy Davis in the audience a big old ring once. And,
Oh yeah, and you know what? That's so weird that you remember that huge ring that Elvis gave Sammy?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? The ring that Sammy got in the accident with his Cadillac and it put his eye out? Because I remember it, I don't remember if it was the ring or the wheel on his. You remember back in the 50s and 60s, people used to put wheels on their steering wheels so that they could crank
that little knob.
Yeah, little knobs, and it would help them because power steering wasn't a big thing. I don't remember if it was the ring that he was wearing or that wheel on the steering wheel that hit him in the eye when he had that wreck in that Cadillac that put his eye out, Sammy Davis Jr.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember that about the ring is that he was wearing it in the episode of All in the Family that he was in, the one where he kisses Archie.
Yes, it was so hilarious when he kissed Archie Bunker. And the funny thing is, him and what was Archie's name? What was his name? Carol
O'Connor.
Carol O'Connor. Him and Carol O'Connor were great friends, and everybody thought Carol O'Connor was this big racist. And Carol O'Connor says, "I played my dad when I was playing Archie Bunker because my dad was just like Archie." And he said it was just like coming home and hanging out with dad. But he goes, I very, very much did. And he goes, my dad wasn't racist.
No.
He just thought that black people lived with black people, white people lived with white people.
Yeah, it was just the way it was, you know.
It was back in the 50s. Yeah. You know, people were segregated.
Yeah,
and
my grandfather was like that.
Even to this day, you still have black communities and you have white communities and Asian communities. It's because the cultures are different. But we're all Americans, so it's all good. It's just, you know, how that's the way Florida is. We're very much split up, but I think that's the way it is. Even in New York City, they have Chinatown, they have like Little Korea. You can go to all these different areas, and they're little segregated spots where you get the true culture, you get the true taste of their food and all of their, you know, like the religious parts, beliefs. You're able my
My grandfather was like Archie Bunker meets John Wayne. He was the big guy like Wayne, but when he talked about different things, like he would sound like Archie Bunker. It's like,
I tell you something that gets me this day and age, and that's this new generation calling Elvis Presley racist.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
they have no idea.
I have no idea.
You get these idiots saying that George Washington was racist, George Washington owned slaves and everything. I wonder if they realized that it was illegal for George Washington to pay his slaves or to free them while he was alive, which is why he owned the slaves. He inherited them, and he created his own currency on his property and set up a store so that he could pay them for their labor without breaking Virginia law.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that one.
Yeah, you know how you always hear about the company store and stuff that the unions would set up? George Washington did that before there was ever a labor union for his slaves, so that they could go and buy stuff that they needed. He paid them a wage out of the currency that he created. They called it credits or something along those lines. They would working so many hours at the job they did, they would get so many credits, and they could take those credits and spend them in the store that he had set up.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And when he was president, Martha would run the store and make sure that they were getting what they needed. They would have like baby clothes in there, diapers, all whatever somebody would need in their daily life. They sold in this store for the slaves so that they could go buy the stuff.
Wow. See, stuff like that's not taught anymore, the history.
No.
It's a shame, too.
No, I think they're destined to try to change history. So they want to go ahead and just not teach it so that a few generations don't hear about it. And then it's easier for them to rewrite it something different.
Right. When George Washington died, there were 3 eulogies read for him. One was Robert E. Lee's grandfather, or great uncle, I forget which one. Henry Lee, who was was one of them, great friend of Washington. The other, the Marquis de Lafayette, who became great friends with Washington during the American Revolution. The other was a black guy who was a former slave that was one of Washington's chief spies against the British.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the African Americans were huge in supporting Washington, and they had a bunch of slaves because the English thought of the black man as an inferior person.
No, it's the exact opposite. The British were actually freeing slaves. Whenever the British took during the American Revolution in the South, when they took territory, a lot of people don't know about what happened in the South with the war. You always hear about what happened in the North because that's where Washington and his people were. You go down south where you had the Swamp Fox and everybody fighting the British. The British, when they would take over a plantation, they would free the slaves, and they would put them on a boat and take them up to Canada. So the British actually had a lot of black slaves who were spies for them, which is where Washington flipped it on the British and got, like that slave I was talking about that read his eulogy, had them working as double agents, spying on the British and feeding them false information about what the Americans were going to be doing.
Wow.
I always thought that it was that they didn't think them worthy enough to actually copy to listen to what they're doing. Like they used to have them around when they were making their plans of war. The generals, they would let the slaves be around them, serving them, food, whatever,
Yeah, because they freed them. They freed them.
So they just thought that because they freed them, that they probably wouldn't turn on them. Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, they freed you got to remember, by this point, England had already outlawed slavery in England and other colonies. The American colonies were the only place in the British Empire at that point that still had slavery. So that was they just hadn't got around to ending slavery in the American colonies at that point.
When you look at it for the overall point, the 13 colonies were such a small little part of the entire world that at the same time was trading in slaves heavily.
Yeah, it's crazy because when you look at it, if you look at the American Revolution was the First World War. That war was fought on every continent except for Antarctica and Australia. A lot of people don't know this. There were battles, mostly naval, in Asia, North Africa, Europe, North America, and South America.
Oh.
And it wasn't just the United States, what would become the United States, France, Britain, and the Hessians, which would be Germany. You also had the Netherlands and Spain involved on the side of what would become the United States. It was, for all intents and purposes, the First World War.
Wow.
That's crazy, dude. I didn't know that.
My minor
know
was, my minor in college was American history, specifically dealing with that time period up until the Civil War.
You're read up more than I am. I thought I knew quite a bit, but apparently I don't.
Yeah, this isn't stuff they teach in school anymore. At one point, this would have been common knowledge. My grandfather used to tell me these stories when I was a kid because he learned this in school. You know, they don't. By the time I got to school, they weren't teaching that stuff.
Most of the stuff I learned about history was after I got grown. You know, later 20s and 30s, started reading a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they pick a handful of stories and they want to tell you, a hand select full of stories. But when you really learn about the real stories, they're so much better when you really later on when I grew up, they had that show In Search Of.
Mm-hmm.
And with Leonard Nimoy. That was a killer show when we were kids watching that because he would talk about stuff that was nobody, we didn't have computers. We had the old books. Remember the Tell Me Why? The life books that were Tell Me Why. You'd go in there, tell me why the sky is blue. You'd look it up and it would tell you it's not that the sky is blue. It's just that it's the something to do with the air and the waves,
the atmosphere and the light and everything. Blue's not absorbed like the other colors are, so blue is what the sky appears to be.
And you always find stuff like that, but now kids just have a little computer they can go into and that's kind of, I think we're a lot. We need to start doing things a little different. I think would help children out a lot more nowadays.
Yeah, agreed. They're not learning proper history anymore.
Well, they're not learning. Period. That's the whole problem. That's why you have girls that, I always tell this story. I had a girl drive by my house. I was out front and I was picking up a package from Amazon or something. Set of dyes or something, and I hear this scraping noise, and I'm like, what in the hell is that? That's a hideous noise, and it's just getting louder and louder. And I look down the street, and here comes this car, and it's a Honda Accord, and you see this girl, she's this little blonde girl, probably 110 pounds soaking wet behind the wheel, and she's looking out the window and driving real slow, and I'm like, hey, hold up. And I asked her, I said, hey, you obviously realize you have a flat tire. And I'm like, do you have a spare? And she's like, yeah, but I don't know how to change it. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know how to change it? I was like, stop the car right there. I'm going to teach you how to change it. I'm not a weirdo. I'm just going to teach you how to change it. That way, if you ever get in a position like this, you don't have to ruin a wheel, and you could change your own damn tire. So I showed her how to change the tire. She said, thank you. And it kind of pissed me off because she's like, thank you, you're such a nice old man. And I'm like, oh Jesus Christ. I'm like, I'm not that old yet. And dude, go home and slap your mother and father or whatever, because they should have taught you this shit before you were ever allowed to get a keys to a car. My God, right? Not knowing how to change a freaking wheel if you get a flat. What are you supposed to do? I'm like, Good Lord. She's like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I was supposed to call like 911. I'm like, no, they would have told you not do that. Don't do that. You just, this is what you do. You just take the car, you move it only if it's not on level ground, you know, and then you get yourself out of traffic, pull over, and this is what you do. Change a tire, put the old one back in the trunk there, and, you know, so that you can, you know, take your car down to Firestone and get them to fix the other tire, and they'll put it back on there for you, the original wheel. And she's like, oh, okay. You know, she was like, thank you very much, old man. And I was like, you're welcome, young girl. Just have a nice day. Don't freaking God. That was probably a $300 rim that she drove like a couple miles on, and it was just destroyed. And I was like, I bet your parents are going to be real happy that they didn't teach you how to change a tire when they write that check for $450 for a new rim and tire.
Yeah, some of these new cars, man, I wouldn't even want to know how. I wouldn't know how to change the tire because you don't have the normal places where you would put a jack. Don't exist anymore.
Yeah,
it's like, how do I jack this car up?
Yeah, they've gotten. Yeah, I remember shit. I remember the old bumper jacks.
Oh
that
yeah,
killed a bunch of people. Remember the old bumper jacks? Them damn things were as dangerous as shit.
Oh yeah.
Them things would shoot out from underneath a car bumper at 100 miles an hour.
My stepfather was always bought cars from the '60s, so yeah, I'm well acquainted with the bumper jacks. My first car was a '69 Camaro. So.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. When we used to jack up the bumpers, and then they had in the '70s, they were going from the bumper jack to they were going to the bumpers that weren't like the huge chrome bumpers, and they had the little innards that you could hook that bumper jack into the bumper. And it would be like this. It had reinforced areas that were steel, like right where the horns came off of the frame, where they would bolt onto the bumper. But the bumpers themselves were like plastic or something.
Yeah.
You put that bumper jack in there and you'd start jacking that thing up, and it would start moving that plastic. I was like, oh, that's built real well. I'm like, dude, these bumpers are going to look horrible in about a couple years from the sun and those. And yeah, they would. Soon they got rid of that, and they went to the little scissor jacks underneath the floor pans in the front and back.
Yeah. I had on my Camaro, I had a floor jack. I threw a floor jack in the trunk, and that's what I did.
Yeah, dude, like a shop vac, like a 2-ton shop vac, shop jack,
2-ton shop jack,
yeah. Because those were the best way to do it.
You stick it right underneath the driver's side door, the passenger side door.
Yeah,
1-2 cranks, and that car was off the ground.
Dude, you could change your oil while you were at it too. You didn't have to worry. You had everything.
Yeah, because you could lock it. You could lock it. And it was like having it on the jack stand.
Oh man, I tell you what, I remember this guy. He called me one night, and he was a friend of mine that I grew up with, and he's like, Dave, my car's down here blocking traffic down here on Orange Avenue, downtown Orlando, and I don't want to get a ticket. He's like, I don't have a driver's license, by the way. And I'm like, what? He's like, I'm driving, and my radiator, it blew up. I'm like, it blew up. And he's like, something happened. All the coolant flew out of the bottom of my car, and I don't want to drive it. I'm afraid it's going to blow up. But I'm stuck, and I'm on Orange Avenue, and I need you to come get me with your tow truck. So I'm like, all right, man, I'll run down there. So I haul ass, jump in the truck, go down there. Here he is in the middle of this intersection, and apparently he had a vapor lock in his engine, where it built up a bunch of pressure of air, where the radiator was leaking through the head gasket and shit, and that water was cooking off, and when it would cook off in the hot inside of the cylinder, it was vaporizing, and it was vaporing into building up pressure in the coolant system to well over 14 pounds positive pressure. It probably got up to around 80 or 90 pounds, and then it blew the bottom of the radiator completely off of the car. It just blew that and the bottom hose off. Yeah, honey.
It didn't blow the emergency release on the radiator cap? Wow.
No, he didn't even have that on. He didn't have that on there. Yeah, that setup, that blow off that would blow by to the little basically you would have a petcock on the top of your radiator cap, and it would bleed off to an overflow tank, and that you'd keep about halfway full, and then when your radiator got hot, it put extra coolant into that tank, and when it got cold, it would suck coolant from that tank. And no, that was a design that came in the 80s. If you had a car that was older than like an 82, chances are
you could buy the replacements for the old ones.
Yeah, you can buy the kit to change it over to that system, but you have to buy a different radiator cap.
My Camaro had that on there because I would race the Camaro on the drag strip. So I've got radiator. That's your thermostat goes. You're in the middle of a race. You want that pressure to blow off. So I had the replacement cap on there. So
So I get this guy up on the truck, right? I put his car on my truck, and I go to pull out of the intersection, and this cop pulls us over, and I'm like, dude, just tell him you're riding with me. I'm like, dude, look, did the cop ask you? I'm just going to tell him that you're my friend, which you are, and you're riding around with me tonight. And I got a call to come get this car. So he's like, all right. So this cop, he's like, the cop had been, what I did not realize was the cop had been watching this idiot for like 20 minutes and watching him sit there, and, he sees him get, the car break down. He sees him run off, come back, and then me show up. So he's like, it puts one and one together, and he's like, okay, well, he went and called the tow truck, and then the tow truck driver just lied to me and said that, this guy's riding around with me. So long story short, we get busted and he's like, I could give you a ticket for driving without a license, but he's like, you know what? He goes, you guys seem like you're just moving the car back to your house anyway, so I'm not going to mess with you. And I'm like, dude, you were watching us all that time for that? And he's like, dude, you wouldn't imagine some of the stuff I see down here just sitting in the parking lot. And I'm just like, that's kind of scary, man. You're just kind of watching people. He's like, not in like a criminal like way, but and I was like, oh my God.
Getting back to radiator caps, every time my stepfather got one of those old 60s cars, he would switch to the newer style radiator cap. It's just it's safer for your engine, because if you get the pressure build up like what you were talking about, that pressure releases out that radiator cap, and you're much less likely to damage your engine that way.
Yeah, the deal is with the radiators, if you get pressure buildup in that system, you got something else going on. So there's a couple of things, usually if you're mixing coolant with if you're mixing water coolant with engine oil, you've got a cracked block or a blown head, your head gasket is gone, or you got a cracked head.
Yep.
That water and oil is mixing.
Yeah, I'm talking about like if your thermostat goes, you start overheating that pressure valve. It prevents back pressure from going back in the coolant system, which could damage your engine. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but when you're talking about, if you get the coolant and the water mixing in, you got a crack somewhere, and that's not good either.
Yeah.
At that point, you already need a new engine.
Yeah. You're pretty much, or at least a head gasket. I've blown head gaskets before on turbo cars, and I always smell it. I'll be letting off the turbo and hear that wastegate open up and spew, and I'll be like, I smell coolant. I'm like, yep, blown a head gasket. I know it.
Yeah.
Because I used to build some cars when I was younger, and we used to race a lot of track cars and a lot of street racing in my old days.
Yeah, anymore, you blow a head gasket, you may have blown the head itself.
I used to, when I was young,
make these things out of now.
When I was young, I used to torque heads down without a torque wrench on Chevy V8 engines.
Oh yeah.
On 350s.
Yeah, 327s too.
Yeah, 327 small block.
Used to do that on my 396 in my Camaro. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get it down. If you don't have a freaking torque wrench, they're expensive. I got $300 torque wrench. I got 2 of them, and I know you don't have that wrench. That head's got to go back on that car, and then you just try to follow the right patterns, and just give it a by judgment of bolt movement. Like you give it a quarter turn, and keep jumping.
Yeah. Kingpin's out there in the chat now.
Who is? Oh, Kingpin is?
Yeah. Link's pinned at the top, Kingpin, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, dude. Come on in, dude.
But,
what's up, Kingpin?
I don't know if you've heard me tell the story about my Camaro or not. I paid $500 for it, and basically I bought the engine, and everything else was included with the price of the engine. The body on it was rusted out. The other part that wasn't rusted out was the roof, and the interior was shot. But the frame was in good shape. I bought this when I was in high school, and high school had the motor shop where I went to high school, and the teacher was like, "Yeah, can we use your car as a project car?" Because he knew I had just bought it, and he knew what shape it was in. Because I was in go-kart club, and the teacher that ran the auto repair shop, also was the advisor, the teacher advisor for the go-kart club. So I was like, yeah, how much is it going to cost me? He's like, it's not going to cost you a thing. You're a student. Any work we do on there, it's going to be free. I was like, okay. They put a fiberglass body on the car.
Wow.
Painted the car. Dual exhaust. And they got the engine where it was putting out almost 700 horsepower.
That's pretty good horsepower. Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't pay a penny for it, except for what I had, my initial investment of the $500 for the engine, where I basically bought the engine. That was going to be a project car that me and my stepfather were going to be working on, but then there was some shit that went on with my stepfather where that wasn't going to happen at that point. So I'm sitting there with this car sitting in my friend's dad's garage, trying to figure out what I'm going to do with this car at that point. And then,
exactly. Just storing a car at that point is like a major pain in the rear end. You're like, my God, I want to keep it, but where am I going to keep it?
Yeah.
I got a car now that's been sitting 30 years, 14,000 miles on it original.
Yeah. This car,
springs are weak and everything.
Yeah, this car was beautiful. It was midnight blue metal flake paint job, and they did they combined the SS Bumblebee stripe with the rally stripes off of the Z28 and ghosted them. They were ghosted on there to where they were like basically see-through, where you could see the paint underneath and everything. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. It was like they did it in silver and ghosted them. I was like, God, what they did to that car, I would have never been able to do. It was just a beautiful car. And then one of the things my mother did, if you guys don't know the story, Squib does. Remember Squib telling you about how my mother pulled some shit? I gave her the money to send in on the insurance. She doesn't send the money in. I don't know what the hell she did with it. My godfather borrows the car. He wrecks it. I don't have insurance. That's just one thing my mother had done.
Yeah, that was not nice.
I'm working on a project car now.
Yeah.
What are you working on, AR? I heard you talking about something just a minute ago. What were you saying?
A while back, I bought a couple years ago an '89 Corvette with 14,000 miles on it, and I'm having to pull the head so the lifters are frozen from sitting so many years.
Right.
Got a lifter. You can hear it knock, knock, knock in the right head, passenger side. I got to either tear it down or send it to the dealer and let them tear the top off of it and redo it.
What do you need to replace hydraulic lifters?
Roller lifters, and possibly, I don't think the cam may be good. So the lifters, the springs, the '89 Corvette tended to have weak springs out of the factory. So I got to do that one. Hopefully I may have to pull the heads and do new gaskets because it's got it originally had quite a bit of rust in it. Whoever had that car just let it sit and just never cranked it.
Yeah. Is the fuel tank got gas in it or rust in it?
Oh, not that I can tell. I've got treatment in it, and it'll crank. I was driving it for a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden one day I got this little knock, and I kept, well, that's not a rod, and I kept listening to it. My brother come over, he listened to it for a while. All of a sudden I figured out stuck lifters. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to realize when you park a car that many years and the springs are compressed, they get kind of worn out too.
Yeah. The spring gets
Yeah.
a set in it, just like
Yeah.
a magazine spring. And those that year springs, they had probably a bad set of metal.
Yeah, they
because-
did.
Yeah.
I had another 89 in 1995 I bought originally. And that was my first vet. And it was known to have weak spring issues. I never had a problem with that car. I drove about 60,000 miles on that, no issue. But
Yeah, the Camaros and the Firebirds had the same problem because they had the same engine as the Corvette did. They had the same springs, so they would run into the same problem.
Yeah, I see it on YouTube. A lot of people doing mine's got the old L98 engine.
That you had the same. I had a 25th anniversary in 92. I had a Z28 25th anniversary edition with the Corvette package, which gave me the Corvette intake, aluminum heads. It was a steel block with aluminum heads with the Corvette intake. And I think it was pushing out right at about 300 horsepower, and that wasn't bad for a Chevy 350 5.7 liter back in that year, because that was the year that they choked them to just about to death with the damn EPA shit.
Yeah, well, if you remember the '87 Trans Am and the Grand National, right?
The IROC, 87 and 88 was the IROC. Yeah, I know my Camaros. The 68.
I'm talking about the Trans Am, the Firebird, the 20th anniversary Trans Am, and then the Grand National. They both had the same turbo V6. They had the 3.8 liter V6 in there, the turbo that was producing more power than the Corvette was. So GM made them stop selling those with that engine the next year, because nothing was allowed to be more powerful than the Corvette in GM's inventory.
Well, yeah, because of what they were charging for it.
Yeah,
they didn't want. That's the problem with the turbocharged car motors. That's why if you look in American Muscle Mags, the only car that they ever pushed hard was the the 88 Grand National with the 6-cylinder turbo in it.
The the turbo Grand Nationals were 86 and 87.
Yeah, they never pushed a turbo motor again in American Muscle for that reason. That car could beat anything they put it up against, and it was just a straight 6.
Yeah, and they put it was a V6, but it was a V6. It was a turbo V6. They put that same engine in the 20th anniversary Trans Am, and that's what got GM's attention. Wasn't just because at that point it wasn't just in the Grand National anymore. It was also in the Trans Am, and they're like, no, that engine's got to go. I had that engine in my '84 Monte Carlo. That car would fly. And ironically enough, that car got wrecked too by somebody else borrowing it. My mother-in-law's truck was in the shop, so she borrowed our car to take my mother-in-law's mother, shopping. And somebody hit them when they were at a stoplight. I've had no luck lending cars to people.
I haven't either. I've had my own daughter totaled my car up years ago, Firebird. About 20 years ago, actually. So I quit loaning them out.
Yeah, I've said if I ever get a car like my Camaro or my Monte Carlo again, nobody else is touching it. But I'm not allowed to drive anymore, so it doesn't matter anyway.
My uncle, he owns a Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, BMW repair shop. Back when he was in high school, back in the 70s, he bought a 1969 RS SS Camaro for $1,500, and it was like a brownish color, and this had not been taken very good care of. The motor was shit in it, and I mean, he hand built a motor for it, and he was running 10 seconds all day long down at the quarter mile. And basically, he let that car sit, and he's been rebuilding it now. But the problem was, had he rebuilt that car to original, it would have been worth 10 times what it's worth right now.
Yeah.
He put a LS1 Corvette motor in it with the automatic transmission out of the Corvette, and he put a 411 posi track rear end in it, and he painted it Ferrari yellow, and it looks good. And he has the original bumpers and chrome all on it, and he had it all blacked out, and all the chrome was black. And dude, it looks really good, and it's gosh darn fast. I mean, it's scary fast.
Yeah, my Camaro, whatever they got done with it, we took that thing to the strip for the first time. That thing was running in the 9s.
Wow.
The car was super light because having that fiberglass body on there.
Yeah, that's so damn fast. They fucking make you put a cage in it or down here. You run 9 seconds.
Oh yeah, they had to redo the interior too. It had racing seats, front and rear racing seats, and it had a partial cage in it because of how fast it would go.
That's scary fast. And you were doing this when how old were you?
I was in high school.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was just above the limit where I would, if I was racing it, where I would have to have a chute on the back as a safety precaution. If it would have been any faster, I would have had to have put the parachute on the back.
Wow.
It was barely street legal.
I'm an old man, but I love to drive sometimes fast. I love to get on and smoke the tires. It's fun. Real fun.
Yeah, they had one of those short stack tunnel rams on there, and with the double carbs and everything. I mean, this thing was a beast. It barely fit under the hood. If they would have put any bigger of a tunnel ram on there would have been a hole in the hood. It barely fit. You
remember them deep draw Edelbrock intakes.
Yeah,
that were like 2.5 feet tall, and they would take two twin Holly 750s.
Yeah, that's like what this was. Only it was short enough to where it actually fit under the hood.
Yeah,
that's what those are. That's what a tunnel ram is. It's those big stack like Edelbrock.
Yeah, I got my uncle and his sister's husband. My uncle's the one that owns this European sports car dealership over in Winter Park, Florida, and but they used to build American muscle for years, and my other uncle, his older brother-in-law, owned a bunch of gas stations over in Southern California before they closed them, and they bought property over here in Florida, and everybody moved over here to Florida back in the mid 60s. And but when they got over here, they started building cars, because that's what they did. They started building hot rods and stuff, and he had built a 454 motor that had such high compression that it was running. He had, 700 cubic inches of carburation on it. 2.5 foot high rise intake manifold. And it was pushing right at 500 brake horsepower on a 454. And it was in a little 14 foot fiberglass boat with a Berkeley jet outdrive that had been over drilled for high pressure, and that boat would run 98 miles an hour. And we used to go and put it in a lake called hold on, let me think of the name. And it was downtown Orlando, and there was two parts of the lake in I-4, which is a big interstate that runs North and South Florida kind of together. I-4. And it would go right through this lake. And what the hell was the name of the lake? I can't remember, but we used to get on one side and we would race cars to the other side and beat cars because we would start at 0. They were going 60 miles an hour down I-4 because the speed limit's 55, and we would floor it and we would outrun the car by the time we got 3 football fields down. And we were only doing 97 mile an hour. That was wide open, and the motor was turning almost 6,000 RPM. And you could just, I mean, it was just straight up, just balls out power. When you'd floor it, your entire body would compress against the seat, and you would feel like you had a hard time breathing. You were like, holy shit, we're in a boat. I'm like, it's hooking up so hard out of the hole because that big old jet intake on the bottom, it would just suck that boat down flat, and it would just gulf down water, and it would shoot a 4-inch stream of water out of that jet outdrive, that Berkeley outdrive, and it would freaking blow it 35 feet behind the boat, and that thing would just jump to 100 miles an hour so quickly that you couldn't even, by the time you were able to take a breath, you were at 95 miles an hour. It was incredible. And that's just pure muscle. That's no NOS. That's no turbocharging. That's no blower. That's just naturally aspirated, high compression, quality built motor.
Let's see what that horse said out there, but his Subaru 4-wheel drive turbo wagon would have smoked all your guys' fancy muscle cars.
I was going up.
No, hold on. Going up the mountain trail, 2 feet of snow, but still smoked you. That might be the only way that Subaru would have smoked our cars. But yeah, I'll give him that much. Going uphill in 2 feet of snow, yeah, he probably would have beat us to the top. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Put that same car in the drag strip, and it's a different story.
I was going to build my car originally, the motor, when I first got it, and I decided not to because I don't want to kill its value.
Oh, you're going to restore it as a classic?
It's basically restored. Well, it's like brand new, interior, exterior. It's just it's it. I'm going to basically just tear down the top end part.
Right.
Yeah.
Get the top end running the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, the only supposedly 14,000 miles. Now I've never looked at the bearings or anything, or pulled a rod cap off or anything. But what I can tell is cars had no road miles.
Well, if you take the oil cap off and you look down in the valve cover, does it look clean as day in there?
Looks like brand new, like my.
Oh shit, yeah! Because if there was any kind of, if you looked inside a valve cover before, a motor that's got miles on it, you can see the wear marks. Because all that stuff's just made out of bar stock aluminum or steel. That motor is all aluminum. It's got aluminum block and motor heads. That's a good motor to use. That's actually a real strong motor. You get those heads rebuilt. That's all I would do to it. Rebuild the heads and then make it into a classic, because you're talking about a car. Did you say what year?
It's an 89 with 14,000 miles.
Holy shit, dude. Listen to this, dude. They started making that new body style in 87. So you've got the first generation upgrade when it went from the that wide footprint, that all fiberglass wide footprint. That new body style was in 87 from the old Stingray to the I don't know what they call that new body style, but I
have the one with the 16-inch wheels.
Yes,
I've got the salad shooters, which looks better.
Yes. You got the one with the small wheels on the front and the 17s on the back. It's got 16s on the front and 17s on the back or something like that, or 17s on the front, 18s on the back.
I had a 94 years ago that had that. The 17 on the front, smaller tire. Mine's 275, 45, 17 all the way around.
Okay. Yeah. So but that car is a classic. That's over 20 years old. That's the bomb diggity right there. That's how many years you got? Let's see. That's almost 30 years old.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is.
No, it's over 30.
That'll be a nice one too.
And 89, that's 32 years old.
Yeah.
Nothing ages better than a white man with good health care and a Corvette.
Yeah, I can actually crawl under the car and I can look at the oil pan all underneath. There's no rock chips, no nothing. It looks like brand new.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a Parker. That was one that somebody parked, probably had multiple cars, and just didn't drive really any of them, probably.
Yeah,
Probably had like one car he drove. But that's cool because that he paid it off for you. You know what I'm saying? Pass it all along. I mean, that car's like mint condition. I'd get that thing running and I'd run it up there to one of those hot rod Corvette things where you get to go, only Corvettes go. Those what is it, Corvette clubs?
Oh yeah.
And you get to show your cars off and stuff. I'd get involved with something like that because those people would freak out over something like that. I mean, that's an American muscle, old school American muscle, but still new enough so that everybody can remember what they were doing when I was in let's see, that's 80. I was just graduating high school in 88.
Wow.
And I was 16. Or no, 89. 89 and I was 17. Because they held me back a year because I started school late because my birthday's so late in the year. Yeah, I remember they started that right when I went up to go to school because I was like, well, what do you mean, Dad, Mom, I can't go to school? And because when all the other kids were going, I had to wait home. And she's like, it's okay. You could stay home with me and we'll do projects. And I'm thinking, great, projects, weeding the flower beds. That is just what I wanted to do.
Yeah, I can't wait to get it running. I drove it for a few weeks until the lifters started knocking. And
but probably getting a little bit of mileage on that motor probably did it a little good. Now that the lifters are a little messed up, you just replace the lifters.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm either gonna do it or I'm gonna let the dealer do the top end. I don't know yet what I want to do.
Well, the good thing about if you let the dealer do it, if they mess it up, they get to replace it.
That's why I want. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And that's what I always look. When I'm stuck, if it's something that I've done 1,000 times before, yeah, I'll probably do it myself. But if you got something that's worth that much money, and that car is worth money because of the year and the lack of driving and no mileage on it, because that's brand new for a car that was made yesterday. 14,000 miles on a car, that's like something somebody owned for half a year and only drove it on the weekends.
Yeah, it has that one drawback. I bought one with so low miles that I wound up with engine trouble, but that's the way it goes. But once I get it going, it's going to be a blast.
Well, here's the thing. If you would have bought one with high mileage, you would have bought one with probably engine trouble.
Yeah.
If it's set for that long, they could have driven the hell out of it, pulled it in a garage because it was Grandpa's car, and they didn't know anything about cars and not put any fuel to storage, the fuel preservative in the gas, the oil preservative in the oil, and either that or just fill the engine completely full of oil. That's what we used to do. We would take 20 weight Valvoline T5 and we would take the spark plugs out and we'd fill the whole motor full, and then we'd just finger tighten the spark plugs back in with none of the caps on them, and that way you knew not to start the motor. And basically then what we do is we'd, finger tighten them down in there and let that motor just sit like that. And when we'd go to start it again, we would pull the spark plugs out and then pull the drain plug out and drain the entire engine overnight into a drain bucket, and then come back, put the plug back in it, fill it up with 6 quarts of oil, and then we would hand crank the engine over off the front bushing or a pulley, and rotate it a few times over, and spraying a little real thin 2-stroke oil down inside and cranking that over the valves and everything.
Right.
And through the valves, all that two-stroke oil works really good. And the good thing about two-stroke oil is it burns clean. It doesn't leave a bunch of gook behind, and that's, you know, it's designed to burn with engine fuel. So, you know, that would be a good thing to run through it, and then make sure it's all lubed up. Crank that sumbitch up and run her down the road, man. Yeah, you got a car worth putting. I would take it down to the dealership. I'd be like, hey, fellas, I cranked this up, and, you know, tell them the whole story. It's a collector's car, and it's got very low mileage, and now I've got lifters sticking, and I just didn't want to mess with it. I want to go ahead and at this time replace all the lifters. If you come across one that's still good, go ahead and put it in the you know, put it. Take it out, put a new one in. Because I don't want to have to go back and have you replace the same thing again at the end of a year because I didn't go ahead and have you to change the one.
Yeah. I actually, when I first got it, I actually put the injectors in myself.
Oh.
Yeah, my health's kind of deteriorating. I'm an older guy, and I got that done. Drove it a little bit, then the lifter started, and I said, "Oh well, I'll either take it to the dealer or do it myself eventually." So, but I can't wait.
You want to be able to use that thing and enjoy it.
Yeah, I do.
Save up a little money and take it up there and or find you a guy that's trustworthy is the hard thing, and that he's a good Corvette mechanic, because you don't want just a regular car mechanic. You want a Corvette mechanic because they're specialized, and you know. And you find a good one that's honest, and he probably do that job for you relatively cheap, seeing what you've got into it and that you've done the injectors on it. And you could tell him, look, I came across this car by luck, and, you know, I want to get it running to where I can enjoy it and go drive it around, you know, and cruise around and enjoy Corvette for what it was made to be done. And that's to be seen in it, driving it.
Yeah. Occasionally, even now, I say, well, do I have a Corvette? No, it's not running. I'll go out and sit in it for maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
This thing, I got to get this thing going. This sucks.
Yeah, because, man, once that thing's running, you'll be happy to go up and get food anytime. You'll be like, no, not a problem. I got the vet to drive now.
Yep. No, I wish it was running. That's for sure.
Kingpin after said that his brother had a 69 Roadrunner and it would run in the low 11s.
Well, I remember them.
Yeah, I should have had a Roadrunner. Somebody gave to my dad when I was little, and that was supposed to become my car when I turned 16. A week before my 16th birthday, the son of a bitch sold it.
When I was 15 years old, we totaled out a Super B car similar to the Roadrunner in Atlanta, hit a telephone pole.
Oh, yeah, I remember Super Bs.
Yeah. Similar car, different color.
Yeah. This one had the Looney Tunes Roadrunner decals on it still. It had the beep beep horn and everything, man. This thing was cherry, and my father sold it before I turned 16.
I remember him well.
Son of a... I have not... there's just so many people I would love to kill right now because of cars I had or was supposed to have, and it's because of somebody else I don't have or have them. I never got or have them anymore. You know, it's like, people wonder why I don't talk to my family. Well, my father's dead, for one thing. I can't talk to him if I wanted to, which I wouldn't want to. I didn't even go to his funeral or anything. When my brother and I were younger, we both had medical issues. My brother had leukemia and I had bladder problems. We were both in and out of the hospital. My father showed up at the hospital once.
Wow.
And somebody said, you know, your dad's in the hospital. He has to have a liver transplant. I was like, I don't care. That son of a bitch didn't care when my brother and I were in the hospital. Why the fuck should I care? He's in the hospital now. When he died, it was like, I didn't care. You know what bothers me? Not the fact that I didn't care that he died. The fact that he never gave me a reason to care. That's what bothers me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Me and my father had issues from time to time when I was growing up.
Kingpin says we were too poor to build it up much, and his brother is a dummy.
Kingpin's hilarious, dude. He's like, my brother was a dummy.
You don't have to tell me Kingpin's hilarious. I do a weekly show every week with this guy.
I know. See, I didn't know you, but I knew Kingpin back in the days when G-Webs was still doing gun websites and everything.
Yeah.
That's where I know him from, Dead Horse and all those fellas. That's how, because I kind of met, I came to YouTube 6 years ago, and I'd never been on the internet before in my life.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
And
We didn't meet until last week. Meanwhile, we know the same fucking people.
yes. And not just for a couple of weeks. We've known each other for known of each other's friends for years.
Mm-hmm. It's like, how the hell did we never end up meeting up on these chats? We know the same exact people for years now. You know, like, what in the hell is going on?
What's really going on?
Mm-hmm.
All right, who keeps opening all my doors in my house? And my wife's driving me crazy.
Hey, Echo, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how do I do the without my video but do the audio by itself?
Okay, see that little button down at the bottom that says start camera? Just click that.
Okay.
It says stop or start camera. It's right beside the microphone one that you use to mute it. Just hit that button and it'll turn your camera off.
Yeah, and it'll put like a buster line through it, like, you know, like Ghostbusters.
Yeah, and then if you go over to where you see where your little box is down there at the bottom left-hand corner, if you click those three dots on there, and you go to edit audio avatar, you can add your whatever picture you want.
Oh, okay.
Like how he got his cat, and I got my show logo.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. I'll do that eventually.
Yeah, you can just go into, it'll go into your downloads. You can pick it into your downloads, and you can pick any photo, take a picture of your Corvette.
Right.
And you could even use that.
If I click on the dots now, what will it do if I don't have it?
It'll just give you a list of options that you can choose.
Yeah, you click edit audio avatar, and it'll just open up a window that'll have things that you've already opened. And then if you don't have anything, you just hit the plus sign, and then it'll open the standard Windows dialog where you can pick whatever folder you have pictures saved to. Go into that folder, and you can pick whatever picture you want.
Okay.
It'll resize it automatically and everything.
I'm gonna work on that. After I get off, I'll do it. Get it straightened out like that. I'm very new to this stuff. I've never live streamed. Well, I did by myself on here a while back. I think Kingpin got on and talked to me a few minutes, and I logged off and hadn't been on since. Actually, had a weird year. I had to have. I was in the hospital 4 days, and I had to have hernia surgery a few weeks ago.
Oh, how'd that go? That sounds painful.
Oh, no, it sucked. They was taking me in the surgery room, and she said, "Oh, you're gonna hurt." And I said, "Why? I'm in a surgery center. How am I gonna hurt?" Well, I woke up about to die. Said, you all better give me. I said, "You better give me some Dilaudid or something."
You better give me something. A damn hit me in the head with a damn bottle.
They did, and I was okay for like an hour or so. The lady next to me was crying, going, "Please help me, please!" And I'm sitting there going, "My God, you all don't take care of people here. I mean, you basically let them suffer in pain." And,
yeah, my God. Yeah, and that's half the problem is that who wants to lay in anywhere and listen to somebody in pain, and you're in pain too, and you know at any time now it's going to come back when that medicine wears off.
Yeah, I was lucky. I spoke with the doctor beforehand and met him for the first time. I said, "I want something after surgery, whatever you want." I said, "Give me something strong." And,
hey, look, Obnoxious joined us.
Obnoxious?
Yeah, look at my avatar.
Well, you've been streaming a lot today, Echo.
Me?
Yeah. Now it's the Road Warriors.
What, 5 hours? Wow.
Yeah, I've been going a ways.
Yeah, this is nothing. There was one Sunday where Gizzard Gary and I did 15 hours straight.
Wow.
We did his Sunday morning show. that he does from what, like 10 to 2, I think it is. Then we got off of there, and G Webs was asking us, "Hey, you guys want to jump in another channel?" We're like, sure. So he fired one up, and we were on his for a couple hours. And then somebody else, I forget who, fired one up. And then we went over there to that one. And then it was time for me to do my Sunday night show. So we were both on my show. And then we went over to Midnight Range's show. We were doing
So you do a Sunday night show, Rich?
Yeah. It's on the Unloaded Media channel. That'll be about 8:30 Eastern.
Okay. How do I look it up? Just Rich, or what's the name of it?
Unloaded Media. That's the
Unloaded.
Unloaded
I dropped by there one time. On there. Yeah. Kingpin. Yeah. I think I remember now.
Yeah, Kingpin, Jason Stewart, and
a
couple of the other guys show up on, they're on my panel just about every week. New York Outcast, Squid.
I was in the side chat for a few minutes, for a little bit, 10, 15
minutes. Yeah, we never know what we're going to talk about on that show. Kind of like this. We've gone through so many topics so far.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's see. We talked about cars. We talked about movies. We talked about John Wayne. We talked about James Arness. What else have we talked about? Oh, we talked about the kind of person my mother is. That my brother's an asshole.
My brother's quirky too. Weird.
My wife is letting that one out and getting everybody laughing.
I know I watch Uncle UJ's stream sometimes a little late. I'll log on there a little bit and check it out, and then I typically go to bed. Sometimes I'll stay up late, sometimes I don't.
Thank you, Sean.
Good Horse says there's an old man by him in his 90s that has a Toyota truck parked since almost new next to his house. Has 32,000 miles on it, but the truck has sat for almost 20 years.
Wow. Typically, if any vehicle sits, there's some issues with those motors. One way or another, usually.
Yeah, well, if it's a Toyota, the body, those Toyota trucks are known to rust.
What was that? What about rusting?
No, the Toyota trucks, they'll rust.
Oh, certain, yeah, the 80s, like the 89, 88, 87.
Into the 90s, yeah.
And into that was the metal, the sheet metal they were using coming out of overseas was very, very corrosive, and it just corroded. And if you guys noticed, it was always the beds. It was never the cab of the trucks. It was always the beds that would just rust.
I've seen the front fenders and stuff just be rusted as shit on them too.
Yeah, but it was basically like the fenders weren't really part of the main body of the truck. It was the fenders were like made. It was like they used a certain bit of metal those years to do the main body of the truck. Then the fenders, the actual bed were used a different metal. But what was weird were the doors and the tailgates wouldn't rust. Just the freaking beds. And you could always it was so weird. It was almost like you were like, well, you could buy like a truck and you would just buy like 3 extra beds and you'd have a truck for your life.
Yeah, I knew somebody who had one. The bed rusted out, so he just replaced it with 2x4s and then stained it and polyurethaned it, and that was his bed in his Toyota pickup. The old school like 40s and 50s truck bed look, where they had the wood beds in the bottom of them. That's what he did with his. Yeah, it was really cool looking the way he did it.
I have a 94 Toyota pickup truck with the RE 4-inch cylinder. I rebuilt it back in 2005. I'm still driving it to this day.
I'll be right back, guys. Nature's calling. Been sitting here for 5 hours talking to you guys, so I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
You still around, Echo?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm reading what Dead Horse put in here. Did you read that? He goes, there is an old man by me in his 90s that has had a Toyota truck parked since almost new next to his house. It has 12,000 miles on it, but truck has sat for almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I bet if he started it every once in a blue moon and just started it, didn't even run it, just started it and let it get hot, turned it off. I
Yeah.
bet his truck would run fine.
It would, yeah. Mm-hmm. People don't realize the damage they do when they park an engine like that long.
Right, yeah. The worst thing you can do to any type of car or truck is park it. I made the mistake one time. When I first started driving tow trucks, I worked for a company in Apopka, Florida, and they used to do the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Apopka PD police calls. So I would always get the ability to pick up these cars, like say we towed a Corvette.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, we figured out that I wanted to purchase it. So basically I knew what we had in it as far as for the tow bill and the storage. So if I went to the owner and I said, hey, look, you have 3 Corvettes, I want this one, I'll give you, this is what we have in it for towing, this is what the car is worth, this is what I'll give you for the tow bill plus what I think is fair between me and you for the car. And sometimes he would say yes, sometimes he would say give me a little bit more, sometimes. But I bought this Corvette, and this is the story on it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 95 red Corvette convertible.
Oh, wow.
Real nice car. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Guy had driven it. Okay, his wife was cheating on him. He drove it down to the boat ramp, and he ran it off into this little lake.
Wow.
Well, he stayed inside of it, and he drowned himself in it.
Gee.
Well, after about 5 or 6 days, somebody saw, because I guess the little little lake, where he drove it off into there,
Right.
it wasn't very deep. And somebody saw the round the tail lights, what were they? There's 6 tail lights, I think, or 4. Is it 4? Yeah, it's 4. The 4 round, 4 round tail lights reflecting a little bit. So they called the police. Well, the police come out there and they look for a couple hours. They go, I don't know if that's a car or not. So they call the tow truck. I come out there and I go, yeah, it looks like it might be a car, but I mean, hell if I know, And the cops are like, well, this is what we can do. We can call out the sheriff's department dive team, or we can call out the fire department dive team, and they're going to come out there. They're going to, hook the car up to your chains and all this. And they go, if it's a stolen car, we might as well just hook the thing up ourselves. And I'm like, I ain't getting in that damn pond. There might be nasty water in there. And the guy's like, hey, if it's anything good, I'll go ahead and I'll put your name in on it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, if it's a stolen car, we recover it. If the owner doesn't want it, most likely probably don't. It's been in water. We'll put you in for a thing. And I said, okay. So I hook up to this car, pull it out, and the first thing I see is a body flop over in the seat. And I'm like, oh man. And because I'm thinking, this car is I'm not going to get this car. So I talked to the cop. The cop goes, okay, this guy, he's the only owner on this car. And they called the city morgue. They came out, they got the body, the mortician got the body out of there and everything. Well, the owner of the place I was working, he knew I wanted this car. So he's like, David, let's do this. The car's going to stink because it had a dead body in there. So why don't we go ahead and get you a complete interior for that car, which we're going to need anyways because it's all water damaged. We get you a new rug, new seats, new dashboard, new headliner, new everything, door jams, everything, the side, the door panels, everything.
Mhm.
So I get all this stuff. He has his guys put it in. And his guys are stripping the interior. They've got the car out back behind the shop, and they're these guys with masks on, and they've got like that Vicks vapor rub all underneath their noses and shit. And they're out there tearing this car apart. And when I go out there, because I'm excited about seeing it, but every time I go out back, I get gag reflex. I'm like, God, I hope I don't keep getting this every freaking time I get near this car. And sure as shit, dude, I get an entire new interior put in this car.
Mhm.
It's sitting out there for about 2 days. I come back, I'm in the shop. I'm like, oh, hell, my car's done. I go out there, open up the car door, and I almost turn and vomit. I'm like, son of a gun, dude. You just couldn't get the smell of dead body out of the car.
No,
You just couldn't.
there's nothing worse than dead body pulled out of water. I know from experience.
Yeah.
That is one of the nastiest smells you're ever going to smell in your life.
Yeah, dude. So every time I'd go to drive the car, I'd open up the car door. I'd have to hold my breath, open up the car door, start the car, roll the top down, and turn the air conditioning on. And after a couple minutes like that, you could ride in it. But I'm like, who in the hell am I going to want to take out on a date with this car smelling like a dead body? And freaking the old man that owned the place, he's like, you know what you need, son? I go, what? He goes, you need a little Jewish lightning. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And he goes, that's where this car gets hit by lightning mysteriously and burns to the ground in the middle of the night. Nobody knows nothing. And and I was like, I don't think I need that. I've got good insurance. I call up my insurance guy and I said, hey, listen, I thought I could retitle this car, and just be good. But this car, it's got to go to the demolisher. It's got to be crushed and or sold for just metal parts and stuff. And the guy's like, why? And I'm like, come on out. So he came out here and then he's like, oh yeah, I come back from a tow. And the guy's like, he's meeting me in our break room, and he's got like a Coca-Cola, and he's like white as a ghost. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, you all right? And he goes, yeah, I sat in your car. I'm like, oh man, I told you not to get in there. He's like, yeah, it smells pretty bad, bro. He's like, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna cover the entire car for demolition. And so I ended up, it was one of these little small insurance people that they don't even do anymore. A little private company that, they would insure you through a bigger, large company. And, you'd go into the insurance agency and they would look at your car, open the doors up, look under the hood, make sure everything's all in good shape before they insure you on it. This was back in like the 80s, early 90s. But yeah, they covered that car, but I since I didn't pay nothing for it, they didn't give me nothing for it, because the car was insured for more, but all they ended up giving me is what I had in the rebuilt title, because I had to put a rebuilt title on the car, which I didn't care because it was a new Corvette and it wasn't damaged. The guy just more or less turned the car off and rolled it down into the lake. Wow. It's just a shame they didn't find it for a couple of days until the lake, the little thing dried up a little bit to where you could see the back of the car kind of under the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I towed a bunch of them like that. This is like a thing to do in Florida, is to kill yourself in a car and by driving it off into a lake. Sometimes at high speed, sometimes not even running. They just roll down a boat ramp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just nut jobs, and freaking I've fished out a few of them.
Yeah, you had a bad experience. Well, mine was really good. I turned 40 years old, bought my first one. 6 years old, had 30,000 on it, and drove it for about a year, got a 94. 94 to me, I'm a big guy, I'm 6'2". I didn't like it. It didn't have the torque. It didn't have nothing. It had the oddball tire size, like you were talking about, the front and the rear. I got rid of it, and years later I said, well, if I get one again, it's going to be an 89, and that's why I've got the 89 now. So 89, actually, I'm a big guy, believe it or not, 200 pounds, 6'2". 89, I have plenty of room inside that Corvette.
Yeah,
I'm not cramped at all. But on
they started doing weird things with where your feet go in the later years. I was like, the driver was usually never messed with. It was usually the passenger side that they would mess with and make more or less uncomfortable. But for some reason in the 90 models, they chopped the leg. It was like you had like a 14-inch piece of floorboard
Yeah.
for the heels of your feet.
Yeah. They also
Which
had a
was-
radio down there too. In your
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. It was like they were trying to just. It was like like an afterthought. They're like, hey, we're gonna put a subwoofer down here. So why don't we make this a little bigger, the center console rig a little bigger, and then we'll go ahead and just you won't have as much foot room. I'm like, it's a sports car. You don't have much room in this thing already. Now you're telling me that I've got to move my feet are going to be cramped.
Mm-hmm. I know the 90 Vets, I never liked because I had one, and to me, it was too soft, which typically people complain about being rough. I didn't like that. Power steering was over assisted. It had no handling. And my 89, it's a little rough, but it's fine. It don't bother me. The torque is just, it'll blow my 94 away on my 89.
Yeah.
Torque. Even though the engine basically in the 94 is 300 horsepower, I think mine's 255. I think.
Yeah, you're little. Yeah.
Yeah, my 89, man, is just fun as crap to drive.
That was before they did the that's the LT1 motor, right?
No, it's the L98. My 94
okay,
it's
the one before the LT1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the LT1 put out more total horsepower, but I think it put out less torque.
It sucked at torque. I got drunk one night when I was 40-something years old in my mother's neighborhood. I drove that bit around 3 o'clock in the morning, put it in first gear, and drove it in circles, just spinning out donuts and stuff. I was mad as crap because I traded my 89 in on it back then. I said, what the crap did I do here? Yeah, so I kept it about 3 years and got rid of it. I said, if I get another one, it's going to be an 89. I enjoyed it. It's not a lot of horsepower, but by golly, it'll snatch your head back.
Oh, yeah, but the car weighs nothing.
Yeah.
When you talk horsepower, you talking that like that's what I used to tell people. I'm like, Corvettes, ever since they were created, they were a true man's muscle car. Even they're like, well, back in the 50s and 60s, they didn't have the horsepower that they do today. And I'm like, well, hell, if you look at the other cars and what horsepower they had, yeah, they actually did have a lot more horsepower. Because if you look at any two-door Bel Air coupe, they had 89 horsepower. The Corvette always had over 100 horsepower. You know what I'm saying? Even back in the early 60s and stuff, they always had more horsepower. They were always the most technologically advanced motor and suspension systems, and they were the first car to have true four-way independent suspension.
Yeah.
They had race car technology is what they had.
Yeah, oh yeah. A lot of things that come on the Vet actually years later would go on regular cars. They put on the Vet first.
Right. And it came from a race car. It came right from the racetrack onto the Vet.
From 84 to my 89, I think 90 is still the same body style. This car was designed to do 200 miles an hour with wind tunnel testing.
Right.
So it don't go that fast, granted, but
it's made to go that fast.
Yeah.
So the actual body was.
Yeah.
Aerodynamically
designed.
Yeah. The people don't realize the Corvette was supposed to be the fast one, but when the Trans Am and the Camaro were the road racing cars, so they were supposed to go fast in turns, whereas the Corvette was meant to go fast straight. And people don't realize that all three of those are race cars. They're just street legal race cars.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy, I drove mine wild, man. I tell you, I did all kinds of stuff.
Dude, I've seen. I used to ride around with a guy. His name was Bob, Corvette Bob, and he drove his stepdad's Corvette. But the kid had a real skill on how to drive cars. He really knew how to drive a car. I could never drive cars worth a shit. I mean, I I could go to the track and burn up a quarter mile or an eighth mile just like anybody else. But as far as actually driving a car like the Le Mans guys do and that kind of shit, I was never any good at it. This guy, he could drive a freaking car. And I mean, I used to ride with him. Sometimes we'd be fucked up on 151 and he would get his dad's Corvette and we'd be doing 100 miles an hour through turns that you wouldn't do in a red normal car at 40.
I did that.
Yeah.
And the car just stick to the. I mean, when you push that car so hard, you were like, well, this is what it was designed to do. Because my Camaro wouldn't do that. It would have been all over the place. You know what I'm saying? That Corvette was light, and it had that suspension system to handle that kind of that hardcore driving, like what a race car fellow would do. You know, he's turning into corners at 75, 80 miles an hour and accelerating and downshifting and accelerating into the brakes of corners, into the apexes. I'm just like, it's pushing the front end and the tires, you know, they were 245s or 255s on the front, maybe 245s on the front. And he was just shoveling the whole front end of that car around the turn, and it would grab and just pull us right back into it. And it was like, I was just like amazed every turn. It was like I was turning and I was amazed at the car. I was like waiting for it to break loose, and it never would. It would just come right back. And when he would put the power on, it would push that car, it would snap it right back into right back on the road. It almost gets you excited and sweating. Just me talking about it, because you know, if you've ever ridden in a Corvette like that, where you just put the power back on, it starts breaking loose and it starts grabbing again. It's just like, man, I just can't give this car enough power. And it's just like in every bit of horsepower I put to the pedal, it's put into the concrete and it's holding it. And it just like the harder he pushed it, the more it responded like a race car. I was like,
Yeah, here's the crazy part. People, you guys have talked about how light the Corvette is. The Camaro and the Trans Am are actually lighter. If you put the same exact engine, I know somebody did it from the Corvette. They had the Corvette. I think it was the LS1 that they had. They put that engine in the Camaro. In the Camaro they had, that car was faster because the Camaro was lighter. That's why that's what Jason's talking about, how they don't downtone the engines when they put them in the Camaro and the Trans Am compared to the Vet. That's why those cars were lighter than the Corvette, so they intentionally tuned them down. Like he said, they made excuses for why they did it, but they did it because those cars would have been faster than the Corvette if they didn't. And again, like we talked earlier, that's taboo at GM. You cannot have a car that's faster than the Corvette.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, mine does the handles corners like Echo's talking about. I could even push it in the rain. I used to. Sometimes I'd be even drinking. Boy, I'd hit that thing. It's like it just never lost traction.
Yeah,
I did lose it a time or two, but it was my fault. I was just floorboarded in the rain.
Yeah,
spun out. But it was fun. God, it was a blast.
Dude, I've towed a lot of cars, man. I don't know. Are you sure on that GVW? Because I've towed a lot of Corvettes and I've towed a lot of Camaros. I mean, hundreds, literally hundreds.
Mine is 3,200 pounds, 3,300. It's very light, I think. But
yeah, that sounds pretty light. Let's see. What? Okay, they make the Camaro now once again. So what year would that be? A 2020? I'm guessing Camaro. They would have the statistics for. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, what's
the GVW of a 2020 Camaro Z28?
I know in my neighborhood, guys.
I don't know if the new Camaros are lighter than the Corvette or not, but the Corvette is heavier than what some people think. That's a crazy part. If you look at it, there was like 100 pounds difference between the Corvette and the Camaro. The Camaro was 3,100, like you said. The Corvette was 3,200.
I know in my neighborhood, a guy's got a white one, and he's got the V6 with 300 horses.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't much faster with the Corvette engine, but it was faster because they said it was like 100 pounds lighter.
He pulls through my neighborhood really fast sometimes. I got behind him a couple of years ago, buddy, and pushed mine. He just caught right up with him to the neighborhood. He couldn't go as fast as I could, even though he's got 300 horses. He didn't have the torque apparently in his Camaro.
Yeah, he took the engine that he took out of somebody had wrecked their Corvette, They got hit in the rear end, and the car had to be totaled. So he bought the engine off the guy
Wow.
before he totaled it, and he put that in. Was it a 92, 93 Camaro?
That was LT1. That was LT.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Corvette 92 was LT1.
Yeah, but it was. If I remember it was the LS one that he had bought off the guy. It was an LS1 Corvette.
Okay.
Yeah, Jason says the Camaros now are heavier, but they're stronger. The frame's stronger.
Mm-hmm. Last time when I first bought mine in '95, I went down to Tybee Islands from Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. I set mine on a dangerous road, about 80 to 85 miles an hour cruise control. Turned the stereo up, top off, man. I just going. On the way back, cops were everywhere. So,
yeah, somebody around here has one of those, the new Camaros, but it's the Transformers edition. That's painted like Bumblebee, and it has the little Autobot logos on there. It's really cool looking.
I haven't seen one of those yet.
I did a little research.
What'd you find?
I found that the Camaro is 100 pounds heavier than the Corvette, going back all the way to 1992.
That's what Rich said. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, the Corvette was lighter by 100 pounds.
Yeah, see, when he weighed his came in at 100 pounds lighter than what the Corvette was. He actually weighed the car because he wanted to make sure it was balanced right and everything. So he weighed the car.
Right.
His Camaro was 100 pounds lighter.
Okay, how much? What are you getting out of what's your car weigh at the door jam?
32, 33. I can't remember.
Yeah. His car was 3,100 pounds. His Camaro.
Okay, and his is weighing what year Camaro?
It was a 92.
Okay, 92 like mine. All right, that car was a fucking tank of a car. So, okay, and you're saying it's 100 pounds lighter.
His was 100 pounds lighter than the Camaro, than the Corvette he took the engine out of, yeah.
Okay, because I'm wondering why in the hell... Because GVW, because they used, here's the difference. This is the reason why fiberglass weighs less than steel, than sheet metal.
Yeah, but
aluminum.
When you took the body off, when he took the body off, there was actually more pieces inside there to the frame than what the Camaro had.
Oh yeah,
definitely. That's where the weight difference came from. Was the frame weight.
The actual because basically the Corvette is a race car, is an all aluminum race car. I mean, it's basically when they designed the Corvette, those cars that you see, the futuristic cars that when they design them, they look absolutely amazing. And then when they make the actual production car, it looks nowhere near as good Okay. The Corvette was actually made to the actual drawings back when they were doing those prototype cars. I watched this big old thing on them on how that it was all. That's why all the astronauts, and this is okay. Listen to this crap. My uncle owned a housing development called Happy Trails. Now, Happy Trails failed. He had bought up all this property, and he was going to do him and Walt Disney. They were friends. My uncle was a World War II fighter pilot in the United States Army Air Corps, and basically flew P-49 Warhawks. Well, all his golfing buddies that were all from World War II, they were all fighter pilot guys, all they were bomber pilots and bombers and all this stuff to do with the Army Air Corps. He were all friends of his. He was a real estate developer. Walt Disney was a land and amusement park developer. So Walt knew him from when my aunt lived over in Southern California in what's it called over in California? Disneyland. Everything over in Florida is Disney World. Sea World. It's all world over here. But anyways, bottom line is him and Walt Disney, they were talking about developing land over near the Cape Kennedy space, the NASA, near the NASA Center. Yeah,
Cape
over at Cocoa
Canaveral.
Beach. Yeah,
Right.
and Cape Canaveral. And basically, he was going to do this big project where, they were getting ready to push the space program wide open. All these people were going to need homes to live in. My uncle was going to give them those homes. Really nice, middle of the road priced housing for guys with good government jobs. And basically, then that space rocket blew up on the pad and killed all those fellas inside it. It caught on fire when they were doing a test. I think it was for the Gemini program or something like that.
That was
I can't
Saturn program.
Saturn, yeah. When the Saturn rocket blew up and caught on fire, or ignited in flames, I should say, because they were using 100% pure oxygen for the air inside the capsule. They had an electronic short, and it caught the capsule on fire. And before they could get to the fellas inside, because of all the way they had to lock up the space capsule and stuff back then, they burned all to death. And when that happened, the government put a stop on the space program. They were like, we got to make sure before we do this anymore and we lose any more life that this is done correctly, and we need to check this. And so basically, just because of that one mistake that those guys made, it basically canceled the plans for all those military personnel they were going to transfer to be hired by NASA. All of those programs for developing the space program took a slam stop. They stopped it, stopped funding everything for that program. And when they did, no of those people didn't need houses anymore. So all the money that he had collected as deposits down on houses, he ended up having to give back to the bank and file bankruptcy, and that all that land never even got developed. And to this day, there are still, what do they call those houses that they build for you to look at?
Demos.
The houses that they have at you want to buy a house in this neighborhood,
it's a demonstration model. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then they would have these demo houses. Those houses are still out on the property. The roofs are all caving in and stuff. But that development still sits out there on property that nobody never even bought, because of the simple fact of the matter is all those homes were not needed for that, because that didn't come back around for almost 3 years later after that happened.
Yeah, they were testing the Saturn rocket system, and you had that accident. The astronauts that were on board, they were all former Mercury astronauts.
Yeah, and they were all Corvette owners too. That's what I was going to tell you. The Corvette dealership had given the first 3 astronauts, or all the astronauts, a basic. If you guys are the cream of the crop, the top pick. Well, you need to be driving the top GMAC car made and with the newest technology. And that's where they got on board with the Corvette. And every single astronaut up until the space shuttle program, because when the space shuttle program came, women came on board. They had guys from teachers, all this other shit. Before that, the space shuttle program, or the space program in general, those guys were like test pilots. Those guys were the real, the guys that went out and did the shit, break the sound barrier, all those kind of guys. Those were the guys that were the original astronauts.
Well, the first guy that break the sound barrier was turned down for the astronaut program. Chuck Yeager applied and was turned down.
I thought that he was later picked back up, though.
No, Yeager was never an astronaut.
Yeah, I actually think back on it. I don't remember it either. He was never an astronaut.
Because I remember he was doing a bunch of testing for he was
testing all the supersonic planes and stuff. But when he applied for the astronaut program, he was too tall or something, and he was denied.
Oh yeah, because he was almost not allowed in flight school because of that.
Yeah.
Because all those guys are a bunch of. That's why Tom Cruise was able to get that movie Top Gun. is
Mhm.
because they needed a small actor to fit in the actual cockpit of the F-14 Tomcat, because when they were filming the guys, most actors are 6', 6'2", to get a good feel of the camera, because skinny, short, fat guys don't look good on camera. Tall, lanky guys look better. That's why Burt Reynolds, all those kind of long guys that were tall and good-looking fellas, they always were the ones on the movie screen and stuff. And the shorter guys, they didn't do that, because when you get put on a screen, especially when you were shooting real photo material, like real photographic reels of clips, the way that material was made, it would cause you to kind of chunking you up. When I used to shoot film, 35 millimeter regular camera photography, that's why when people say, the ads and all this stuff only portray skinny women. Well, the reason why that is because skinny people have always been chosen over a little bit fuller people body sizes for film work. Because film, like they say, adds 10 or 15, 20 pounds to you. It does that because before it was digital, they used analog film, actual real film, and the film material would add weight to you because of the way the layers would refract when they would shine light through it to
the
put it on the
cellulose
screen.
film,
Yes, the cellulose. It's a plant-based material.
which is why it deteriorates, and why we have so many movies that have scenes or entire movies lost because the film deteriorates and just falls apart.
Or you know what else makes them deteriorate and fall apart? Apparently, extreme racism. That's why you can't watch was Gone with the Wind?
Yeah.
Because that just deteriorated right in front of our faces.
I'm sick and tired of this crap out there. I can't stand it.
Yeah, some of this stuff is just ridiculous. I'm like,
let's just throw away the movie that had the first black Oscar winner just because. That's how racist that movie was.
Oh yeah, it amazes me how it shows that supposedly it shows that racism was a positive thing, and I'm like, okay, you show a plantation owner's family that the plantation owner was killed in the Revolutionary War, Civil War, and his wife and the families left behind has to take care of the plantation. How is that showing gratification to slavery? However, that works out to
because
be
the maid, the one that won the Academy Award for portrayal of a part that would have been exactly the way it was in the 1800s. It was like, that's why that movie's racist.
Yeah, I don't get that stuff sometimes. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm just stupid.
No, we're not the stupid ones. They are.
Yes.
They want to ignore history and have history be the way they want it to be. Not all blacks were treated badly at that point in time just because they might have had the label slave. That's like we were talking about earlier with George Washington.
Well, not only that, but there were black slave owners as well. So, I mean,
there were black officers that served in the Confederate Army.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So there is that, like I like to say, there is that.
Yeah.
So just like
let's put that in perspective. There were black officers that served in the Confederate Army. There wasn't a single black Union officer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the left is trying to rewrite history, especially for the new generation. You definitely are rewriting it for them. That's crap.
Yeah, because we're what I like is I hear these young kids today and they say, I hear them talking. I'm subscribed to a lot of other type of channels. I collect Lego. I'm a geek. It's Star Wars Lego. Okay, so there's that. It's not just regular Lego. It is Star Wars Lego. And I've always collected it, and basically it's worth a lot of money. and I build little tiny small sets every now and a blue moon, but I buy the big ones for a collector's type thing. The bottom line is I'm a geek. I like collecting Legos. I mean, it's worth money. My wife thinks I'm stupid, but at any time I can go in, I can literally quadruple the money I've spent in about 3 or 4 days, just because I know what to get, because I've been doing it for a while and I know what's going to go up. And as soon as that stuff retires and they stop making it, I get to flip the price of it one time. And then for every 6 months after that, to a certain time, for about a year, I get to flip it again. So it gets up to be about 3 to 4 times what I paid for it within a year after they retire it. And literally, if you took that, you could literally build a Corvette. If you could take all my Lego and sell it, you could build a Corvette just from buying, a front end, a main frame of the car, an engine, a transmission, and you could put it all together yourself. You could do it. But the cool thing is, it's like, so yeah, I don't drive cars and I don't build cars anymore because, I mean, it'd be useless to build a car if I can't drive the damn thing. But my wife drives a very nice little sporty Audi A3. It's got a turbo. And, it's a 4-cylinder, but it's a turbocharged 4-cylinder, and it's got a little bit of power to it. And she loves the hell out of it, and I like it. It's a nice car, runs good, and I think she just went and got her mom one of the new Ford cars. It's a real pretty little car. I don't know what the hell it's called.
The Ford Focus?
No, it's not a Focus, because the Focus was around when I was still driving. Do they make a Flex?
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking
Flex.
about.
It's got a turbo. It's a turbo. It's got a turbo I think it's a 1400 cc. So it's a 1.4, or maybe it's an 1.8 liter. It might be 1.8. I think it's a 1.8. Yeah. But and it's a nice little car. And
yeah, my wife's Escape has the non-turbo version of that engine in it, and it's 170 horses.
Yeah. Yeah, and they get great gas mileage and stuff. So I mean,
to put it in perspective, we were talking about the Corvettes earlier. My wife's Escape with the inline 4-cylinder has more power than the 1978 Corvette pace car for the Indy 500.
You know why that is? 1970 cars, a lot of the pollution stuff in the United States. Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, 78.
Corvettes were horrible in the 70s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, any 78 American car. If you look at a 78 Camaro, all of those cars, they all had more. If you look from 1955 and you start looking at horsepower ratings for the Chevy Camaro, Corvette, and the Pontiac Trans Am, you go up until you hit 1976. And then after 76, you see a huge chunk in horsepower. And it's because all of a sudden we're worried about fuel economy, emissions with the that's the changeover from leaded gasoline to unleaded fuel was in that whole big old thing.
Yeah,
and I breathed gasoline leaded fuel for years. And I feel great. So
yeah, these cars. I mean, honest to God, if you look at the horsepower curve, it's not a curve; it's a freaking roller coaster. Up, down, up, down.
Yeah,
but in the '80s, it was more shallow up and down. You go from you hit the '50s, and you start at the bottom of the hill. You get on the chain, going up in the '60s. You get to the top of the hill, about '76. Boom, and then you start climbing back up the hill again in the early '80s. And you get a little bit of a dip, and then you go right back up again. You know, it's like
but what you notice is cars made to 1976. Then 1976, you notice the horsepower drop, and you know what? You notice what goes up. The amount of miles you get out of a car's engine before it has a major component failure, a catastrophic failure, a connecting rod, a spin a main bearing, something like that, that's just going to puke the whole motor, goes up almost over 65% after they start smuggling our engines, smothering them with the pollution control for the exhaust and for the intake. They started taking cars that had 4-barrel carburetors on them from the factory and putting these 2-barrel carburetors on them. And you would open the hood and you'd be like, you'd look at the intake manifold and it would look like, you'd be like, what the hell is that sitting up there? The air filter is like 10 times bigger than the carburetor. You're like, what in the hell is going on? You're like, where's the carburetor at? You look and it's got one butterfly inside. You're like, what the hell is going on? How is this even possible that it's running off of this little bit amount of fuel?
Let's not forget the back pressure they caused by changing the exhaust system. You went from true dual exhaust to 2-pipe into 1-pipe because with the catalytic converter in the middle of that 1-pipe to back into a 2-pipe out the back. That caused so much back pressure into the engine as well.
Yeah, and the fact that the catalytic converter system that they came up with back then, it was like, it was like, okay, we can't burn this much fuel anymore. And everybody's like, all right, so what we're going to do is we're going to make the car have to breathe instead of through an air filter, through a mixed strength stirring straw. One of those little straws with the 2 little holes in it that you can't even breathe through if your life depended on it. And that's what they tried to do to the intake. And then they tried to muffle the car to where its exhaust would be cleaner by running it hotter. And how do you get a car hotter? Well, you can run the engine hotter, and that doesn't do it very well. But Chevrolet seems to think that's smart nowadays with their trucks. You want to know how a Chevy truck that's got a V8 engine in it can put out as clean of exhaust as it does? Open the hood of one of those trucks after it's been running 10-15 minutes down here in Florida. It's almost so hot it'll almost burn your nipples just from the heat coming off the top of that motor. I don't know how they don't blow those engines up on those trucks. They got to be running 225, 230 degrees at the valve cover. It's so hot. I just cannot believe that they don't burn those engines up. And I mean, it must be just burning so much of that fuel. They must be running that motor lean as all get out, because that's the only way you can get those motors to burn so clean, is to burn them lean where they're not getting the fuel, and run some type of indestructible type of rings and pistons, because I have no idea how they're not smoking that stuff. I really don't understand how those engines aren't coming apart with that type of heat. But they're not. They must be got the space age mix on the metal or something. I don't know, but Ford's doing the same thing.
Reminds me, when you're talking about heat, the LT1, mine was notorious for running hot.
Oh yeah, those would run hot. The LT1s and the Corvette, Firebird, and the Camaro, those things ran hot.
Now that was only on the like the last 2 cylinders too. I remember hearing about that back in those years, that because of something. What was that? There was something I remember that caused that motor to run lean on the last tail end cylinders furthest away from where it had something to do with the intake. I don't remember. I remember hearing something about like the last 2 cylinders on the 4th cylinder back on the right and the 4th cylinder back on the left. I don't know if that's 7 and 8 or if that's 6 and 8.
Years ago, me and the Corvette mechanic got in an argument here in Walton County on my 94. He was running his mouth to me about the car's made to run hot. What my car was doing, it was running out of the parameters of the computer. Right. I go down the road and my valves would rattle. I had no horsepower. He couldn't find it. It's 10 days in the shop, the dealer. We can't find nothing. I come home, raise the hood, look at it, and said, I'll figure this out one way or another. Guess what it was? The what is it? Trying to think now. Thermostat housing had an O-ring in it, and it had a bubble leak, and that mechanic could not find that after 10 days. I said,
he didn't pressure test that. I would have put
Apparently
I would have put like 17 pounds of pressure into the coolant system and just looked everywhere that there's an O-ring. The freaking water pump housing. I would have looked at the high-low radiator lines. I would have looked where it goes into the engine on the top side, comes out on the bottom side, and where it goes right into the intake of the for the thermostat. I would have looked all through there because that's just crazy.
Yeah.
That you would leave a car that long, and I'm guessing he wanted to charge you a big deal for just taking up spending all that time looking at it.
It was actually under warranty, even though it had over 30,000 customer satisfaction issue with that car. And he kept saying, well, look, it runs hot. And I said, I know it runs hot, but it's running too hot. If you think you know something, you go fix it yourself. And I said, I will. I went and repaired it, went back up there and spoke with the manager. I said, you be sure to tell Big Dave that I fixed the car. And I drove off. Inside the dealership. So I repaired it.
Yeah, but I noticed you didn't tell him what it was either, though, so that he would not be able to just go, I think I've had a problem with one of these before doing this before. Let him find his own.
He was a good mechanic. He actually took my original 94, took the top off the intake, put new gaskets in it under customer things. I bought it, it was leaking a little bit.
Right.
LT1s were known to leak oil.
Yeah.
And they repaired that. A few months later, believe it or not, my interior started cracking and peeling. Well, I called Chevrolet dealer, not the dealership, but the main office at GM. I complained. Right. I said, I got a car here 2 years old. It's falling apart before my very eyes. He says, well, I tell you what, what's wrong with it? I said, well, the weather's stripping, leather's cracking, the spring foam is collapsed. He said, the console's scratched. He said, you take it up to maxi price, even though it's out of warranty, we're going to pay for everything. And they actually went up there and did everything at that dealership free for me with no warranty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was amazing. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, well, your Corvette, the thing was that I liked about Chevrolet with Corvette was that was their premium brand sport race car.
Yeah.
That was what they considered a race car. When you went and bought a Camaro, you were buying a production car. When you went and bought a Corvette, you were buying a race car. And they had their own sales shop where you went into to buy a Corvette. You didn't go into where the guys are that are buying a Chevy Caprice or an IROC C28. You would go into your own Corvette sales office they would have all the Corvette aftermarket shit in there. They would have the Corvettes up in the showroom, and there would be nothing but Corvettes up there. And yeah, I used to remember because it was a thing. When I was a kid, I would always go over to the Corvette side and go in there and look at all the manuals and get to sit in the cars and stuff and look under the hoods. And it was like looking at a race car versus like a family car. You'd be like, oh yeah, this is real nice, Mom. You're buying a freaking Oldsmobile. Thanks. I'm going over to the Corvettes. It was like
the Chevy dealerships in Pittsburgh didn't do that. If you were going to a Corvette, they would have a Corvette sitting next to the whatever the high tier Camaro was. They didn't separate them.
Oh, they did down in Florida, boy. They still do to this day.
It might be the specific dealership, how the dealership decided to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like here, the one Ford dealership here gets the Shelby Mustangs. They have them sitting in the showroom right next to like a Ford Explorer. They don't, there's no special rooms or anything for them.
Well, Ford ain't never been smart on marketing. Okay, they've been slow behind the 8 ball. I'm a Ford guy. I had 5 Fox body Mustangs. I had 2 SVT. I had 2 Cobras SVT Special Vehicles team with the 32 valve all aluminum block motor V8 5 liter. I had 2 of those. I had a couple Fox bodies the years before the 94. In 94, they changed the body style of the Mustang from the Fox body to the new body style that they're still running to this day. But the old Fox body, those were the GTs with the ground effects and the 2 round fog lights on the bottom. Those were from 1987 to 1991. And basically, and after in 92, they changed the body style. And 93, 94, they changed it again in 94. But those cars, I used to run the living dog shit out of them and build those motors up and blow them up. And sometimes in a weekend, I'd puke a motor. We'd go and build one at my uncle's race shop. And we'd go in and we'd break the motor in, and then I'd go out and I'd run it all weekend long at the track and puke that motor. Would come back in, and the damn rings would be getting so much blow by that I was getting fuel in my oil because I was running that motor so freaking hard. It would just collapse the rings. But yeah, I tell you what, I miss riding cars and driving cars and stuff and working on them and stuff. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
I do too.
When I first noticed that they sold the Shelbys there, they had one sitting out front. I had to do a double take. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's a Shelby. I was expecting this small little college town to have a Ford dealership with a Shelby sitting out front. You know, it's like, holy shit. Because if you've seen the new Shelbys, they have the old school Ford Shelby paint job on them.
Yeah.
You know what it is. If you know anything about cars, you know what you're looking at as soon as you see it. You know,
it's still, they do the yellow and the white stripe. The Shelby. My uncle bought a. Let me make sure before I speak. Shelby did okay. Carroll Shelby, and that's who he had. That's what he had. He had a California Shelby, 2004 Shelby Mustang, the Shelby yellow with the white racing stripe, and I forget what they call that, but Carroll Shelby called that a special color. And he called that, was it California Sunshine or something like that? And it was a Carroll Shelby, and he owned it. And now he passed away a year ago, and he left his son a 34 rat rod that you guys, I'll send you pictures. You would not believe how beautiful this car is. He spent about $45,000 on it. And he had a custom hand built. It's a rat rod, with the all chrome motor, and basically it's just a header coming off the side of the engine, and it's got a bypass underneath. You know how they used to do those rat rods back in like the 60s.
Oh, hell, they still
late
do.
50s. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now
they
it's big.
They do a rat rod thing around here every year. But the Shelby they had there was the classic white with the blue stripes. I mean, when I said it was the classic Shelby, it had the classic Shelby paint job. The classic Shelby 350 paint job on it.
Yeah.
Echo, it's getting late. I'm gonna have to cut out, man.
Yeah, all right, AR, brother.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna shut it down anyways, brother.
Okay. I was gonna say I gotta jump out too.
Yeah, I appreciate you all hanging out with me and everything. We'll have to do this again, AR, brother.
Okay, man. Yeah, I'd love to.
So what did you think about doing it for you the first time?
Probably there wasn't many people on. I said, well, heck, I might as well do it. And Echo invited me, I think, if I remember.
Yeah. Hey, man, there was 5 or 6 the whole time, brother. Mm-hmm. And we've kept 5 or 6 the entire time. It's just changed from people to people.
Yeah, and my internet's only Wi-Fi now. And I was going to wait till I went live on a hardline. So
NK Joe's asking if I've been here the whole time. Just about. I joined like a half hour, 45 minutes into the show.
I've been a while myself.
So
yeah, it's nice meeting you, Rich, or talking to you.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat, have a good one. I'm gonna cut out and get something to eat here.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
what
brother.
I
Get
got.
some.
Yeah,
You guys
Yeah.
get something to eat, and you have a
yeah. My
nice
wife just
evening.
got done cooking
Okay.
dinner. She made a real thick Delmonico's shrimp and baked potato. So I'm gonna
Oh
go.
wow.
Oh,
That's
you
good.
sound like you're set, dude.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, AR, I'm going to stay up with you on that Corvette, dude. I want to see that thing put back together, brother.
Okay. Yeah. I hope to get to working on it. I got some health issues. That's why I haven't been doing it.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes when you have health issues, take it from somebody, just pay and get it done. That way it gets
Yeah.
done and you get to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you've got the car. You need to have your ass in it, driving down the road with a smile from ear to ear.
No, I was talking to a friend last night. She said, "You've had that car for 2 years and you ain't even got it running yet." I said, "Well, I will." And I said, "It runs. I drove it for 2 weeks." I said, "I will get it going." I said, "I'm not worried about that." I said, "I can rebuild the engine, so I'm not worried about the repairs at this point." So, but yeah, they're fun. I'm gonna have a blast in it.
What color is it?
Unfortunately, it's flame red. I wished I hadn't went with red, but
Oh, yeah, but
yeah.
hey, the little red Corvette, man.
Yeah.
My first 89 had charcoal metal flake charcoal.
Oh, that's a pretty
Yeah.
color.
Yeah.
Almost
Metal
looked
plates.
black from a distance, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
really good. I wished I had that now, but I found the car and I kept looking for over I think 3 years. And as I kept looking, the cars started going up high in price, just higher and higher and higher. Finally, I said, "Crap, I got to get one soon." So I did. My car's going with that mileage now as high as $30,000. And a few years ago, it was $10,000, $12,000 car. I don't know if that price will hold, but I'm
Yeah, you
hoping.
never know.
Yeah,
Never
you
know
don't
with
know.
these things. Yeah.
No, you sure don't. But anyway, you all have a good one.
Yep.
Yeah,
I want to
thank
get out
you.
of here. I want to get out of here before the food gets cold.
All right, guys. You have a nice evening. Thank you for coming and joining me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Have a good night, guys.
Yes, sir.
Don't
Bye-bye,
forget.
y'all.
Don't forget. 8:30 p.m. Eastern. You can go over to I'll spit it out eventually. The Unloaded Media channel and watch This Week Unloaded over there. So, and Crazy Scotsman should be starting up right about now, so you can go over there and watch him now too.
Okie
With Foreign and Domestic.
Foreign domestic. Yep.
Yeah. So.
All
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Everybody, you have a nice evening. Thank you for coming and checking out with us. Appreciate it.